Where Are My Pants and What Happened Last Night? 99 Reasons to Stay Sober by Gary Wrenn. The names of the people in this book are not the real names of those involved. Some are the names of former pets that loved ones or I cherished at some point in my life, and some names I made up entirely, except Nick, at his insistence. Copyright 2020 Gary Marshall Wrenn. All rights reserved. Edited by Elizabeth Robbins. Cover by Jordan Willis. I dedicate this book to anyone who has ever admitted they were wrong, messed up, have a problem with addiction, or merely have a story to tell. The feelings you get when you express your honest thoughts are the real you, and if you can laugh, cry, and relate to any of my past, you will know there is hope for the future. This attempt at reaching out to anyone who needs help or a laugh is all part of growing out of addiction. It's caring about other people's feelings. It's telling all. It's not regretting anything in my past because it all led to my happiness. It's recovery. Gary Wrenn. Before you read this book, welcome to my addiction and recovery story. This memoir slash self help book consists of 99 linear stories on my journey to sobriety and a takeaway from each, a reason to stay sober. I call my approach an attempt at comedic testimony. Is that a thing? It is now. Each number is a self contained story and told the same way I present at AA meetings or social gatherings. I speak with a comedic sensibility in mind intended to be funny yet real, honest, and relatable at the same time. Each story has a purpose as well. I give a reason I chose to remain sober based on that retelling. All these stories I gathered from my memory, obviously, journals I kept over the years, interviews and talks with friends, videos we filmed, and tons of pictures I went through. I tried as little imaginative recreations as possible. When I started this project, emotionally, it was tough to write. I was crying, laughing, diving deep into my memory bank, and coming to the surface with things long forgotten. Some of these moments I thought were hilarious at the time, not so much now. Some stories I found horrendous at the time and now find funny. I haven't held anything back. I have no regrets, however, since all these events led to me loving my life today and staying, as of this writing, entirely sober for 4 years. Why share all of this? Because I want you to know that there is help if you have a terrible addiction. There is a light in the darkness, and there are people just like you. This book is a gift written for you because I want to help. It's one tool to keep in your recovery toolbox. I want you to become as happy with your life as I am with mine. Sound good? Then enter. Spoiler alert, I made it. I'm alive and I never physically hurt anybody, just myself. Remember that when you cringe at all my near brushes with death and embarrassment. Chapter 1. The Dark Before the Light. Rock bottom. The main question I get asked is, why did you quit drinking? My short answer is this: health, wealth, and stealth. Another way of saying this: doctor's orders, health, to have more money, wealth, and to be able to navigate all life's obstacles in a less chaotic way, stealth. Another way to say this: I was tired of being sick and tired all the time, tired of spending money to kill myself, and tired of being the topic of so many conversations, good or bad. It was spring 2016. I had been drinking for approximately 20 years. I had no life savings, numerous maxed out credit cards, and most of my cherished memories were all from times when I was intoxicated in some form. In the past few months, I had missed work because I was too fucked up to go, had been watched by friends who told me I had drank more than 30 drinks a night consistently, had hoarded liquor like a dog does its bone, and the final straw came when I saw a video of myself all messed up and big mean, evil, vile, unkind eyes. I didn't even recognize myself. I looked physically awful, also yellow from the onset of jaundice, but more than that, I did not want to be that person. I am not that person. Then the nail in the coffin of my harmful addictions came with the realization that I had, and I fought many stages of denial with this truth, entertained suicidal thoughts 3 times within the past decade. Honest to God, awful, dreadful thoughts of self destruction that went beyond mutilation and straight into death. I definitely was not that person. Change wasn't an option, it was a necessity. Who knew it could become such a blessing as well? Chapter 2. High School Days. Number 1. Jim Beam and the Huge Penis. We begin the journey with the story of my first drink, unless you counted the time in second grade when some kid told me I didn't have to brush my teeth. Just using mouthwash was good enough. I'd only used mouthwash for a while and swallowed it down each time until my mom figured out why I had cavities. Maybe I got drunk from this action because I always felt good after and then would do dumb things at the park, like eat a handful of live ants or get bit by dogs when I approached them. Anyway, I had a somewhat normal childhood growing up in Universal City, Texas. My mother had me in high school after waddling pregnant down the graduation aisle to the Judson High School class of 1981 song, Carry On My Wayward Son. My grandmother had her at the age of 20, so I always had young, hip family members, which would explain the awesome Christmas Eve cake parties my family threw every year. I can remember back as far as kindergarten, as well as some fucking clown that someone invited to my third birthday party, which scared the hell out of me. So at the age of 3, I already needed a drink. My family, before I was born, was Air Force, so maybe my tendency to be a nomad and keep moving is genetic. I'm 38 years old and have had 29 different addresses. The most extended address I continued, however, would be my real childhood home on De Zavala Road in the north side of San Antonio. I lived on Wesley Ann Street in the University Oaks subdivision across the street from Tom C. Clark High School, where most of this chapter's stories commence. I lived there close to a decade, from third grade until my senior year of high school. It was 1990 when we moved in. Gas cost about $1 a gallon. I had a Nintendo Entertainment System and a Game Boy. The Gulf War had started, and Driving Miss Daisy won Best Picture at the Academy Awards. Before that house, it had just been my mother and me, but now I had a stepfather, a new baby brother, and a new home with a significant area of town to explore. Throughout the 90s, the four of us were an awesome family. During the rest of elementary school, I did well in school, had almost perfect attendance, and I had a collection of friends with which to explore and play. My habit of loving movies, music, reading, comic books, collecting baseball and comic book hero cards, climbing trees, playing basketball and baseball, and exploring the woods behind my neighborhood had begun. We lived in a cul-de-sac, which meant all the kids on my street were allowed to play in the street in anyone's backyard or front yard, so the road was pretty much our territory entirely. Our neighborhood pool was shaded, had a deep and a diving board. Life was amazing. In middle school, I started a 7-year hobby of playing in band. I played the alto saxophone, excluding me from band geek status, although the magic card game playing fought the other way on that one. My circle of friends was close. I could, and often did, stay over on the weekends doing fun things. Alcohol never fazed my little mind. The opposite sex had started to pique my interest. I had my first girlfriend in 6th grade, and my first kiss at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas, in front of the waterfall. The first time I held a girl's hand was during the T-Rex scene in Jurassic Park at the IMAX theater on the San Antonio Riverwalk. The first song I danced to with a girl was Gonna Make You Sweat Everybody Dance Now by CNC Music Factory, I think. I don't remember the first slow song I danced to, although I know it was cut short since my partner and I had broken the rule of making sure to keep our arms straight while swaying from side to side with each other. When high school came crashing in like the Kool-Aid Man, oh yeah, high school marching band was my life. I had a great circle of friends, about 10 of us, got to travel and play at football games, and had a girlfriend that liked to experiment with our growing bodies and brag about it. Start those ego boosting engines. I continued to do well in school, which made my home life ripe with rewards and getting to do whatever I wanted. Sophomore year, it all changed. The first drink I can remember was straight Jim Beam bourbon, which we stole from my friend's passed out mom on a Friday night when I was staying over. Big D snagged the half full bottle from the table moments after his mom started snoring. She still had a lit cigarette in her hand, which Big D put out. He poured me a decent amount in a glass, and I gagged when I smelled it. I looked at him and he smiled. I gulped it down. It was probably a good 2 or 3 shots. After the burning sensation in my throat and the rising bile that I choked down, I felt my stomach drop. Nothing pleasant. That should have been the first indication that drinking wasn't going to play nice. But it wasn't, because next I had a warm feeling in my stomach, then my appendages, and then my head. It was like an orgasm, but lasted much longer. Every heartbeat comforted me like a best friend would, bringing contentment and pleasant feelings. I floated. We drank more. I fell. I puked. We drank a little more. I got loud, really loud, and obnoxious. We decided to go for a loud, late night walk. We stumbled in the darkness, made fun of those we usually hung out with, peed on cars, rang doorbells and ran away laughing, screamed curse words, showed each other our dicks, usual drunk boy stuff. I remember thinking the next day we never would have shown each other our dicks if we had been sober. I don't know who asked to whip them out, but I remember his penis was much bigger than mine, which is now a memory tied into my first night of drinking. I tried to forget the event, but sometimes, in my dreams, that huge penis chases me down the street while I try to run away in loafers and an open robe. Dream analysis, please. Either way, I knew I already liked alcohol, but not the taste. I had experienced my first drop of inhibitions and knew that somewhere deep down was an extremely obnoxious drunk. Reason to stay sober. I am no longer loud and obnoxious. Number 2, smoking weed with the brass section. As will be a familiar story in my youth, I was drinking the first time I tried a new drug. Sophomore year, while drinking beer with my friend Kay in his room, he surprised me when he stated we were spending the night hanging out with a new group. Kay played trumpet in the band and had made friends with some of the others in the brass section, some of them seniors, which meant cars and rides would be involved. We were only 15 at the time. Kay had already smoked weed with them a few times, but I never had, and he wanted to show me a good time. After getting picked up, the four of us, the senior and his girlfriend, seemed intent on getting us high, made our way to a road seemingly in the middle of nowhere. Back then, the drive ended with a giant hill you could hike up and get a great view of the very flat Texas hillside, with the Tower of Americas and downtown skyline off in the distance. Today, this road is filled with apartments and dorms for the University of Texas at San Antonio. But back then, it would become a getaway for my friends and me to smoke weed and take drugs. We called it the Point. Like all situations in high school, there were two more cars full of teenagers following us, other people from the band that I barely knew. So I guess this was my first band party with actual partying involved. I wasn't scared since the Point was safe from cops. If they ever showed up, which they never did a single time, they would have they would have to make their way up the hill to bust us, in which case we would hide in the woods to wait them out and return to our cars later. I had heard you couldn't get high the first time you smoked pot. Bullshit. I got more baked than I ever would again, which led to one of the most fun nights of my life, just as my first night of drinking had been. See where this is going? Drinking and experimenting with drugs were always fun so far, and for the most part, we were safe, or so we thought, because no one got hurt and we didn't get caught. The senior who had driven us and was supplying us with a metal pipe, beer, and a big bag of weed looked like Matthew McConaughey in Dazed and Confused. He also said poetic shit, like, alcohol is a poison and weed is nature's gift. The meaning of life is to ponder questions such as what is the meaning of life and never getting answers. Everyone has their own journey, but there is only one path. You just got to keep living, man. Livin. No, wait, that one was McConaughey and Dazed and Confused. So, I got high as fuck that first night. I started laughing and pulling off dumb antics. Everyone was annoyed at me. Kay told me to be cool, but I had never felt like that before. High and drunk, a great combination. Apparently, I wasn't cool because I never got invited to hang out with him again. But fuck him, I found my own weed connect anyway. The point of this story is, from that moment on, I was already hooked on drinking and smoking. Any plans to do normal things, like go to the movies, go bowling, go to a friend's house to chill, homework, band practice, I had to be high or buzzed before going. I was addicted, I was powerless, and it would only get worse. Reason to stay sober. I am no longer powerless over alcohol or drugs. Number 3, Slow Motion Drug Day. Since this book is doubling as a confessional, Kay and I might have started the whole cough and cold overdosing trend of Clark High School in 1997. Quercetin cough and cold pills had just the right cocktail of ingredients to get us high as fuck if you took 16 pills or more at the same time. Plus, the best part, it was legal so we could buy our own drugs. Another plus, the pills tasted like candy and had no smell. Ha! Teenagers 1, parents 0. Kay had read about the pills while studying a website called Erowid, which documented legal and illegal substances, including their intended and adverse effects. Knowing Kay, he probably read the whole site. He was very into drugs. All I know is the dextromethorphan, or DXM, produces the chemical imbalance. We tripped the first time when I spent the night at his house. I ended up needing to stay the following day as well. The high lasted a good 20 hours. We digested a box in one sitting, 16 pills each. After throwing up and some time of I don't think it worked blues, all of a sudden there was a thud. I felt heavy and the world went into slow motion. I shit you not. It's one of the most memorable feelings, but hard to describe. One girl on the news said it was like being in the Matrix. I continued to abuse the pills for months, sometimes at school. They worked every time. One day I got a phone call from Kay's parents asking me to come over. They were worried about him. Merely looking at him, I knew he had taken too many. I found out later he had consumed a whole box, 32 pills, by himself. He was sweating, drooling, and close to unresponsive. We would ask him a question, and he would answer very slowly, each word with moments in between. Kay, are you feeling all right? I asked. I played dumb because I didn't want to get in trouble. I am good. The sentence took a good minute to get out. I got scared and confessed to them what was going on. I went upstairs, found the empty box of medicine, and brought it down. Kay's mom called the Poison Control Center, and I left. Over the couple of months we had been abusing the drug, we had told quite a few people about our discovery. I even found a few empty boxes sprawled around the campus. Then the report came on the news one night, 2020, I think. After a Google search when writing this book, I found a similar article on ABC News in 2004, almost exactly as I had heard the first reporting. Parents have their hands full trying to keep kids away from alcohol, smoking, and drugs. Now there's yet another substance that teens are using to get high, legally, with big doses of ordinary cold medicine. Kids will be agitated, difficult to control, sweating, and unresponsive when you try to speak to them. Busted. I'm sad to say Kay continued to use and abuse all forms of drugs for the next 6 years. In my senior year of college, I found out he had taken some Xanax and crashed his car. He died on impact. I'll never forget the look in Kay's eye when his parents were nicely interrogating me and asking him questions. He was there in mind, yet fucked up, living in slow motion, overdosed on cough and cold medicine, with zero way of controlling himself. Did I look like that when I was fucked up? Did I sometimes get to the point of no control over motor functions? Yes, to both. Reason to stay sober. I'm always in control of my body now. Number 4. Will work for weed. The first time I accidentally ate a bunch of pot was during my high school band's competition trip in Washington, D.C. Band was a fun time in my life. I probably didn't need drugs or alcohol at all. My friends and I laughed quite a bit as it were. We were all goofy and generally cared for each other, leading to uninhibited mannerisms and behaviors around each other. Traveling to band competitions in state and football games on Friday nights kept our spirits high. Still, the opportunity to compete together in an entirely different part of the country was a chance to form unparalleled memories, and of course, I almost ruined the trip. Although I was already drinking, smoking pot, and getting high on cold medicine, nobody else in my immediate circle of friends did any of it, nor wanted to. This story showcases a situation where I laid on my come on, just try it charm, and also proved that I always had to be the center of attention. That's a polite way of saying I had already turned into an enabler, and my need to be the center of attention was fueled by drugs and alcohol that I thought made me more funny, friendly, and likable. The whole band trip took an entire weekend, with the actual competition held on the second day. The first day, we invaded a shopping mall. For my first prank against the band directors, I bought fake cigarettes and pretended to smoke them, an action which could have given every chaperone simultaneous brain aneurysms. The well disguised plastic cigarettes contained powder, and when you blew out through the tip, the illusion of actually smoking was astonishingly realistic sarcasm. The band directors busted us smoking, then laughed when we showed them it was just a prank. While at the mall, I also bought a t shirt with a picture of marijuana and giant words that stated, "Will work for weed," plus several boxes of Quercetin. They didn't have the cough and cold formula, so I bought another kind, same brand. On the second day, we got to walk around the National Mall. I wore my "Will work for weed" t shirt over a more acceptable shirt, just in case. Shortly before the band directors noticed and confiscated the offending shirt, noticeably irritated by a second prank on my part, an angel of a man had approached me and asked me if I needed weed. I bought a bag off him discreetly. That shirt had served me well. After the band's performance and back at the hotel, we were all allowed to mingle in our rooms for a while. I convinced two friends to take the Quercetin, but because it was the wrong kind, they got sick and threw up all night. I also brought out the weed and asked if anyone wanted to smoke. Seeing how these were the good friends in my life, nobody was interested. Being the center of attention would not be enough of an ego booster with this group, nor would they ever partake in partying with me after the Quercetin mishap. The funny thing is, we didn't have any way to smoke the weed, nor a lighter even if we did. And did I think we wouldn't get caught with the smell of pot in our room? Anyway, a little while later, a pounding knock from the band directors rattled my room with the six of us inside. "Gary, we need to come in your room now." Shit. They knew about the weed, and they were probably ready to bust me after my two shenanigans and fucking with them. Without hesitation, I ate the entire bag of marijuana and put the empty baggie in my shoe. One of the girls opened the door and both band directors stepped in. "Okay, everybody, it's time to get back to your rooms and call it a night." Everyone left, and I crawled into bed, paranoid and expecting the worst. The band directors turned out the light and told me I better not pull any more pranks the next day, closing the door and leaving me and my roommate in darkness. I wasn't in trouble after all, which was a relief, but I got very stoned in the middle of the night because of the handful of weed I had eaten. My roommate asked why I hadn't just flushed it all down the toilet. Honestly, the thought hadn't even crossed my mind. There are book smarts, and there's street smarts. While the DC trip would have been fun enough, I felt the need to bring both my worlds together, band outing and partying, and the fact it didn't work out for me led to my decision to quit band that year, so I would have more time to explore myself for the rest of high school. I needed to find a crowd that knew how to party and would enjoy me being the energetic center of attention. Nowadays, I'm pretty calm and love socializing, but it makes me cringe to remember how selfish and attention seeking I used to be. Reason to stay sober. I no longer have to be the center of attention. Number 5. Tits and dicks only. Friends not wanting to party got me down. Poor me. So, I got new friends who love to party. Pour me some drinks. I quit the band at the end of my sophomore year. By the end of summer, I also had a black 1989 Toyota Tercel and a driver's license, opening up a whole city to explore. By giving up time vested in practicing music and going to band outings, I had hours back every week to drink and smoke pot. I was allowed to go out alone with my car as long as I maintained good grades and attendance, worked part time, was home by 10 p.m. on weekdays, and midnight on weekends. Those rules taught me to balance the party/responsibility lifestyle and recognize when last call was approaching. Sometimes I didn't even have to play it cool when I got home. A 40 ounce of beer or a smoke buzz usually only lasted about 3 hours. The Wrenn was born, my party persona. The Wrenn, I thought at the time, was a better version of myself. Yes, he was usually fucked up, but he was up for anything, friendly, funny, energetic, optimistic, well dressed, easy to get along with, non-violent, smart enough to get straight A's, and rarely in a bad mood. I was able to find a couple of older friends in college and frequently visited their apartment after school and on weekends. They had the most massive bong I had ever seen and a constant flow of people. One night, a guy passed out on the couch after smoking too much, and a girl wanted to take pictures of him with a dick drawn on his face. I went to the store and bought a disposable camera. When I got back, his face was covered entirely in black dicks. The girl took a picture of him, then snapped an image of his actual dick. We should do that to everyone that passes out here, I said. Fuck yes, we should. Girls too, fuck it. I wrote tits and dicks only on the back of the disposable camera, and over the couple of weeks I hung out there, we got quite a few pictures of sleeping appendages. Not only was this mean to people who couldn't hang, my friend whose apartment it was got in trouble when his girlfriend found the camera and went to get it developed, finding a treasure trove of sloppy, flaccid penises and breasts. He ratted me out to save face with his girl, and I wasn't allowed over anymore. Nor did I get to see the pictures, but knowing we had a camera full of passed out shenanigans was funny enough. I've always been a prankster, but since going sober, I don't fuck with people anymore, and I'm just as happy with my life. Reason to stay sober. I am no longer mean to people who don't deserve it. Number six, who needs sleep? There was a combination of factors growing up which led me to not sleep much. I had an abundant amount of energy, even for a teenager, but not only that, all forms of alcohol and other things fueled me more. I liked to live and I slept only when my body made me. After I stopped hanging out with the college guys, I found my real breakfast club. Many supporting players came in and out of our group, but there were mainly five of us for the rest of high school. We hung out in the woods of Chavano, my favorite neighborhood to this day, mostly at Cage's house. Woods of Chavano had wide roads, welcoming and unique homes, plenty of oak trees, large yards, a community pool you could break into late at night and no one could see you, a park, tennis courts, and there were only two ways out, which made it seem like a tight and safe community. Cage was the bad boy of our group. We also had Kitty, my girlfriend for the next 2 years, Angel, and Hall. Cage's house was about a mile from Clark High School, very close to where I lived as well, and we called it Tortuga because we got to live and act like real Northside pirates. Cage's mom was the coolest, a hippie in all the best ways. The day I met her, she said the same thing she told anyone that stepped in her house. If you're gonna get fucked up, do it at my house or nowhere at all. Finally, it was a house with no rules, a safe house. Impunity ran like water from the tap. The best part was she told all her parents that there were no shenanigans allowed at her home. Ha! And thus my parents were very comfortable with me going over there daily. In terms of becoming an alcoholic, finding an if you're going to get fucked up, I'd rather do it here style of parent was probably the worst thing to happen to me. I'm not saying I regret anything I did in high school, and I loved and still love every member of my group, but fuck did I learn how to party there. I finally had friends who enjoyed everything I did. We drank beer and liquor, smoked bong hits and blunts, did acid when we could, ate mushrooms and quercetin, and met other people our age throughout the neighborhood, which expanded our popularity and the amount of illegal substances we could obtain. Most of the time, people would come to Cages to drop off alcohol and drugs, and then we didn't have to drive anywhere to get fucked up. I hardly slept when I was with everyone. We opened up to each other and got so close that I literally would have died for any of them. They were the closest friends I had ever had. Life was good, life was fun, life was busy, and why would I want or need to sleep? It was only a matter of time before all of us started sneaking out of our houses and meeting at Tortuga in the middle of the night on school nights, and then basically living there on weekends. I would usually lay in bed listening to Pink Floyd or Celine Dion until I heard my parents go to bed, crawl out my window, put my car in neutral, roll it down the street before turning it on, drive to Kitty's room or Tortuga, smoke weed, sober up, and then return home for a nap before getting up for school. Although I would lead an unhealthy lifestyle for many, many years, this is where it started. I didn't sleep the right number of hours. Usually ate like shit, never exercised. We never got active except for walking around the neighborhood. And I stressed about keeping my grades up. But when I was getting fucked up with my friends, nothing made me happier, and so I did it all the time. It was positive reinforcement, although I see now how tiring it was on my still growing body and mind. We used to say to each other, "You can sleep when you're dead." False. Reason to stay sober. I sleep more. Number seven, Ritalin. When I discovered the power of pharmaceuticals, my lack of sleep got even more comfortable to deal with. I got a connection from one of the drama kids, or theater junkies, for their prescribed Ritalin. He would sell me 20 at a time for $30. In theory, I probably needed the drug since people, even to this day, are 100% certain I am ADD or have ADHD. Whether or not this is true, Ritalin, and Adderall for that matter, does keep me focused, but also keeps me wide awake. If I snort them, I get high as fuck also. I was at Tortuga one night when I got a page from my mom around 3 in the morning. My friends wished me a tearful goodbye as I slowly made my way home, the drive of shame. We all knew how busted I was. For a teenager in love with his friends and with life, who wants to keep feeling happy, sneaking out isn't a big deal. As a parent now, I get how terrifying it would be to find your kid's bed empty and their car gone in the middle of the night on a Tuesday. It didn't help I smelled like weed when I got home. I usually had ways of covering up the smell when I went home, but I figured I was fucked either way and didn't bother. I was grounded for 6 weeks, had to give up my car keys, and wasn't allowed back at Tortuga. To substitute for the lack of socializing where I felt comfortable, and since I was home grounded, I started taking the Ritalin, which was a straight up speed for me. I was up for 6 days at one point. That addiction felt terrific. My body felt invincible, and everything was entertaining when I was high. Not only was I more awake and alert, I got a lot of shit done. I got caught up with schoolwork, listened to music, read a ton of books, straightened up my room, and wrote notes to Kitty. Then I started really speeding out. I would lock myself in my closet while everyone in the house was sleeping and write out a book, as in, write every word of a novel by hand in a notebook. I can't explain the bizarre behavior. It was fun to do on speed. Over time, the hookup for the pills ran dry, and I had to hoard the pills I still had for moderate use, like when I was done being grounded and could snort them on weekends, while I was drinking and smoking. Not even 17 years old yet, and already mixing booze, weed, and pills. Smart. Reason to stay sober. No more putting myself in a situation where I could overdose. Number 8. There's something in the streetlight. My first connection for psychedelic drugs was an old man attending a teenage party in Chavano Park. The man was the uncle of the weird theater guy who used to sell me Ritalin and was a massive hit at the party. He wore a tie-dyed shirt and could roll a joint with one hand, which I've still never seen again to this day. He jammed Iron Butterfly in the doors from his car and told remarkable stories about the 60s. Concerts, sex at concerts, drugs at concerts, tripping at concerts, you get the picture. I learned a lot of good music from this guy, and he was hilarious. He seemed legit enough for an old hippie, good enough for me to trust him with my first psychedelics. It fascinates me now that mescaline, a form of peyote or so he said, was the first hallucinogenic I ever found, even before simple mushrooms or LSD. Once again, being responsible teenagers, I bought some from my drug savior, not knowing anything about the drug's behavioral and non behavioral effects or what it should even look like. There were little capsules with a green powder in them. He promised a wild time and to make sure I didn't trip alone. I decided to hold on to them until the right time. I chose the wrong time. I went on a date with a girl I had my eye on for some time. We had already become friends before you judged me on this story. I had simple taste in girls at the time because I had already gotten a little heartbroken by the flag girl I dated while in band my sophomore year. That relationship had been high maintenance. First of all, Jazz's mom was the strict religious type and didn't like me for some reason. She looked and acted like the mom from Carrie. To compensate, Jazz and I met at school early and lay behind the back row of seats in the empty theater auditorium to get our alone time. Clever, huh? We also communicated by writing each other a ton of handwritten letters, but when she started talking about kids and marriage, yeah, I know, and how deeply in love she was falling, I got terrified. I hadn't even started taking drugs yet. How could I possibly know who I was? Kidding, sort of. The final straw was when she gave me a spiral notebook where she had written my full name, Gary Marshall Wrenn, on every square inch of the whole notebook. Yikes. We broke up towards the end of the year, and my rebound girlfriend of 3 weeks was a girl I met outside of a movie theater. She was extremely hot, dare I say out of my league, but she thought I was funny, and we both agreed the relationship would probably only last until school started, seeing how we went to different schools and there were a lot of hot guys at hers. Ouch. We had fun, and it was brisk and light compared to the crazy flag girl. The girl in this story, Daisy, came right after that second breakup, at the start of my junior year. She seemed like a sure bet and met my shallow 3 criteria at the time. I found her attractive, we could talk about anything, and she liked to party. Just not the Wren style of partying, apparently. She was a drink a few drinks and mess around kind of girl, not a balls to the wall, take mescaline, climb shit, stay up all night, and expand our consciousness kind of partier. At the back of my subdivision was a thick patch of woods. Today the neighborhood has expanded and is full of houses, but back then you could park right up to the end and walk into the woods. There was no fence. There was a pathway that led to a large rock quarry, railroad tracks, and about a mile in was an old abandoned car, rusted with no glass and completely stripped, complete with bullet holes and flowers growing in the back seat. Loaded with a six-pack of wine coolers and a blanket, we completed the short hike to the abandoned car at nighttime to talk, drink, hopefully make out or screw, and look at the stars. That's the most romantic I got back then. For some reason, the occasion was kind of boring. Daisy got buzzed and giggled a lot, but our conversations had no real substance, so I popped the two mescaline. She didn't want one, and the night turned epic for me. We stayed friends until 2010, and this is how she described that night. I was getting pretty bored, a little cold, and you were complaining about your drugs not working. Then we started making out, and I was getting pretty turned on, but then your lips stopped moving. I could tell by the look in your eyes, even in the dark, that you were gone on a different planet. You walked to the railroad tracks, threw up, and then howled as loud as you could into the sky. Then you just started running, full speed, back and forth along the tracks. It was pretty amusing at first. Then the train came, and you jumped on it and were gone. I was like, what the fuck? But a short time later, you came running back. You rambled on, and I started to get annoyed. I tried to get you back in the mood, but there was no stopping you. You just had so much energy. I finished the rest of the alcohol because I figured you wouldn't want any at that point. Then you calmed down and lay on the hood. I played with your hair and lightly caressed you as you hummed with your eyes closed. You were tripping pretty hard. After what seemed like forever, I was done. I wanted to go home, but you weren't in any state to drive, so I said, all right, let's go, and you jumped off the car and started leaving. You were walking so much faster than me. You knew the layout and I didn't, plus it was extremely dark, well into the middle of the night. By the time I lost sight of you, I'd picked up my pace. I could see the streetlights of the neighborhood, so I didn't care I had lost you. Then you came running back to me, screaming about babies and how there was something in the streetlight. You thought the lights were baby fetuses. We get to your car and you start to shimmy up the pole. Eventually, you realized you couldn't reach the baby, so you hung there at the top of the light pole. I seriously thought you were going to fall. After you climbed down, I got behind the wheel so we could cut back to house. She was staying the night there, and so was I. I stayed in my buddy's room, and she stayed in his sister's room. I had only driven a stick once, so I had to bear with your tripping, laughing ass as I stalled the car numerous times. On the way to the house, I had to repeatedly pull you back into the car as you kept climbing out the window like a dog. I remember most of those things, although until later in my life when we started recording our lives and editing videos, I had no idea what I looked like in full party mode. We dated for a little while longer and then decided to remain friends. The one part of my personality I opened that night was the running around and climbing things portion of my newfound love of drugs and alcohol. While intoxicated, I had fallen from balconies while climbing, broken my foot from a fall, passed out on top of places I climbed and was too drunk to get down from, and both times it hit my head flying off a longboard and wasn't wearing a helmet, I was drunk. As a man today with back pain and knowledge of my mortality, I can't believe the irresponsible climbing and exploring my drunken self indulged in. Reason to stay sober. No more climbing things while messed up. Number 9. LSD and Enchiladas. The first time I took LSD, I was drunk at Tortuga. Cage came into the room. I can get acid. 4 simple words that changed my life. The Ritalin pills had run out a few weeks earlier. The mescaline had been not so fun. We were finishing our case of beer and our weed, so why not try something new? All these options were the reasons I had quit band, right? To indeed find myself would probably be quicker with hallucinogenic drugs, I thought. Harmless lysergic acid dithylamide. Yikes. LSD, or the form of it we had on the north side of San Antonio in the late 90s, would become a journey for me over the rest of my high school career. Why mention LSD in a book primarily about alcohol addiction? It helps to understand, even though we know things are bad for us, we enjoy taking them, plain and simple. Most professionals note how LSD isn't habit forming or addicting, but I took it with the same passion as I would later give to nicotine and alcohol. This story will show how I started the unfortunate process and the necessity of acting sober around everyone. First and foremost, I loved psychedelics, but after tripping with so many people in high school, I can say they aren't for most people. Everyone's mind works differently. That first time on a Saturday night, we took a hit around 7 p.m., and the trip lasted until about 4 a.m. I was in love immediately. Whatever I thought in my mind, I could see like living in a lucid, technicolor breathing world. Colors had sound, sounds took on aromas, shapes morphed into anything I wanted, shadows talked. I'm not kidding, man, it's intense. There were 5 of us tripping together, and we only made it outside the house once, to lay on the wooden deck in the backyard and discuss our interconnectedness with the universe. Looking back, the thing I liked most about my acid phase was the residual effect of the drug. The only residual effect of alcohol is nausea and cloudiness the next day. After an acid trip, my brain was in a heightened perception for weeks. All my senses performed better. I always wanted more acid, so much for not habit forming, so I met the dealer and asked him if I could sell acid for him. Everyone needed to try it, I reasoned. He said I needed a trial run first. He sold me 50 hits of LSD for $200 and said to come back whenever I needed more. We wrapped the individual little square hits in foil, and I kept them all in my Dark Side of the Moon CD case, underneath the actual Pink Floyd disc, Settle. I ended up taking 34 of the 50 hits, but only tripped about a dozen times. Some tabs didn't work, and sometimes I took 2 and 3 one time by accident. The other 16 hits I gave to friends for free as long as they tripped with me. The good news? I was a shitty drug dealer. I never made a dollar, and I never tried selling drugs ever again a day in my life, which I think is pretty impressive. I was a straight A student, but I got an F on the drug dealer's trial run. Oh well. Either way, I didn't feel like a drug dealer anyway. My ultimate goal was for people to have the experience of mind expansion. I had read the Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test by Tom Wolfe numerous times and wanted my own band of merry pranksters. While I certainly didn't get my group of merry pranksters, I still told everyone about my trips and how amazing understanding the world was becoming. I grew out my hair and wore tie-dyed shirts. I got lost in my music. I had wild dreams, both awake and asleep. Senior year, I was in a psychology AP honors class under the tutelage of Mr. Hoover. For my midterm report, I turned in a proposal for a paper called LSD, a rainbow ride or a journey to hell. I would report on the history of LSD, why and how people used it, why people still used it, where it came from, etc., its consequences and its scientific uses. Mr. Hoover loved the proposal. The rough draft I turned in weeks later didn't go so well. I knew something was up when I didn't get my draft back. He waited until after class and pulled me aside, the two of us alone in the room. Mr. Hoover. So, you said in the paper, he read straight from the report, I took LSD to expand consciousness and see reality in an unfamiliar and astonishing light. What I experienced was a 4 hour TV show in my head, complete with thrills, chills, and comedy. What I learned was we are all connected with every other thing. Everything on the planet has life in it, and God is most certainly real. Then you do the research part and reporting, which is good, but I'm concerned with the first person narrative. Me. Well, I had to take acid to research the effects. Mr. Hoover. Shh, 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 Gary. I can't have you admitting to me that you've taken or are taking illegal substances. It's my first year here. Cut me some slack. If anyone found I approved the research topic and you had taken drugs, I might not be here any longer. You get me? I'm going to shred this first draft, and I expect one by next Monday, which is only actual research of others' published accounts. Do we understand each other? Me. Yes, sir. Mr. Hoover. Take out the Moses was tripping when he saw the burning bush and devils and angels stuff as well. Stick to researched facts and professional opinions. Me. I understand. Completely. I won't disappoint you again. I could have gone with the I made it all up lie, but Mr. Hoover was extraordinarily nice and cool, and I didn't want him getting in trouble or ratting me out after all. What he was doing was showing me how irresponsible I was with my open recounting of drug use to anyone who would listen. Side story. Another student in the class had gotten approval to report about how he was treated at a jewelry store when he went in as a customer dressed in a suit and tie versus when he went in smelly and good, looking like a bum. He surprised everyone when he gave his report and said he had gone skydiving instead to explore the toll on his heart rate during phases of excitement, anxiety, dread, and adrenaline that day. Mr. Hoover said, well, I don't know what heart rates have to do with a psychology report, but I guess I have to give you an A since you risked your life for my class. That got some good laughs from around the classroom. He looked over at me, and I knew we were both thinking the same thing. Shit. Students had jumped out of planes and taken acid for his class. End of side story. The first person narrative of my final report I changed to an ass kissing, teacher friendly lie of how I felt. The last paragraph read, I laugh as I type this. I believe the world would be a better place without drugs like LSD. With all the negative consequences, 8 hours of fun isn't worth the risk. The laws are harsh, and the government is now beginning to perform research again. Since they are so unsure of its effects and are giving it to patients, teenagers may feel that it is safe and okay to try. This leads to a false sense of spirituality and mysticism that teenagers don't need. I believe drugs are taken to make people hide from their depression and fears. LSD is bad for your mind, your soul, and your personality. It's a self induced spirituality that's not real and can cause permanent damage to you and your children. So, next time you would like to experience the mysterious and unknown by using LSD for the first time, be prepared for a short journey into psychosis, one from which you may never return. I had started to act the way the adults wanted me to. The problem is, I was lying through my teeth. I didn't find LSD bad. I wanted my brain to be stimulated, to be expanded, used, and changed. These experiences seemed to do that. I knew drugs were harmful for the body in general. Still, they were safer than skateboarding, more harmless than smoking cigarettes, safer than drinking a 40-ounce beer or three, safer than a lot of activities my group had partaken in. My research even showed that scientists believed the structure of LSD closely resembled serotonin, could be used as treatment for mental illness, and studying hallucinations could lead to understanding early stages of schizophrenia and dementia. Hell, even Richard Jensen, a psychologist who referred to himself as the acid doctor, was proving LSD to be a cure for all sorts of addiction. Folks, that is thought distortion at its finest. Another thing addicts consistently do, make excuses for their behavior. Since I loved acid so much and continued with my 34 hit taking journey, the doses started needing to be stronger, and we began to take acid in less safe places. Acting sober was in full swing. The first of many bad ideas was at school. I took the hit at 8 in the morning, which meant I would trip through Mr. Hoover's psychology class, a big fuck you if I ever knew one. Spanish, IT communications, English, government, senior lunch, and economics. My excuse? I was a straight A student, but maybe the acid would help me understand why we needed to learn all that shit. From my experience, acid usually lasted about 8 hours after ingesting, which meant hopefully I would come down before my mom got home. Nope. This particular dose lasted 12 hours and wasn't the most intense until senior lunch. I skipped going back to school for my only other class of the day, economics. Since I never skipped school and was not of sound mind, I called my mom to tell her I wasn't feeling well and had stayed home to rest. She said she would be coming home early and we would be going out to eat at our favorite Mexican restaurant as a family. Shit. On the drive, I still pretended to be sick. My mom told me years later she knew I was on something because of my dilated eyes, but in my mind, I was deserving of an Academy Award. I couldn't eat, I wasn't hungry because of the trip, so I just played with my food, turning the plate full of yummy sauce, cheesy enchiladas, rice, and beans into a Picasso painting instead. I have no idea what that family meeting was about, but I felt like I acted sober and sick enough, and the acid finally wore off in the evening. 2 points to the story. Even if a mind altering substance isn't technically addictive, we make it so. And two, getting fucked up by yourself and having to act sober around people you love or work with certainly isn't healthy or normal. Reason to stay sober. No more having to act sober all the time. Number 10. Imaginary cop. What's worse, false reality or overconfidence in your drug taking abilities? Finishing off the last of my massive 50 acid hits purchase, four of us were trooping at Tortuga. Every time we did drugs, our tendency to become more confident with activities increased. We had taken acid at school, at the zoo, at concerts, at the Pink Floyd Laser Light Spectacular, at Bob Marley Fest, and even in the woods. Today would be the first time, however, I had gotten behind the wheel. We usually had someone in the group that would drive semi sober. The only reason I decided to drive while tripping balls was because my friends tried to make me watch Aliens. No, nope, fucking no. They had started it right where the Marines find the first victim and all hell was about to let loose. So we decided to Hunter Thompson it and just drive somewhere. The universe would guide us to where we needed to be. Four teenagers in a small Toyota Tercel tripping balls with little driving experience. What could go wrong? Close your eyes and picture this. You're a police officer patrolling the back roads of Northside San Antonio. No one would have any real reason to be joyriding out here unless they were lost or up to no good. You see a small black car drive past and notice it's full of teenagers. You decide to check it out because your gut tells you they are up to something. Probably looking for a place to party, you think, which means you have the chance to bust them with illegal substances, beer, or at least scare them straight. You put your lights on and swing the car around. The black vehicle ahead accelerates, and at one point you feel like you saw it go up on two wheels because they turned a corner so fast trying to lose you. They are driving erratically and dangerously, definitely trying not to get caught by the police for some reason. Now, open your eyes. None of that happened because you aren't real. Inside my car, I was freaking out while cruising along. It was bad enough I had two people in the back seat on a nonstop giggle fest and the passenger seat full of philosophical, irregularly fast chit chat. Now I was trying to concentrate on keeping the car on the ground as well. It had somehow developed wings and was trying to fly away with the four of us in tow. I saw a cop car approach on the other side of the road, or was it below us, and told everyone to be quiet, like that would matter. Sure as a Texas drought, he turned around. The disco lights from the car seemed to reflect off everything, so colorful and distracting. But then that obnoxious siren, I could feel it in my flesh. It felt good at first, but then turned into a painful itch. The cop was going to ruin our day. I couldn't get busted this way, driving on drugs. I had never even been in trouble before. The cop began to decelerate, or so I thought, but I had the pedal all the way floored, as evidenced by everyone in my car holding on for dear life and screaming bloody murder. They had nothing to worry about. I knew these back roads, and a higher power was on my side. I would lose him with impeccable driving skills, and we would all end up okay. Gary, what the hell? Slow down. Fuck. Seriously, Gary, I don't want to die. Giggling with force. That was me. I steered left and right around roads, trying to lose the cop. My car and I were one spirit. I was a race car driver, and I had the lead. Then it happened. Gary, what the hell are you running from? The cop, man, the fucking cop. There is no cop. No one is out here. I looked in the rearview mirror. No one. I swear to this day a cop had been a part of that day and that illegal race. But three people have sworn to me countless times it was all in my head. I decided then to chill out on the psychedelics for a while. Reason to stay sober. No more altered reality. Number 11. The Trailer Park Mermaid. What if Ariel had ended up living in a trailer park instead of a castle? A friend I had grown up with, let's call him Jeff, had some family problems and was forced against his will to move from San Antonio. He moved in with his grandmother into a trailer down in a town called Aransas Pass, on the shore of Redfish Bay near Corpus Christi, Texas. He hated every moment he was down there, but he was flamboyant, funny, well dressed, and quickly made friends with the 40 other people in his high school. I liked his predicament because I could drive down once a month, about a 2.5 hour drive, and party without worrying about curfew or acting sober in front of my parents. My mom hated my little weekend getaways. One time I came home with my tongue pierced. She told me I could keep it, but had to pay for any tooth damage caused. I changed to plastic jewelry. I was so smart. Another trip, I came back smelling like weed, and the next morning the drug dogs at school hit my car, and they had to search it for drugs. There weren't any, of course. I was, like I said, super duper smart, sarcasm, and had smoked it all before driving back to San Antonio. Still, it embarrassed and pissed my mom off. Jeff had connections everywhere. The piercer hadn't carded me when Jeff brought me in, and there were two nightclubs he could get us into, both in Corpus, that even served us alcohol. Also, I had my first one night stand the very first time I ever stepped foot in the dance club with him. On my final visit, I went down for Jeff's prom. The event was held at one of the resorts in Port Aransas, but we got kicked out immediately since Jeff had worn contacts with an imprint of flames, which was against dress code since they made him look like the devil to the school administrators. I thought he looked stylish and badass. Jeff pulled an epic, fuck this place, who's coming with me to the club mini recruitment, and we made it out with 5 others before even getting one dance in. First, the car behind us needed gas, so we pulled into a station and Jeff taught them how to steal gas. Hang a sock out of the trunk to cover up 2 letters on the license plate, fill up, and drive away quickly. Back then, not all stations required patrons to prepay. Next, he bought us some wine coolers across the street from the club, and we pre-gamed in the parking lot. At this point, I liked to drink more than doing drugs because it added sugar to the drink of life instead of salt. Drugs had turned into nights filled with insomnia, hallucinations, see last story, and pain in my mouth from continually grinding my teeth. Alcohol was so much easier. It made your insides warm and your thoughts merry. That night at the club, however, I drank a little too much. Jeff kept bringing me fruity drinks that tasted like they had no alcohol, which slowly got me shit-faced. I even danced a lot. Jeff took pictures, and there were several of me making out with one of the long haired blonde girls that went to school with him. Next thing you know, I woke up in bed with her in a musty trailer somewhere. At that point in time, we didn't have GPS or cell phones. The mermaid, this is what I had referred to her as all night, rolled over and kissed me passionately, tasting like smoke and morning breath, a terrible combination. Morning, handsome. I smiled and weakly said, Good morning. I noticed my wallet, keys, pager, and smokes on the dresser. I looked around. Besides the pet snake and the Marilyn Manson poster on the wall, it was a pretty normal girl's room. I still had no idea where I was or if I had driven there. Jeff got dropped off a little while later, and some of my questions got answered, the rest after the pictures were developed. Not only had I consumed wine coolers and numerous liquor drinks, but shots were involved as well, he said. I had blacked out, and one of the other kids had driven my car to the mermaid's trailer while she and I made out in my back seat the whole time. Whew, at least I hadn't driven. When I left the mermaid's room and walked through the living room to go anywhere else, I was surprised to see 5 family members and numerous cats hanging out watching TV. It was the weekend. Avoiding drama, I quickly vacated the trailer. How awkward. I'm glad you got to have sex with your mermaid, Jeff said. I've never seen you smile so big or have that much fun. Best prom ever. I don't know if I had sex with her or why no one in her family cared about a boy waking up in her bed or where I was in the world, but I'm glad the Wrenn had a blast. Still, blackouts would become numerous over my drinking life. Although some of them ended up okay, like this one, others not so much. Overall, it's never fun to lose hours of your consciousness and have your chemically altered self running the show without you. Reason to stay sober. No more waking up in strange environments with people you don't really know. Number 12, the Limp Bizkit experience. I tried to do it all for the nookie, but tequila intervened. I had the privilege in July of 1999 to see Kid Rock and Limp Bizkit perform at the Sunken Gardens in San Antonio. I actually didn't drink at that show. In fact, I behaved quite well, only sneaking in one joint to smoke. I waited to light up until Kid Rock had finished the set, and Fred Durst came onto the stage to thunderous applause. I sparked the joint, and a cute girl next to me, Irandi, nudged me and asked if she could partake. We finished the joint and continued to hang out, ignoring her friends that had come to the show with her. Even though Irandi and I ended up grinding during the opening of Faith, I was surprised at the end of the show when she kissed me. I kind of liked her, so I asked if she wanted to continue hanging out. She said I could give her a ride home. I cordially accepted Irandi's offer, and she said bye to her friends in the parking lot. Apparently, they parked in the no cock blocking zone. As we drove somewhere into the south side, she told me no one would be home until the next day. When we pulled up to Irandi's house, there were a few cars in the driveway, so I parked on the curb across the street. Irandi looked worried and told me to wait in the car. She walked in, and my gut told me to drive off, but hey, I really wanted to hang out with her. As I stood by my car smoking, she finally came out with her brother, beers in his hand. They came up to me, and the brother was super lovely. He invited me in, gave me one of the beers, and put his arm around my shoulder as we walked. Irandi mouthed, "Sorry." Long story short, I didn't hook up with her. The brother and his mother were supposed to go out of town for July 4th weekend, but he had decided to stay and get fucked up with his friends instead. They all seemed friendly at first, pouring shots of tequila and joking around, mostly giving each other shit. Irandi went to her room and I never saw her again. Anytime I even looked towards her side of the house, they put another shot in my hand. After I had taken way more than I should have, I realized they were super shady. I guess Big Brother wasn't too happy with his sister bringing a boy home to hook up with. He was trying to either get me real sick or kill me with alcohol. When I woke up in the morning covered in sweat and bile, I was on their front porch. All my possessions were gone, including my car keys. I had no choice. I knocked lightly on the door. One of the brother's friends opened up and handed over my keys and wallet. They kept my cigarettes. Best not show your face on the side of town again, you feel me? Then he closed the door. Guess what? I never have gone back to that side of town. It wasn't the last time I woke up outdoors either. Reason to stay sober. No more waking up on porches. Number 13. The worst tattoo ever. Is tattoo removal really more painful than the actual tattoo? Man, I hope so. My friend Leos was one hell of a drinker. We met at a high school party and instantly became friends. Well, at least let's say drinking buddies. Let's go with that. Every single time we hung out, we killed an 18-pack of Budweiser. His signature move was holding the case of beer and not sharing, except with me. We partied with several different groups of people over some time. Our popularity made sense. We were always fun to party with. Our humor bounced off each other and we never acted stupid. We were merely cool. One night, Leos decided he wanted to get his first tattoo. Now, I have over 20 tats, including an entire back piece, an artist's rendition of the Enchanted Tiki Room from Disneyland, so I'm far from one to judge anyone else's tattoos. No matter what anyone chooses to put on their bodies, I view it as art for its own sake. Good or bad is subjective. Also, I've never gotten one while heavily intoxicated. That being said, Leos wanted us to get matching tattoos, and of course, he wanted it to be beer related. Okay, I could work with that. He decided on getting a keg of beer with the words Budweiser across it in cursive. I don't remember how the tattoo artist reacted at first, and we probably smelled like beer because we had already finished our usual 18-pack. Regardless, he gave Leos the tattoo. It ended up looking like a trash can with the word Budweiser on it. There was no tap, so it didn't look like a keg, but then the artist made some marks coming out the top. He said it was beer spraying, but seriously, the tattoo looked like a trash can with flames coming out the top. Hell yeah, Leos said as he admired it in the mirror. It was so bad I got nauseous and immediately sobered up. I didn't get the matching tattoo, which started the degradation of our friendship. Leos was passive aggressive about me not committing to the idea after I said I would, and he talked shit behind my back to others. When we finally decided to part ways, I was more than okay with it. I had failed him as a friend by letting him get that awful tattoo, and being friends with him would have always reminded me of that. Reason to stay sober. I can help others from making regrettable decisions. Number 14. Prom Blackouts. Who blacks out the night of their prom instead of having passionate, short lived sex in the back of a cheap car? I was easily best dressed at my senior prom in 1999. Decked out with rock hard, spiky hair with bleached out tips, I rocked the black and red suit, complete with a red tongue ring, red vest, red bow tie, red rose, and sparkly red shoelaces. I also wore red NSYNC-worthy glasses on the end of my nose, a nod to the fact that everyone and their mothers told me I looked just like Lance Bass, even though he was blonde, blue-eyed, and had clear skin. Kitty looked incredible as well. We were going to be hot shit at the Palacio del Rio. Instead of dancing the night away and enjoying time with friends we might only know for a few more weeks, we left the event early and went to Hall's house, where we got extremely stoned and drunk on Jack Daniels. I barely remember the night at all. 4 years later, I was a senior in college, and my friend Nick and I took two attractive hosts from work to their senior prom. We were of legal drinking age, and being the cooler, older kids at the prom, we got older, they stayed the same age, man. We took a flask and got buzzed. For the after party, we went to my apartment, where many other people had congregated as well. Nick, his hot date, and my date stayed in my room upstairs, doing only God knows what. While I got drunk downstairs with someone I shouldn't have, I ended up hooking up with the girl downstairs, which eventually turned into losing a close friend and almost getting my ass kicked. I barely remember the hookup, and I'm sure my prom date wasn't too happy with the outcome either. Two significant events, two blackouts. In what would become a common thread in my life, drinking heavily at rites of passage was already a habit. Why couldn't I enjoy these nights without getting fucked up? I do everything sober now and always have fun. Reason to stay sober. No more blackouts at special events. Number 15, my number one blackout. Scene, The Big Goodbye. Events, Tom C. Clark High School graduation. Starring, the class of 1999, 800 plus students. Class song, Closing Time by Semisonic. Plot, the night directly after the ceremony started in a limo with 12 friends in San Antonio, Texas, celebrating a great accomplishment, something they would want to remember. By the time I sobered up, I was in a cab in London, England, and I did not remember anything after the limo. End scene. It sounds like a fictional scene out of a play or movie. Unfortunately, this is merely the short version of my real life story. The Big Goodbye references not only my fucking up of another huge milestone, but also my best or worst blackout. Here's the slightly longer version, which will not only reveal my alcoholic tendencies already forming at the age of 17, but my selfish and narcissistic behaviors that I'm glad I have kicked to the curb. The four of us, my fearless and adventurous family, had decided to spend a few weeks in England and Italy, a European vacation to celebrate my graduation. The ceremony itself was quite dull. The buzz from the bowl we had smoked just before had already worn off by the time they got to me. Only a handful of students came after the name Wrenn. More than 800 had walked the stage already. I didn't know it at the time, but many of the people I had grown up with, laughed with, partied with, done projects with, cried with, and seen in hallways year after year, I would never see again. It's not something you have time to digest when you're juggling many emotions and activities at once. Walking the stage, thinking about the upcoming summer, taking pictures with all the family members who had traveled to see the incredible accomplishment they all had a hand in feeding, and, of course, mentally preparing for the after party. Among many brain cells I would kill that evening, I don't remember who rented the limo or how the 12 of us had been selected for the ride. All I know is we were going to get fucked up at Tortuga and then cruise around the city and scream our asses off in celebratory and high class fashion. Everyone got picked up, and I felt the need to take a shot with each one of them as they entered the limo. And then, fuck, I don't remember. Sure, there are flashes of memories that came back over time, aided by the stories told by my friends who were there with me that evening. What I kind of remember: taking a shot of Jim Beam with every single person in the limo, falling down and kicking over and knocking over Kitty, feeling the pain of several cuts and scrapes over my body, my tongue swelling up, being naked in front of everybody, tons of vomiting, trying to lift my head in a car and on a plane, but being too nauseous to do so. What I don't remember: lying on the ground and pouring the bottle of bourbon down my throat, laughing and gagging at the same time. My drunk friends thinking I had pushed Kitty down with violent intent and then almost kicking my ass. Trying to run while completely intoxicated and falling on my face in the street. Putting a lit cigarette out on my tongue. Being in my birthday suit because everyone had stripped me naked and put me in an ice cold shower to try and sober me up. All those plans to go out on the town in an expensive limo, and we only made it to Tortuga, 1 mile from our high school. At least I did. I don't know what happened to everyone else when the night had ended, or what happened with the limo, but I mean, it was my limo, so the night was all about me anyway, right? Narcissistic prick. After the initial blackout, I threw up so much and was still so drunk when the sun came out to play. As time would reveal, the outages would only get worse as the years progressed, but that's not the point of this story. We had the plane tickets and the whole trip planned already, and you better believe my mother would not let me rest. We were making that fucking flight in a few hours. I don't know if I stumbled onto the plane or got carried on, but I barely remember the details of the travel process. The first thing I really remember was getting in a cab in London and getting driven around on the wrong side of the road. My first thought wasn't to apologize to my mother, who had probably aged 10 years overnight, or my girlfriend, or my stepfather, or anyone else for that matter, or thank God for letting me live through the alcohol poisoning. No, my first thought was, it's legal to drink here. I was a selfish little kid, an alcoholic in the making, and I didn't care about other people's emotions. That's the point of the story. Here are some highlights of the journal I kept on that trip. You better believe I'm taking advantage of the fact I can drink legally. Somewhat. The legal age is 18, but only one pub has carded me. Buzzed or drunk, every day, and in no way is that disappointing. The McDonald's Lamb McSpicy is way better drunk. Italy, no drinking age. That is all. There are fucking cats everywhere, and get this, they are sacred and very judgmental about my falling down drunk. Sorrento, mountains, ocean, volcanoes, girls in bikinis, nightclubs galore. It's just like spring break without the fear of cops busting me for underage drinking. Out on the town tonight. I've had a Heineken Grande, 2 glasses of white wine, 2 strawberry daiquiris, and 4 margaritas. Now it's time to scout for English-speaking girls. Today I made my 9-year-old brother buy me beer because he can in Italy. Ha! I hope he never forgets it. Can you see what was most on my mind? I should have been more focused on being in Europe with my family. We did so much, and I only cared about being fucked up for all of it. Some of the things I mentioned in my journal, but should have appreciated more in the moment. Enjoying the smells, sounds, and sights of walking around swinging London in the late 90s. Writing my girlfriend from an internet cafe. Being fully immersed in my first Broadway show, Saturday Night Fever. Trying to make the Buckingham Palace guards flinch or laugh. Taking a train down to Shakespeare's hometown, Stratford-upon-Avon, and spending the day exploring everything Shakespeare, being freaked out by the London Dungeon Museum, taking in the chaos of Rome, the enormous number of scooters, the lack of organized street lanes, and the peddlers tormenting tourists, breathing in the dust of the Roman Colosseum, getting hand-drawn by a very talented artist on the Spanish Steps, a souvenir for my girlfriend, not me, standing inside the Vatican, admiring the quiet and amazingly large Sistine Chapel, walking on the cobbled steps of Sorrento, window shopping and admiring the view of Naples and Mount Vesuvius, relaxing in the calm swell of crystal clear water from inside a small paddle boat in a cave underneath the island of Capri, taking pictures and getting lost in the canals of Venice, making my little brother legally buy me beer from a store. I had to mention that again. Driving all around Italy while enjoying either the quiet or loud rock music, visiting Gardaland, a Disney knockoff theme park. I should be reveling in those memories, but instead I remember how I drank every day I was there. I rarely felt that good, but being buzzed or drunk made life so much more fun, or so I thought. Was I already powerless over alcohol? During those few weeks, I never even apologized to my parents for almost ruining the vacation, or for nearly killing myself the night before we left. It breaks my heart knowing I probably broke my mom's heart, at least a little, during that time. It breaks my heart knowing the blackout night was the last memories of me for some of my childhood friends. It breaks my heart that I spent any amount of my life only caring about myself when so many loving souls shine their love on me daily. It mends my heart, however, spending my current days giving love and acknowledging the thoughts and emotions of everyone in my life. Reason to stay sober. I care about other people's emotions. After reconnecting as friends at our 20-year high school reunion, Kitty wrote this to me after I asked her to give insight into my behavior that graduation night. Kitty, I was scared shitless because the person I would do anything for was drinking himself into a coma. I was scared because I had never had to deal with anything to that extreme. I was afraid we were going to have to call an ambulance and Mother would get in trouble. I was angry and upset and disappointed with how the night went. You were hell-bent on being anything but safe. And now I feel surprisingly lighter having said all that. It's something I guess I didn't realize I needed or wanted to say until now. Her comments point right back to my selfishness. I never apologized to her back then, and if I had, maybe she could have said these things to me much sooner and not kept it bottled up somewhere deep inside. My mother had this to say. I thought I had hired a limo as a way to keep y'all in check, which didn't happen. When it comes to Europe, you were good at hiding the overdrinking and being drunk, which I have learned over the past few years was something you were good at. Now I recognize all the signs, and your stories are sometimes a kick in my heart that I didn't help you sooner. But do know that even as a functioning alcoholic, you never did anything that truly hurt me other than making me feel inadequate as a mother. You have always been responsible for yourself, and getting sober is proof of that. Over the past few years of your sobriety journey, when you mentioned that you might start drinking again, I cringed knowing how awful that would be. Because now I've heard your stories, and my answer will always be no, because I need you around. Number 16. Spurs win the NBA championship, 1999. The first time I became a bile-spewing dragon was supposed to be a great night. Damn flaming Dr. Peppers. Let me start the story by saying that every single year the Spurs won an NBA championship was one of the best years in my life. Every single night the Spurs won an NBA championship, however, something fucked up happened. 1999 was the team's first win. 5 reasons it was one of the best years of my life. I graduated high school, partied on my first spring break, traveled to Europe, started working at the restaurant where I would meet my soulmate, and began college. Reason the night turned foul. Flaming Dr. Peppers. In reality, this mixed drink really isn't that strong, minus the 151 proof liquor on top to light on fire. Take 7 or 8 of them in a row, now that's a different outcome. It was Game 6 of the NBA Finals, and I was high on life as well as weed and beer. In the first 3 quarters of the game, I watched at a Woods of Chavano house party, drinking moderately and hitting a joint once or twice. During the fourth quarter, I had too much energy, so I decided to drive over to the movie theater I worked at. I was so adrenalized from the excitement of almost winning the big game, I felt like my buzz wasn't as strong as it probably was. The game was being projected live on the largest movie screen we had, so I watched the fourth quarter with friends who were working and some who were there to watch the game. Avery Johnson hit the game-winning shot, and everyone, and I mean everyone in San Antonio went insane. Insane, as they should have. I called my dad and we cried, yes, cried, together in happiness. He had taken me to my first Spurs game and had played countless hours of basketball with me over the years. A number of us ran to the back of the movie theater, yelling, hugging, passing a pipe around. After getting yelled at by management to get back to work, I then drove back over to the first party. There were quickly 20 of my friends over there at that point. As we blasted "We Are the Champions" over and over and watched the significant win events on live TV, the gracious host mixed my very first flaming Dr. Pepper shot. He poured amaretto into a shot glass, topped it with Bacardi 151, lit it on fire, and then dropped the shot glass into a pint glass of beer. I drank it down in one gulp, and damn if it didn't actually taste like Dr. Pepper, my favorite drink. I would tell you to try it, but if you are reading this book or hearing the story, you probably shouldn't. I kept going. I was chugging these drinks down like they were actual sodas. Big mistake. With the excitement of the big win winding down and the contents of my insides now mixing a ton of beer and liquor, I felt a burning sensation from within. I walked out of the kitchen towards the living room on the way to the hallway bathroom. Just as I thought I might be able to hold it all down the next 20 feet, I exploded like Mentos in a Diet Cola. A fire-breathing dragon, a volcano, just a Wrenn water hose spraying a slew of guests, the TV, the wall, the carpet, the windows, even the ceiling. My eyes burned, my chest burned. I thought I was going to die. If I didn't, my friends were going to kill me from ruining the otherwise perfect evening. If I hadn't been so drunk, I would have enjoyed the Spurs' big victory, the city celebration, and an evening with friends. Instead, I got blackout drunk, woke up smelling like the bottom of a toilet in the backyard shed, had to scrub clean the living room, got ridiculed for the entire summer, and ruined the taste of Dr. Pepper forever. Reason to stay sober. No more projectile vomiting or throwing up on people. Chapter 3. Catholic University Party Life. College Days. I graduated high school top 3% of my class, earning me academic scholarships to St. Mary's University in San Antonio, Texas. Receiving financial awards was the main reason. Even as a partier, I did not attend the University of Texas in Austin. Plus, I loved San Antonio and everyone I cared about was there. During those 4 years of college, 1999 to 2003, I lived in my own apartment for the first 3 years, and then with 2 roommates, my girlfriend and my best friend Amber, my senior year. Consistencies over my college years were: I always had the party apartment, I made a fortune by waiting tables and bartending full time, and I maintained more friendships than I could handle, juggling roommates, coworkers, leftover friends from high school, and college buddies. Party wise, I was able to smoke and drink larger quantities over more extended periods and with more poise. I even received an Employee's Choice Award for employee most likely to party the rest of their life, which I was so proud of when I held it in my hands. Drinking and drugs were now a part of daily life, and everyone knew it. Since I kept up with my financial responsibilities, was a phenomenal employee, never missed class, and got straight A's, I still thought my habits weren't even in the realm of possibility of being a problem. All that being said, here are some stories from my college partying days and some excellent reasons to stay sober. Number 17. Pot plus flask plus gym class equals scholarships. Drugs and alcohol can lead to extraordinary things. This statement was my favorite paradox as a heavy partier. It's a seemingly absurd statement and logic that can't possibly be true, but also can't be false. For years I thought, rightfully so, how all these beautiful things happened when I was drinking, and because I was drinking. I got laid, I met amazing friends, I went on adventures I usually wouldn't have. I received scholarships to college. Let me explain that last one. During my junior year of high school, 3 weeks before summer break, I was in full drug experimentation mode. I was partying all the time, taking acid whenever I could, smoking weed often, and drinking almost every day. We were in gym class and had to run a mile around the track. A friend of mine brought a pipe to the jog, while another brought a flask of whiskey. The three of us passed the pipe and finished the container of liquor, laughing at how easy and fun it was to get buzzed at school so early in the morning. It was all fun and games until we were headed to the locker room and our coaches pulled the six of us aside. Hey guys, unfortunately, a fellow classmate told us about your little party. We're all heading down to the office. They had a disappointed tone, not angry. I was stoned as hell, but not overly paranoid, considering I didn't have anything on me. You know the large brown knee-high metal trash cans which seemed to be in every schoolroom and office building? Well, my friend with the metal pipe decided to sneak the disposable of it by throwing it into the metal trash can when no one was looking. It was trash day, so naturally the trash can was empty, and the loud clang from metal hitting on metal made everyone in the office stop what they were doing and investigate the noise. The coach scoffed as he pulled the pipe out of the trash can. Busted. Even though I had nothing on me and swore I hadn't participated in the shenanigans on the track, I was a lousy liar. I was crying as the nurse wrote up a report of how I had elevated pulse, red eyes, and smelled like marijuana. There was no way I was talking myself out of getting sent to alternative high school. Despite being grounded by my parents a few times, I had never been in serious trouble before. That streak was over. Breaking the law always catches up to you. Due to my irresponsible actions, for the last 3 weeks of my junior year and the first 6 weeks of my senior year, I attended an alternative school way across town. I was the only student who was in honors and AP classes, so my mom fought hard to ensure I would receive comparative schooling. She also didn't want me riding the bus with other students since they were all bad, and I didn't need to mingle with violent kids or drug dealers. One, I did get more contacts for drugs, thank you very much, and two, I was allowed distance from other students. I was separated to the back of the class to mind my own business and self study. This was the equal opportunity honors level education my mom had hoped for. In the school system's defense, they really did have their hands full. I saw one kid get stabbed in the back with a pencil. There were fights daily. Drug dogs busted kids with stuff in their backpacks. I didn't belong there, and although I made a few friends on the down low, I kept to myself and read books, school related and other. I turned in minimal book reports, and in exchange for all this, I got a 100 in all my classes. Having a 100 for the last 6 weeks report card of your junior year classes and for the first 6 weeks of your senior year classes will really jack up your GPA, especially if you are already doing well. When I got back to Clark, I continued to rock my good grades, but the boost definitely helped me get my academic scholarships. It turned out smoking weed and sipping whiskey at school hadn't been such a wrong decision after all. For many years, this was a bragging story. How badass was I? Great things seemed to happen to me when I drank, so why be ashamed or shy about it? St. Mary's wasn't a cheap university, and those scholarships saved a bunch of money for my parents and myself. When I finally got some therapy for my habits, I wrote a list of all the bad things that had happened from drinking hours. Many of these stories are in this book. I had convinced myself the good things that came from drinking far outweighed the bad when this was very far from the truth. Financial and health reasons aside, the list of things I've done sober is far superior to the events being drunk or high. Off the top of my head, 10 things I was sober for: seeing my brother being born, graduating college, driving away from my house by myself with a driver's license on my 16th birthday, getting hired at all my favorite jobs, my first concert AC/DC, getting married in Kauai, a 10-day tour of Ireland, taking my daughter to her first concert, my first book signing, receiving my wings from my wife at in-flight graduation. Reason to stay sober. No more convincing myself that good things only happen when I'm drinking. 18. The Drunken Heist. Waking up with over a dozen garden water hoses in my third story one bedroom apartment, I thought, whose stupid idea was this? Spoiler alert, it was mine. As my party nights commenced in college, I had gotten one of my high school dreams to come true. I had my very own band of merry pranksters, mostly recruited from my place of employment. I thought it was a lot of fun to get our adrenaline pumping by partying at the apartment and then going on late night raids. They were so funny at the time. We would team up in separate cars and complete our tasks for over an hour. I kept my apartment unlocked, and whichever team came back to my pad with the funniest or best stuff would win bragging rights and get a picture taken to put on the wall. Top 5 drunken raids. Number 5. City property. We ended up with several road cones, an Elm Street sign, and a few other street signs. Number 4. Garden animals. I don't know if they do this in any other city, but in San Antonio Northside, tons of people would put life-size plastic pink flamingos in their front yard. One morning I woke up and had 22 of them in my living room. Number 3. Holiday lights. I needed festive lights for around my living room and didn't want to pay for them, so we went out for a colossal raid during a December Tuesday night. I thought my team had won with a large plastic Santa we had permanently borrowed from an unfortunate woodless Chavano target. We busted into my apartment laughing our asses off just before the hour mark was up. Another team had blown us out of the water. They had taken an entire reindeer set and already assembled it. The collection was lit up, and Rudolph was front and center, his head pivoting from side to side as my friend straddled him, waving his scarf in the air and screaming, "Woohoo!" Number 2. Restaurant rugs. If you walk into a restaurant, there was usually a large rug in the entryway with the store's logo. I woke up with a large amount of them. Macaroni Grill, Chili's, Olive Garden, Denny's, you name it, we probably got it that night. Number 1. A vending machine. I woke up to a large, yellow, four-tiered toy capsule vending machine in my apartment. "What did y'all do last night?" I asked, shocked at the acquisition. "Dude, Gary, that was all you." "What?" "You thought up this whole heist, drew out a blueprint and all. Then we all went through with it. Hilarious." "Let me see the blueprint." I took the blueprint. It was drawn in fine point, black ink. The torn, aged parchment had at some point been laminated, and the plastic was covered with burn marks and stains. Annotations and drawings were scribbled all over it in several permanent marker colors. Just kidding. It looked like someone had spit a fat loogie on a white napkin and then traced it with a marker. "You trusted me with this?" "Dude, you were so into it." We backed up the truck to the door while Curly distracted the manager. You and Bo ran inside, picked the machine up, ran out the front door, threw it in the back of the truck, and then we all took off. We took the turnaround and went the back way to get back through the neighborhood. We picked Curly up later from the gas station. Looking over this list of drunken raids, it's crazy to think how much we all got away with when we drank together. Let's look at some of the damage caused by these actions. The hoses. Some still had water in them, which leaked through the floor, causing damage to my apartment and the ceiling of the apartment below me. City property. One of my friends, in all the excitement, had thrown a rock through the living room of the house being constructed. Garden animals. Pulling the rods out of the gardens had gotten dirt and mud all over our shoes. We repeatedly stepped on this all night, causing stains to my carpet. Holiday lights. Christmas decorations are a huge part of the holiday in South Texas, and then drunk people just up and steal all your hard work? Restaurant rugs. The dust and grime underneath the rugs also caused stains in my apartment. The vending machine. After we busted it open to get out all the toys, we took all the plastic toy capsules to a party in a large trash bag and threw the toys all over the living room for everyone to enjoy. We found almost $200 in quarters. Whoops, now it was definitely a felony. I returned the money in several trash bags by placing them in the bushes outside the restaurant and calling management from a payphone to tell them where it was. Reason to stay sober. No more destroying property or stealing things. 19. Drunk Santa fucks up. Some of the most fucked up things I ever witnessed happened before 9 a.m. My friend was nicknamed Drunk Santa after he came to a party dressed like Santa with a large black garbage bag filled with hundreds of plastic toys and threw them in the air for everyone to enjoy. See last story. He didn't look like Santa. He was tall, skinny, and had almost the exact facial features of Ashton Kutcher. He was a waiter, a high school dropout, a skater, and, well, I can explain him with a straightforward action he did. I let him stay at my apartment for about a week because, hell, I would let anyone stay with me as long as they contributed to the party materials. I came home from school one day and saw a circle of stained red liquid around my small kitchen. What happened? Well, I wanted to make Kool-Aid, and all I could find was the blender. Did the lid fly off? I couldn't find the lid, but I thought it'd be okay if I just mixed it on the lowest setting. Yep, that's Drunk Santa making Kool-Aid in a blender without a lid. Another time he tried to do a kickflip on a skateboard while on my third-story balcony. The board flew out from under him, went right under the iron fence of my balcony, and flew into the parking lot, barely missing a car. The last night he stayed with me, he ended up in the hospital. We had a brilliant idea to take a bunch of beer bottle caps and make words with them in the ceiling by having them stuck in the popcorn, the textured finish of the roof. We wanted to spell out our names as a sort of drinking game. It would take a ton of beer caps to spell out Gary, for instance. We told everyone to bring over a 20-pack of bottled beer after work, and we went to art in the ceiling town. The next morning's cleanup finished with a ton of empty glass beer bottles and 2 large trash bags. We both had to be at work for the opening shift at the restaurant, so we were taking out the trash on the way to my car. At this point in my timeline, I was throwing larger parties than usual because I was on a break from my girlfriend, who lived in the apartment complex directly across from me. She drove a purple Ford Taurus and I drove a green Ford Taurus. Cute, I know. That morning, both our cars were parked next to each other. It was my car, her car, and a large dumpster all in a row. I dumped my heavy bag full of empty beer bottles in the trash and looked at drunk Santa. He stared hard at the dumpster, which was a good 15 feet away. I can make it. Check this out, he said. Oh boy, here we go. Drunk Santa spun around once, twice, and then launched the bag like a hammer throw finalist. He released the bag way too soon. I watched it fly up in the air, not going in the direction of the dumpster. It crashed through the back windshield of my ex-girlfriend's car, loud as a shotgun blast. I was stunned. I looked over at Drunk Santa in shock. He stood there for a second with his mouth wide open. He leaned over and looked like he was going to either throw up or cry. Then he stood straight back up, paler than usual, and fainted. He fell on his back with no shock absorption whatsoever. I heard a large crack and blood started coming out from the end of his head. It was early in the morning, and I was still pretty drunk from the night before. I took off my work shirt and wrapped his head and then ran toward my ex's apartment. I pounded and pounded. She had just gotten out of the shower and immediately knew something was wrong. What the fuck did you do? She asked. Come quick. We ran down the stairs, and the first thing she saw was her car, missing a back windshield and covered in glass and stale beer, inside and out. Oh, you motherfuckers. Then she saw drunk Santa and called 911 as she left the scene, more pissed than I would ever see her again. There are several problems with this scenario that make me cringe as I type this story out. First, I didn't call an ambulance immediately. My ex had to call several minutes later, which could have been deadly. Second, after drunk Santa was taken away to the hospital, I went to work. My ex had to clean up the mess herself. Yes, you can send hate mail. Third, I realize now that in many cases where something catastrophic happened with friends, I was too drunk to do anything about it. Not anymore. Reason to stay sober. I can handle a crisis. Number 20, The Invisible Woman. Have you ever failed to recognize someone's affection towards you? I don't write any of this with a heavy hand. Lee was a good friend of mine, and I refuse to say anything bad about her. This is simply how things got out of hand with her and the lesson I learned from it all. Leah and I became good friends the last 2 years of college. We hung out before and after class, sat together during class, and partied together. After a while, she ended up living at International Residence, the party complex off campus that many St. Mary's students called home for at least a year. This was also where my girlfriend, myself, and Amber lived that year. Then she got a job at Papacitos with me, where we both waited tables. She was cool, although we weren't besties by any means. Looking back, I remember her best friend, who sat opposite of us at class, always making quirky comments about us and not noticing at the time. Sometimes relationships take a long time to form, like with you, Leah. Only the smart ones notice all the time we spend looking good for them. I know 2 people who need to hook up and get on with it. I caught none of this. It wasn't until a good friend put it all in perspective for me that I really understood her feelings for me. We were having a work party at Leah's apartment, and she was in her room while my friend and I smoked on the patio. He brought Leah up. The first thing he said was she always talked about me at work and bragged about moving into the apartment building next to mine. He and others were tired of it all, and he demanded I make a move. I thought about all the things her friend had said in class, and the fact Leah had taken the same classes as me at the same times. So we went to school together, hung out together, she got a job with me, and moved close to me. It was starting to make sense. Another coworker came out and joined us on the patio. She told me Leah was in her room, drunk crying about me not liking her. I guess the time to put this tension to bed, not literally, was at hand. I carefully entered Leah's room and closed the door behind me. She got off the bed and tried to kiss me. She missed and then pulled me into her walk-in closet, where she professed her love for me while stumbling left and right, repeatedly falling into the wall and her hangers of clothes. After a few falls, she passed out on a pile of clothes. I hadn't even gotten any words in. I turned out the lights and returned to the party. Everyone assumed we had sex in her room, cheering as I came into the living room. Of course, we hadn't hooked up, but no one believed me. I went home to my girlfriend. The climax of this story happened on a night where a group of us went to a nightclub together. I drank very heavily that evening and woke up the next morning in Leia's bed. I had gone to the club in the same car as my girlfriend. I don't remember the lie I told my girlfriend to get out of that one, and for several years I really thought Leia had drugged me. We had been inseparable that evening, or so I had been told. We danced intimately together for several songs and made out unabashedly, repeatedly, at which point my girlfriend had left. I know now that I probably wasn't roofie. I just had a regular blackout. Years later, Leah married another friend of ours from work. Her husband and I could have been brothers. We were about the same height, same build, both had dark, spiky hair, were energetic and outgoing, and even had the same sense of humor. I'm happy for them both. This story is another example of me being a selfish human being and only caring about myself. Granted, I lived with my girlfriend and my best friend Amber, who was not my wife, but I still should have at least sometimes looked at the other people in my life and known what was going on with them. But no, it was all about how they fed my ego when we partied, made me look smart when we did school projects together, or kept me in a good mood at work so I could make big tips. The only times I had deep, meaningful conversations with people were when I was drunk, and usually I wouldn't remember those conversations very well. I never noticed when people were sad, mad, or anxious. I just didn't care, which is probably how I lost 90% of my friends over time. Reason to stay sober. I am much more observant of people, their behavior, and their feelings. Number 21, South Padre Party Jail. Spring breaks in Texas are literally insane. Over the years 1999 to 2003, I found myself in Port Aransas, South Padre Island, and the Bahamas during the middle of March. If the memories in my head were cut into a well edited rap video, probably a song by Outkast, the video would include dancing in the clubs, fistfights, football games, wall to wall scantily clad college kids on the beach, all you can drink for $20 bars in Mexico, getting caught cheating on my girlfriend one year, cheating the following year and not getting caught, Coolio performing, a girl with a free blowjob shirt, beer bongs, keg stands, getting sand in all holes of my body during late night beach hookups, wet t shirt contests, pool parties, a friend selling his car stereo for gas money to get home, fake IDs being sold in tourist shops, lots of driving, a booze cruise in the Caribbean, joints, blunts, bong hits, a friend getting his nipples pierced, cocaine, sunrises, sex, volleyball, fire pits, saying no to seeing Puddle of Mud perform, and getting arrested. End of video. So, about that last shot of the video. The only time I ever got arrested was in South Padre on spring break while drunk. I'm definitely not the first person to say that. I was in the bed of a truck with some friends cruising down the street when we got pulled over. The driver got arrested for drunk driving and the other passengers for public intoxication. The female cop then asked us to get out of the truck bed and asked if anyone was sober enough to drive the big truck back to the hotel. I said I was okay to drive. I clearly wasn't okay to drive, but I had that fake drunk confidence. You know that confidence. It's the same overconfidence alcohol gives you when you think you can play all games better, can dance better, can fuck better, can socialize better. You get it. I don't know what I was thinking. I figured they might have been happy with the amount of my friends they had already scooped up and placed in the cruisers. Nope, they called my bluff, threw me in the back of one of the cars, and we all went to the drunk tank, which wasn't like anything I had seen in the movies. There was no forming size, no sizing each other up. There were lots of high fives, though, and naps. Nobody received any tickets either. Several hours later, Amber showed up, paid a fine of $200, and I was free. Quite a scam they had going on down there. Arrest 5,000 college kids over a couple of weeks and pocket $200 for each of them. You can make $1 million. Cops get to scare us, and we don't get anything on a permanent record nor a court date. Everybody wins. Considering I never went to jail again in my life and not being able to justify this visit as official since there was no paperwork, I can still say I've never been to jail. So why even mention it then? Because now that I can look back from the sober angle, I can see I don't miss that overconfidence. The same overconfidence said I could stare a cop in the face while drunk, smelling of booze and cigarettes, and say I was okay to drive a stranger's vehicle and get away with it. Also, despite the drunk tank really just being a party depleted of drugs and alcohol, I never want to do that again either. Reason to stay sober. No more overconfidence and no more drunk tanks. Number 22, River Blackout. One hot summer day, I woke up in the backseat of my car, sunburnt, cut up, cottonmouth, sweaty, and sick. Yet I smiled because I had done it. I had drunk an entire box of wine in one sitting, or floating. Water activities in South Texas go together like tea and sugar. They belong together, and the spoon to mix the sweet tea to perfection is alcohol. My top 10 water spots or activities in my neck of the woods, what I would drink in the past, and a positive sober note for each. Number 10, Ladybird Lake, Austin. Kayak, paddleboard, or canoe. I would drink beer all day. It was funny to see friends too drunk to stand on a paddleboard or get drunk mad when they realized how hard it is to actually paddle a canoe after drinking all morning. Sober, this is actually quite a romantic thing to take a loved one to. Number 9, Galveston Beach in Houston. Explore Kemah Boardwalk, play in the dirty Gulf of Mexico, pee on all those people stung by excessive amounts of jellyfish. I used to drink rum all day. Sober, there are restaurants, live music, rides, and fireworks in the summer. Number 8, Lake Travis, Austin. Find someone with the boat, wet a line, or everyone's favorite, get pulled by the boat in a giant tube, have the driver jerk the boat in a circle, and watch your friends almost die as they are launched violently from the tube and hit the water as hard as possible. I would drink beer and margaritas all day. Sober, you can perform better while skiing or make sure no one actually dies. Plus, at some point, you might actually get to drive the boat. Number 7, Landa Park, New Braunfels. This is a cheap watering hole considered the beauty spot of Texas. The Comal River springs up from the Edwards Aquifer, creating a ton of recreation. Besides the miniature train, paddle boats, mini golf, and playgrounds, I love the giant spring fed pool. It features deep, cold water, swings, long water slides, a water playground for the kids, and tons of picnic areas, most of it covered under giant ancient oak trees. I always took a cooler filled with beer, liquor, wine coolers, chips, and sandwiches. Talk about a perfect day and an ideal buzz. Sober, this is one of the most relaxing and entertaining days you could have. Number 6, float the Comal River. The Comal River is the touristy, crowded, raid, safe river to float in the heart of New Braunfels. It's got lifeguards, river police, and first aid stations, and also goes through neighborhoods and around Schlitterbahn, all leading to beautiful views. There weren't too many rules for people of age, so I used to take a cooler stocked with beer and liquor, but sometimes would forget water trash bags for all the cans. Littering fines were a genuine threat. Sober, I take my goggles and go treasure hunting. Especially around the rapids, I can find a bunch of cool stuff. I have gone home with shirts, hats, waterproof digital cameras, bags filled with money, and toys. Number 5, Six Flags Fiesta Texas Water Park, San Antonio, Texas. I would drink a few beers in the water park while I lounged around the giant Texas shaped wave pool and tubed in the lazy river. Mid afternoon, I would leave the park and go to happy hour at one of the multiple restaurant bars across the street, then return, drunk, to the water park until closing. Next, I would ride a few roller coasters and try not throwing up, sip on a beer for the nightly fireworks, and then go home and pass the fuck out. If you stay sober for a Six Flags day, you will save a ton of money. Number 4, Port Aransas, Texas. Port A is a 30-minute drive from touristy Corpus Christi, Texas, but it has always been the place to drink on the beach. If you have money, spend it by staying a weekend at Port Royal Resort. If you don't have money, camp on the beach or sit with strangers who have guitar circles, fire pits, and a ton of food to share. A safer bet is to camp at Mustang Island State Park. No matter what I did, I always drank beer all day out of large plastic cups and had at least one bottle of liquor. Sober trips usually lead to more time awake by the pool, by the ocean, and celebrating life with strangers. Number 3, Jaws on the Water event hosted by the Alamo Drafthouse, different spots every summer. This party is incredible. There's a dance party with games, trivia, food, and swimming. That's all just pregame fun though. When the sun goes down, you grab a tube and hit the water to watch a different Jaws movie, depending on the night of the week. Glow sticks are required for anyone too drunk who might slip out of their tube in the dark and sink to the bottom of the lake. Scuba divers swim in the murky water and grab you by the ankle or pop out of the water during the shark attack moments in the film. At the end of the movie, when Brody says, "Smile, you son of a bitch," and the shark explodes, fireworks set off from the top of the giant inflatable movie screen, followed by loud, drunk screams into the night. This is Texas at its summertime finest. I usually stuck to only drinking beer all day so I'd remember the event. One year I saw VIP members with wristbands who, when lifting up their wristband, were thrown cans of beer from beer reps on the shore. People get incredibly messed up these nights, so it's a great place to people watch when sober or just enjoy the fantastic movie while in the water relaxing, except for the occasional jump scare from scuba divers. Number 2, Schlitterbahn Water Parks in New Braunfels. Literally the Disney World of water parks, complete with 4 different parks in which you take a tram back and forth. This is an excellent park for thrill seeking, long river tube rides, lazy and wave pools combined, magnificent scenery, and tons of drinking. I always left an ice cooler in my car filled with all types of booze for various breaks during the day. I also would carry at least $30 in water money to buy beer in the giant pool-sized hot tubs with the swim-up bars. All the time sitting in hot tubs and going out to the car add up, so when you're sober, you get to do a lot more activities. Number 1, the Guadalupe River, the creme de la creme of river trips. I don't even know where it's at, and I've been there probably 50 times in my life. You drive up 281 going north, and when you see the first white bridge, about a 30-minute drive, you pull off the highway and take a left. Right there is a right there is a place where you can do 2 things. First, you can pay $5 for the $5 spot. Clever, I know. Here you take a car full of people down by the river and park for the day. There is literally no supervision whatsoever, so you can do whatever you want. ideal for taking out a grill or a keg of beer. You can sit on the shore or park a chair and water up to your hips. Best part, it's seated right by the river's most significant falls, so you get to watch people bust their asses all day. Second, you can tube the river for a 3 hour or 5 hour float. You jump in, and at the end, the tube rental place picks you up in a bus and brings you back to your car. This is the dirty, crazy side of river floats. Unlike the canal, there are no lifeguards, no river police, no first aid. We usually rented an extra tube to set up a boombox slash trash rig, and we would take baggies filled with joints and cigarettes. Another tube would hold a cooler filled with beer and bottles of tequila or whatever poison. When I'm talking crazy crowds of drunken friends and blackout river trips, this was where the action lived. Whoever was designated driver never ended up being so. Once I decided to ditch my tube and float down an upside down picnic bench instead. The day I woke up in my car, I took out the bag of wine from the box, its equivalent of 5 bottles of wine, and put it in a hiking backpack and sipped from the long tube for the float. After mixing an occasional beer and a few hits of weed, the rest is history. I went with a large group of people, yet I woke up alone. My friend said I got out of the water and started talking shit to a bunch of teenagers. Getting in a fight with a minor would be a felony, so they ditched me. If you know me, then you know I'm the least violent person ever, when sober. Whether this violent act on my part is real or not, I remember the bus driver at the end of the trip waking me up. I had passed out drunk on the side of the road. Nice. I didn't have my tube or the hiking backpack and no one with me. He knew I was part of the river experience because of the wristband they gave us. When I got back to the parking lot, they wouldn't let me drive home, obviously, but did allow me to pass out in the back seat. When I got home the following afternoon, I wasn't even mad at my friends. I thought it was hilarious. I had drunk an entire box of wine, blacked out on the side of the road, almost got in a fist fight, lost all my friends, and spent the night in my car. But I finished that box of wine, I think, hilarious. I used to think it was always funny the drunken drama a day of relaxing on the river could conjure up. I certainly don't feel that way now. When I first got sober, one of the saddest elements was I would no longer be able to drink while doing any of the water activities above, including my favorite place, the Guadalupe. Boy, was I wrong. Get this, when you float the river sober, there are no fights, less drama, more memories. You don't have to drag a whole bunch of food or beer. You don't get a sunburn since you are conscious of when to apply more sunscreen. You won't drown because of intoxication, and you can drive home safely. Best of all, it's actually relaxing, which is the real reason I go in the first place. Reason to stay sober. Water activities are more relaxing. Number 23. Where are my pants and what happened last night? Yes, sometimes it's laughable to find yourself in a situation where you ask yourself that question, but it was pretty serious when I first uttered it. I was covered in mud and stripped down to my boxers and sneakers, parked at a rest stop somewhere between Houston and San Antonio. After all my detective work, my final report went something like this. On the night of May 5th, 2002, I drove two friends to Houston so the three of us could see the Dave Matthews Band at the Woodlands Pavilion. It was Cinco de Mayo, so the three of us consumed a six-pack of Dos Equis in the parking lot before making the long trek to the pavilion. My phone had died, so I left it in my car and placed the keys under the driver's side front tire. In case we got separated, I wanted my friends to be able to get inside the car to wait for me. I wasn't legal to drink yet, so I didn't take in my wallet either. I only had my concert ticket on my person. Oh, and a giant leak-free, discreet plastic flask full of straight vodka tucked between my belly and my pants. It was enough to get everyone in the party drunk. As the night progressed and Dave Matthews kept playing his hits, my two friends left to get food and use the bathroom as I remained in the lawn section. I didn't know I wouldn't see my friends again that night. It started to rain, then it rained harder. Some people ran for the little bit of cover by the front of the pavilion. In reality, there was nowhere to go. I was fucked and already soaking wet. Then the wildest thing I've ever seen at a Texas concert happened. Everyone around me, entranced by the mediocre melodies of Dave Matthews, who proclaimed on stage he would not be stopping the show for the rain, stripped down to their skivvies or less than that. I chugged the remainder of the vodka, ditched the $6 flask, and took off my water-heavy t-shirt. As far as I remember, the rain never stopped. I danced and swayed with everyone, who used the random occurrence to exhibit deep-down hippie tendencies. As the alcohol took total control of my body, I lost track of my clothes. I don't remember at what point I took off my pants. I made it to my car without my friends. There would have been nowhere to find me. It was total chaos, an epic springtime storm, and tried to drive home. At some point, I must have realized I was too drunk to operate and pulled over to pass out. When I woke up, my phone was still dead, and I was caked in mud and only had boxers on. My friends made it back to San Antonio, and thankfully we all laughed it off. If I had gone into the venue with all my possessions, I wouldn't have stripped naked, and I would have gone for the dry ground to avoid getting my belongings wet. Instead, I danced in the rain, almost naked. This never happened ever again, and blacked out. Investigation over. There are several lessons to be learned from this story. I could focus on the unfortunate decision to drive drunk, in horrible weather no less, or ditching my friends for no reason. If I had been sober, I would have waited for my friends in the car as we had initially planned. The most important lesson to me is how I'm just glad I no longer have to figure out or piece together memories to figure out why and how my bad decisions played out. Reason to stay sober. No more detective work. Number 24, the drinking team. When you're a narcissistic, attention seeking Leo such as I, drinking is a sport. So, when my girlfriend got 11 of us, including my mother, matching black and white soccer jerseys that said drinking team on them for my 21st birthday party, it was a perfect metaphor and an ideal gift. Each jersey had our names on the back and a number which had meaning to the matching player. On a side note, it's crazy how, in every story up to this point of the book, I had not even been legal to drink yet. My birthday started off pretty calm. We rented out the pool clubhouse in my neighborhood, where I had also held many childhood birthday parties. It was actually quite sweet and nostalgic, as, for the first time at that pool, I legally drank with friends and family. Then the drinking team went out to celebrate on the Riverwalk downtown at Howl at the Moon, a very hip bar with dueling pianos. Anyone with a drinking team jersey was allowed to skip the line to get in, a nice touch. As far as my drinking team was concerned, however, no one would pass me the ball. I drank the whole night, true, but my friends kept buying shots for each other and wouldn't include me or wouldn't tell everyone it was my birthday. Didn't everyone know what the night was about? Me, motherfucking me. By the end of the night, I even ended up babysitting the other passengers in my ride home. They had also gotten more drunk than me. The gall. As a sober man, I can't believe I didn't focus on the awesomeness of that evening. It was the only time in my life everyone dressed similar to me, the jerseys. A ton of people had come to the pool party to wish me well, and now that one member of their group has died, the exact same group will never have the opportunity to hang out again. I should have treasured every moment with my favorite people, not just worried about getting the most drunk and having the most fun. That's one thing I love about myself now. I really appreciate and acknowledge the fact that we might not have tomorrow. So when special moments and events arrive, I enjoy them and, more importantly, remember them. I loved every member of my drinking team, but I didn't treat them well that evening, and that's a shame. Reason to stay sober. I enjoy living my life one day at a time and appreciate every day more. Number 25, conquering the hill. If you had the chance to run down a steeply inclined hill with the possibility of falling to death or severe injury, would you? No? Probably smart. Yes? You either are an adrenaline junkie, have liquid courage, or both. I visited a buddy of mine who was in the Navy in San Diego. He lived with 11 other guys in a two-bedroom apartment. No furniture, tons of beer. I know it sounds like an awful comedy, but it's true. It was basically a Navy crash pad, and just outside the apartment was the hill. There was a high concrete wall blocking the runoff, so no matter how you ran or fell down the hill, the wall would stop you. One of the steepest roads in California was stated to be about a 33% grade steep. This hill seemed way steeper with very few obstacles, not many trees or large rocks, and was about a football length to the top. I had gone to California for the week, hoping to do such fun things as SeaWorld, Mission Beach, the San Diego Zoo, Hollywood Boulevard, and Disneyland. Instead, I drank to excess all day and all night in an apartment with nowhere to sit or sleep, had the police come by to ask us to turn down the music many times, and even got the pleasure of being in the back seat while we got pulled over in the drive-thru of Jack in the Box at 4 in the morning. Three drunk sailors and me, rocking the car almost off its tires, loudly screaming along to Just Like a Pill by Pink while waiting for curly fries and late night munchies. The cop was across the street and watched the whole thing, then pulled us over when we drove away. If my friends hadn't been in the Navy, that would have gone a lot worse, I'm sure. The first night, one of the guys looked at the hill and said, I bet I could run down that hill without falling. Don't try it, everyone remarked. Day two, the same guy said, I still think I could make it down that hill. Seriously, please don't, everyone repeated. Day three, and there was no stopping him. Drunk as hell, he walked halfway up the hill and then stopped. He was so out of breath by then he turned and rolled down on his belly, picking up speed as he went. He hit the wall at the bottom just below our balcony and laughed his ass off. We were glad he didn't really hurt himself, but it was funny. Day four, we all tried conquering the hill, running down without falling. It was seriously impossible. Everyone tripped at some point, me included. Some skidded to a halt immediately, some rolled over and over like in a Chris Farley movie, and I rolled my ankle and stopped several feet down, scratched up. There was no other way to say it. That activity was dangerous, and any of us could have been seriously hurt or killed. Looking back now, I wish there had been one sober person in our group to talk us out of our group decision, but there wasn't. How's California? What all have you done? My mom asked me this in the middle of my trip, expecting tales of perfect weather and sober fun in the sun. Not much, I answered, which was true. When you're drinking 30 beers a day and no one in your party is sober, it's hard to get places. And when you're always laughing with a plethora of male sailors acting like drunken fools, why would you want to? Nowadays, I know the answer, and trips to California are much more productive and fun. I never would have tried to conquer the hill sober, but drunk Gary wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Reason to stay sober. Vacations are better. Number 26. Gary and Nick's wine and skate parties. Have you ever had vodka spit in your eye? Me neither, but my best friend Nick has. Spitting vodka in his face was just one way we learn how to show affection for one another. Hurting myself physically is one thing, that's on me. But I had this bad habit of hurting other people when I was drunk or egging them on to do stupid things, which in turn hurt them, like Nick. I met Nick when I began working at Macaroni Grill. From 2002 until 2006, I worked at 5 different Macaroni Grill stores in 3 different states, so overall I would say Macaroni Grill was a great fit for me. On my alcoholism journey, Macaroni Grill is also where I became a wino. There are so many different definitions of a wino, but for me, it just meant that I drank wine in excess and at any moment of the day. The company had its own label of red, white, and blue blush wine, so we didn't feel lousy stealing as much as we wanted. I know this makes no sense. House wine bottles were a part of my company's culture. At most restaurants, the server walks up with nothing and talks to you about their name, the specials, the layout of the menu, etc. At Macaroni Grill, we brought a massive bottle of house red wine, placed it in the middle of the table, which is covered with a large piece of white paper, wrote our name on the table upside down in crayon, and encouraged guests to drink as much wine as they wanted. They simply had to keep tally on the table for when servers were ready to prepare the final bill. Lots of tables in the restaurant meant the Chianti bodies were numerous and everywhere in the restaurant. They filled the bar top, shelves underneath the kitchen line, and were on every computer station. Chardonnay and white Zinfandel bottles were chilled, but also easy to find. I have no idea how they were inventoried because no matter which store I worked at, I drank a shitload of it. At the first store I worked at, in North San Antonio, there was a computer station near the bathroom, which made it easy to sneak bottles into the men's room. Nick and I always kept a bottle behind the toilet in the last stall. Each bottle contained about 8 glasses worth of wine, but we just put the container straight to our lips and drank it till we gagged. Whoever would finish the bottle, Reed, me, would have to replace it with a new one. There were a handful of us that partied a lot, so we drank during every single shift like this. After a while, we evolved to quietly chugging glasses at the computer stations while one of us looked out for managers. I went even further and chugged glasses with guests at the table every so often. A few of us would bring backpacks to our shifts, which would be empty when the shift started, and have bottles of house wine in them when we left. Any casual observer would question why males would need to bring a backpack into a restaurant shift in the first place, and why they made clinking sounds on the way out at night, but I digress. As the springtime started to bring temperatures back up from a brutal 2 week winter, Nick and I began to party after our shifts in the parking lot. Some things don't change after high school. If we ran out of wine, we would go back into the restaurant and take more while the closing manager was stuck in the office doing essential paperwork. Our store was on a plot of land in a new development zone with cleared vacant land surrounding us and smooth, steep, barely used roads. This allowed us to be able to skate in peace and party as loud as we wanted. One night I brought a beer bong and a longboard to the after shift party. Others brought weed. From then on, the parties were referred to as wine and skate parties. What do you guys do for hours out there? A coworker asked us during a shift. 5 things: bonging beer, chugging wine, longboarding, smoking weed, and rocking out to loud music. Along with the wine drinking, I was actually a chugger, and each chug would be a full pint glass of wine. This is also where I started opening up myself to doing stunts. My thought process was I knew how to fall correctly, land on your shoulders, and roll out of the impact, because of my years of gymnastics. A few longboard crashes, alcohol related pull injuries, and injuries from jumping off second and third story balconies later confirmed I didn't know shit. I also started letting alcohol be a social lubricant for greasing me into too comfortable situations. I got very touchy-feely with everyone, which then led to me starting to get physical with others. Up to that point, I never really touched people that much. A few hugs and handshakes, but I kept it casual. A few drinks in, however, and I now turned into a very affectionate friend to guys and girls. Massages, arms on the shoulders, holding people around their waists, kisses on the cheeks. It took many years to notice people like their bubbles or personal space. Nick and I started doing the boys in their 20s style of friendship. We listened to heavy metal, idolized CKY, Jackass, and Pantera. We added heavy drinking, and now we were slapping each other, pushing each other on the ground, pushing each other off the longboard, throwing bottles and cans at each other, hitting each other in the nuts, boy affection. One night, I thought it would be funny to throw them in my trunk. I had a $1,400 bass system back there, a 10,000-watt amp with two subwoofers, in which we blasted Sublime, Korn, Guns N' Roses, and other rock staples for our after-shift parties. I was too drunk to realize he was pounding on my trunk from the inside when he was locked in. The music was painfully too loud, and he wanted out. I blew his eardrum and gave him some permanent hearing damage. Sorry, buddy. Another time we were cruising around in a limo. I filled my mouth with straight vodka and blew it in his eye. Sorry, buddy. Another time I hit him with my car on purpose. Sorry, buddy. Another time I left him drunk and passed out in his seat at a concert. You get the picture. We're still best friends and I've obviously calmed down, but I still wish I hadn't done any permanent damage to him. As often stated in this memoir, I was once again a self-centered party animal. I thought everyone stole wine, drank as much as I did, liked performing stunts in front of an audience, and enjoyed watching me and the guys act dumb towards each other. I much prefer the sober, more mature acts of kindness and friendship we have going on nowadays. Reason to stay sober. No more physically hurting other people. Also, no more chugging wine in bathroom stalls. Number 27. 99 bottles of beer on Nick's tab. Sing it with me. 99 bottles of beer on Nick's tab. 99 bottles of beer. You chug one down or pass it around. 99 bottles of beer on Nick's tab. What, not the way the song goes? Well, it is now, and it's a damn good reminder of how much money I save in my sobriety. One night I was the closer at the restaurant, which meant Nick was pretty drunk already by the time I joined him at the bar. We were drinking at the bitter end, and it was a rainy, ugly night. Perfect weather for an indoor late night gathering. I walked up, and when he started babbling about some girl from work he wanted to hook up with, I chugged his beer. Why? 'Cause I'm fucking thirsty, man. Get this man a beer, please, on my tab. Put it all on my tab. All of it. This last remark he made as sarcasm, but the bartender still asked if we were going to be sharing a tab that evening, as usual. I agreed. Then an idea struck. Or maybe it was lightning from the ugly storm outside. Either way, I thought we should play a game where I could see if we could get 99 beers on our tab by last call. Our group that evening was reasonably large, so 4 or 5 beers each would do it. Nick and I had racked up some colorful tabs over that year, so it wasn't in the realm of absurd to the bartenders. We always paid and tipped well, so they didn't even bat a heavily eye-lined eye. As our fellow coworkers joined us one by one, I let them in on the game and continued to pass beers around for everybody while Nick did his usual drunk Nick stuff. Around 1 a.m., the bartender pulled me aside and told me we had 99 beers on the tab. I asked her for a printout. I kept it for several years, but eventually it got lost in my several moves, and then had everyone in our group sing the song we had collectively written, 99 bottles of beer on Nick's tab. When the song had finished, I saw the bartender hand the check to Nick. As he started to look at it, weary after that group song and all the accompanying laughter, I vanished into the night. Leaving parties and bars without saying bye was a common trait of mine. Who has time to say goodbye to 30 people when you will see most of them the next day anyway? But this was a grand exit. I ignored the ugly texts from him and other coworkers who had to pitch in to cover the $420 tab after tip. I paid everyone back later, don't worry, but it was still one of the best pranks in our history. All jokes aside, it's ridiculous how much money I used to spend on booze. Even after how much we drank for free at work, I spent at least $20 a day on alcohol and nicotine before adding bar tabs, drinking at restaurants, the occasional top dollar bottle of liquor, etc. My calculation when I quit was I spent about $10,000 to $12,000 a year on killing myself with legal poison. That's the equivalent of 2 or 3 very nice vacations. Reason to stay sober. No more outrageous bar tabs. Number 28, Goat Night. I'm not saying college was the high point of my life, but where else can you black out twice, have all your friends see you naked, and run around with goats, all in one night? Carville, Texas, that's where. I had a friend, let's call him Scooter, who was another party animal. He was a drink till you black out, curly haired, fiery, funny, energetic Texas boy from Kerrville, Texas. We met at Macaroni Grill and partied together several nights during the spring and summer of 2003. His parents had a large plot of land in Kerrville, complete with a lovely house, a pool area, and several species of animals. Perfect place to throw an epic party. Since I blacked out twice the one time we partied there, here are the highlights, pieced together from the 2 rolls of film we developed and what my friends told me. Blackout number one. I woke up in the garage on an orange shag couch with a half-naked friend of mine. She was out cold. It was probably about 4 in the morning, and my power nap after our makeout session had felt like a full night's rest. Another superpower of drinking and being young. I went back inside to the party. A number of my coworkers were still raging, and they lifted their beer cans in the air and yelled, "Gary, you and Mars, finally!" I don't think we did much, I can't remember. It was hilarious, dude, Scooter explained. Y'all were making out on the couch, and then you stood her up, grabbed the couch, and just pushed it all the way down the hallway and into the garage. You fell like 3 or 4 times. Funniest shit ever, dude. Who says romance is dead? The group was in the middle of completing a giant beer can pyramid in the middle of the kitchen. The bottom row had 12 cans, so when they were finished, 78 beer cans would stand tall in a beautiful pyramid. We were short quite a few beers at that point, so I drank slash chugged slash bonged several beers very quickly. Mixed with a few ill-advised shots, it led to Blackout Number Two. I woke up in a fetal position, extremely nauseous, on top of the giant refrigerator in the kitchen. I rolled over to get off, but I was still extremely fucked up, so I fell off instead. I made it somewhat on my feet, but still stumbled into the beer pyramid, knocking over all the cans. The loud noise bounced off the house. "Dude, what the fuck?" Scooter said, waking up momentarily. I tried to speak, but my mouth was so dry it felt like my lips had been glued shut. "The empty jar of capers on the counter," explained that one. "I can't believe you put me on top of the fridge. You guys are a bunch of assholes." "Man, you crawled up there yourself and passed out." I went out to the pool to breathe in the clean hill country air. It was a quiet, sunny morning with a very comfortable breeze. Inside were a dozen passed out coworkers, all over the living room and various bedrooms. Outside, there were goats and chickens and lots of empty beer cans and liquor bottles. Then I remembered the plethora of dicks. Streaking. 5 of us guys had stripped naked to swim and ended up running around the house, the yard, and the goat pen. Several pictures were taken of us. The girls had a blast taking photos. In one, we were all standing around naked, giant smiles of laughter, arms on all our shoulders. In others, still full nudity, we stood on cars, waved flags, held a goat, did handstands, and posed in other questionable positions. Number of pictures my penis made it in: 15. My penis had a very eventful night. It made a new friend, got to swing in the wind, got to swim freely, probably shriveled a few times, met all my friends, had a photo shoot, and even woke up on a fridge. Goat night. What that huge party night has been called ever since. I bragged about it for years. Goat night. Hilarious. Now, not so much. Blackout stories aren't as cool as I initially thought. Reason to stay sober. No more blackouts. Number 29. Spider bites and painkillers. Peter Parker gets bit by a spider and receives superpowers. I get bit by a spider and I get addicted to painkillers. That's the difference between fiction and nonfiction. Spring break of 2003. 4 of us decided to visit the Bahamas. Nick had never been out of the country, and, well, the Bahamas, we didn't really need a better reason. To get there, we had to drive 1,400 miles from San Antonio to Fort Lauderdale. Besides Nick, we had Hobbs, a friend from work, and his friend Buster in tow as well. Before we set off on our road trip, we prayed. Well, not traditionally, but Buster bowed his head and stated, "You know how you aren't cheating on your girl if it's with another girl from a different area code? Well, this is a different country, so nothing is considered cheating. So, we are all single." "Amen," we replied in unison. The 4 of us took turns driving, and I got my turn out of the way first so I could drink the rest of the drive, of course. When we got to the Florida border, we saw a sign that said not the immediate exit, but the following one would have a roadside check, presumably for drunk drivers, drugs, or people drinking on their way to spring break. Considering we had an open case of beer with several empty cans on the floorboard, we panicked and took the immediate exit instead of the proclaimed next one. Good move, cops. It was a psych out. The real checkpoint was this one. They had played all the guilty parties. They made us get out of the car, gave us open container tickets, and then sent us on our way. It was Buster's driving shift, and he hadn't been drinking, so he got away with no tickets for being responsible. We considered it good luck we hadn't been arrested. When we arrived in Fort Lauderdale, we drank beer in the parking lot as we waited for the cruise ship that would take us to Nassau. The cruise was the best part. It had the whole spring break vibe we needed after such a long drive. Gambling, tons of almost naked girls at the pool, clubs pounding out the 2003 hits, and drinks, drinks, drinks. When we got to our hotel several hours later, we were fueled up enough to start streaking around the party hotel. That trip, I was more naked in public than any other time in my history. So, besides playing volleyball on the beach, drinking, running around naked, going on a booze cruise, snorkeling, hanging out with girls we met, and lounging by the pool, there wasn't much to do. Sarcasm. Our favorite thing to do was walk around with bottles of rum and pour shots down people's throats. We were the naked rum guys. Sometime during the trip, we were all in the hotel room together watching the first bombing of Iraq on the television. when I noticed my jawline itched pretty bad and I had a few strange pimples on my lower stomach. That's when this National Lampoon comedy road trip wannabe script got real. Over the rest of the week, the pimples, one on my face and four on my stomach, became hard, and there was a dark, swelling, bruise looking spot under all of them. We kept partying, but I did sneak out to ask the front desk if there was a doctor to see. They said since I wasn't a citizen of the country, there wouldn't be anything I could do. If I hadn't been drinking more than usual, I would have gotten on the next cruise back to the States and taken care of myself. Nick was worried, but I told him I was invincible and Irish people don't die. Even with these giant, very painful welts on my body, I continued to drink and jump in and out of the dirty pool water, the ocean, and mix sweat and sand all over my body. Hobbs and Buster teased me about the awful looking pimples in front of people, tried popping them numerous times, and didn't give two shits about the fact it might be severe. Once again, would I have taken the situation more seriously if I was sober? Absolutely. We finished the vacation, and when we got back to Fort Lauderdale, we immediately drove to the emergency room. Hobbs and Buster were upset because I was inconveniencing them. Hobbs wanted to get back to work, and Buster wanted to get back on the road. It was still 1,400 miles to drive back, and we were all sunburnt, broke, and tired. Nick and Buster never spoke again because of the situation. Nick was anxious about me and didn't leave the waiting room. After inspection, the doctor came in and told me I had been bitten by something, and the dark spots were most likely poisoned, which was killing the flesh underneath. They cut each welt open, drained and cleaned them, and bandaged me up. Considering we had filmed most of the vacation, I really wish we had shot this little surgery, but I was too embarrassed and in way too much pain to allow anyone to be in the surgery room with me. They gave me enough painkillers to get me home, and I remained high for the rest of the road trip. Nick took over my driving responsibility time without hesitation. I don't know what painkillers they gave me, morphine, Vicodin, hydrocodone, whatever it was, they were delightful. I didn't feel any pain. In fact, at one point I took the bandage off my face and placed half a finger in the hole, laughing while I did it. Nick advised against it and told me to sleep. The first doctor I saw back in San Antonio said my wounds looked like brown recluse bites, so the lore of this story over time with my family and friends was that I had spider bites. But the dermatologist I saw next said it was a staph infection, which actually makes more sense. Or it could have been bites that became a staph infection from the activities I had continued while sick. Whatever it was, the scars aren't too noticeable, and I got what I really wanted, a spring and summer where I got to stay high on painkillers. Painkillers had me feeling fantastic all day, every day, and allowed me to be in such a great mood. Mixed with a few drinks, and I could kiss the world. Thankfully, my brief addiction to opiates ended a few months later when my prescription refills dried up and I couldn't find any from my private sources. The real point of this story isn't that I should have taken better care of myself, that's a given. The point is noticing who your real friends are. Hobbs had worried about me, but still made fun of me and even complained about me not doing my part in the driving on the way back before Nick said he would complete my time. Buster had bragged to strangers about my face, pop it, and never given two shits about me. Nick, on the other hand, took care of me and had tried to reason with me about calming down on the partying and seeing a doctor. In my 20s, I certainly didn't know the difference between good friends, work friends, Hobbs, and people I simply tolerated for various reasons, Buster. My mother told me when I was young, you will have hundreds, maybe even thousands of friends in your life, but only a few will stick around and genuinely care about you. Nick is one of those. Reason to stay sober. I know who my real friends are. Number 30, San Antonio Jackasses. I became a filmmaker after throwing a survival party in March of 2003. I had survived not just the Bahamas on spring break and traveling 3,000 miles with three out of control guys, but also dangerous spider bites / staph infections. Add a new hobby of filming, and I had a very unique reason to get blasted with all my friends and coworkers. The right to party was there. I just needed a unique setting. Then my mom said she was going to a sleep study one night, and although she would only be gone for about 12 hours total, I now had a place to throw my Tuesday night survival party. The filmmaker in me was created after borrowing a video camera and shooting video footage on our Bahamas trip. From that point on, I started filming all my days and events. It was 2003, and this phase of recording everything would last until I went to film school in 2006. We used the camera as an excuse to be overly funny, dare to embarrass myself and my friends, and do dangerous things to our bodies. This is the part of my story where I look back and wonder, how am I alive? Some of the stunts and pranks we did were just as dangerous as my drinking would become. However, I wouldn't have done most of the stuff without liquid courage. That night at my mom's house, we all started the Chronicles of Crazy Texans video series. We didn't really have anything to say to the world, and we didn't have a plan to share our creations with the world. It was simply fun, and led to many exciting days and nights. I definitely can't share the videos today because my friends would either be embarrassed or have significant others who might not appreciate their past behaviors and conversations. I don't think any of my friends would get into politics, but you never know, weirder things have happened. So, what did we film that first night? First, we got a very classic argument slash conversation between Scooter and a girl he was trying to seduce. Transcribed from the footage. Girl: did you know that only 1% of females can achieve orgasm from someone rubbing or sucking on their nipples? Scooter: you know what percentage of women I care about getting an orgasm? How about zero? Because I got my rocks and fuck those hoes. Obnoxious, high pitched laugh. Girl: how many times has your dick actually been sucked? Scooter: I know how many times you sucked my dick. Girl: yeah, never. Scooter: not yet. Laughter all around the table. Scooter did not get the girl that night or ever. Next, I filmed several rounds of slap fights that almost broke bones and my mom's nice glass outdoor table. Lots of beer bongs and can crushing on foreheads, basketball trick shots at 3 in the morning, waking up the neighbor's baby, and Scooter jumping through the side door to my mom's garage. What's in the garage, dude? Scooter asked. Nothing you want, plus you need a key, and I have no idea where it's at. No. No, what? Then Scooter jumped through the door, splintering the doorway, breaking the lock, and making him fall down in laughter. To end the party, Scooter finally calmed down from being blackout drunk, of course, stumbled upstairs, and passed out on my bed completely naked. He also pissed in my bed, much to the detriment of my rightfully angry mother when she came home early the next morning. On top of all his shenanigans, he had parked in the driveway, blocking her out of her own garage, the one with the visibly broken door. Would this night have happened without the genius idea of becoming a filmmaker? Not at all. I admit I was a shit and I didn't care about how loud we were or about my mom's property, but I got the footage I was seeking and my newfound hobby was cemented in stone. What I should have noticed about that night is the point of the story. I had a hobby that distracted me from drinking. Learning to work a camera, organize footage, and edit videos was very time consuming and challenging, but much more rewarding than hangovers and waking up to embarrassing situations. If I had stuck with focusing on and improving my craft, I might have drunk less and met some substantial goals. But I didn't. I was still young and loving the party scene, having a ton of friends, and acting a fool. Over the years, I became obsessed with different career and or creative paths. I wanted to create an app, a translator for various types of people. For men, they would be able to type in what a woman said and the app would reveal what the woman meant, for instance. I also wanted to open a food truck with Nick, open a bar called Whiskey Wrenn's, run and design my own haunted house, sell Disney vacations, be a realtor for Pulte Homes, direct music videos, be a professional photographer, a film critic, a film editor, a journalist, a traveling corporate trainer, a travel agent, a bartender on a cruise ship, a barista, a senior English teacher for high school students, a professor, a restaurant general manager, a YouTube star, start my own publishing company, and play alto sax in a punk or ska band. I would focus on my epiphany and concentrate hard on it for a week or two, even noticeably drinking less, but then my addictions would take hold and I would drink away my motivations into obscurity. I should have noticed the same lesson each and every time I discovered a new passion. The experience is, when I stay busy, I find myself less bored and thus thinking less about needing a drink. Staying active is one of the best ways to stay sober, and all the time I save now, roughly 50 hours a week, that's 7 hours a day from not drinking, is a reasonable amount of time to let in new experiences and ideas. In my sobriety, I have continued to get work editing and filming all types of projects with different production companies. I also have found a love for learning a lot of technology and apps, perfecting photo apps, keeping up with filmmaking trends and techniques, learning the publishing industry, etc. Reason to stay sober. I continually try new things instead of doing the same thing every day, drinking. Number 31. Spurs win the NBA championship, 2003. At one point, I ended up in the dirty water of the San Antonio Riverwalk. Since this is a book about addiction and drinking mostly, you could assume I fell in while intoxicated, especially since there is no railing to prevent drunks from falling in. I actually jumped in on purpose, which led me to, for the first time in my life, finding out how you smell can really affect the way people react to you. Let me start the story by reminding you every single year the Spurs won an NBA championship was one of the best years of my life. Every single night the Spurs won an NBA championship, however, something fucked up happened. 2003 was the Spurs' second NBA championship win. 5 reasons it was one of the best years of my life. I experienced spring break in the Bahamas, graduated from college, took a long road trip to California with two terrific friends, became single for the first time in 6 years, and moved to Orlando after getting accepted to the Walt Disney World College program. When the Spurs defeated the New Jersey Nets for the fourth time in the NBA Finals of 2003, I was downtown with Scooter and another friend from work. At the final buzzer, San Antonio went batshit crazy. The three of us ran around downtown, screaming at the top of our lungs, high-fiving everyone we could see. People came from all around the city just to run around the streets and act like the world was ending. You could get away with anything, no kidding. It was total chaos, but a good chaos, not dangerous. To this day, it's the only time I got to experience any kind of city celebration immediately after a big win. I jumped into the Riverwalk while my friends held my belongings, to celebrate or whatever. I jumped off the street level, a whole story up, and into the murky water below. This is how I found out the Riverwalk is indeed only about 3 feet deep. Thankfully, I didn't break my feet, but even if I had, I was so drunk I probably still wouldn't have noticed. Despite being completely soaked, I continued to go in and out of bars, ordering drinks and mingling with strangers. I smelled like a sewer and booze, and still tried to flirt with girls. One of them looked me dead in the eye and told me I smelled like straight up shit. When I was a functional alcoholic, having to appear sober at work and around my loved ones, it never dawned on me how everyone could smell the liquor and excessive amounts of wine secreting from my pores, or that I showered less, wore the same clothes for days sometimes, didn't brush my teeth as much, etc. I was coherent enough to use about a bottle of mouthwash a week to cover the smell on my breath, but I thought that was enough. I didn't notice or care to understand people could see my flushed face, the amount I would sweat, or smell the alcohol coming off me in other ways. Just like when I was covered in Riverwalk water, I probably smelled awful most of the time. How stupid and gross. Reason to stay sober. I smell better. Number 32. Chip off the old ear. Jealousy and violence mixed with alcohol has led to some pretty awful situations in my life. Although it seems Scooter was doing just fine with life and having a blast with us, it was actually a particularly hard time for him because he was on a break with his girlfriend, who he was smitten with. On his outside were smiles, on the inside pain. He would get drunk and call her, begging for sex or pleading for her to get back together. She began to ignore his calls, which gave him suspicions she was seeing someone else. One night he followed her home after waiting for her to get off work. He watched in horror as our manager, let's call him Duke, pulled in front of her apartment. Scooter went up, pounded on the door, and demanded to be let inside. They ignored him and stayed silent. He left it alone that night. 3. Things continued to get more out of hand. Scooter called her friends and demanded to know who she was seeing, asking if it was Duke. At work, Duke pulled him inside the office and said he had merely been dropping off something she had left at work, and Scooter must not have seen him leave immediately. Scooter knew it was a lie and didn't want to lose his job, so he apologized for acting like a crazy man. A few nights later, we were partying at my apartment when Scooter stepped out to call her. She answered and told him she was at her parents' house, not her apartment. The parents were out of town and she had to watch the dogs. She was about to go to bed. I watched him get off the phone and step into full on crazy mode. She is full of shit, Scooter said. Does it matter? Let her sleep, even if she is lying to you. You guys aren't together and there's plenty of girls here. It better not be Duke. Scooter charged out of my apartment, full of alcohol enhanced rage, when I did the dumbest thing imaginable. I told him I would drive him over to her house. I wanted her claims to be valid. I wanted Scooter to see his jealousy and anger were in vain, forgive himself, and become his usual fun-loving self. Like they say, wish in one hand, shit in the other, and see which one fills up faster. When I pulled up to her parents' house, and before I was fully parked, Scooter jumped out and started screaming her name on the front lawn. It was midnight, and her car was indeed in the driveway, but Scooter had said when we drove up it was all an elaborate lie. He walked over and started kicking in the side of her car door, then slammed his fist down on her hood repeatedly. There were huge dents, real damage. He next tried to break her driver's side window with his elbow. Scooter, I started to plead. I was terrified. I had to get him out of there. The neighbor came outside, phone in hand, and said he had called the cops. Scooter shuffled over and pushed the neighbor on the ground. Cops, man, they're going to be in deep shit, I said. We jumped in my car and drove away. Take me to her apartment, he demanded. I think we should go back to my place. Scooter opened my door while I was driving very fast, about to jump out. I'll get there without you, he said. Get in the car, you crazy asshole. I'll take you over there. Jeez. I pulled up to her apartment complex and sighed in relief. The entrance gate was closed. We waited a few minutes while I prayed no one would pull up and open the gate for us. Scooter's impatience won out. He stepped out of the car, slammed my door, and climbed over the fence, disappearing on foot. I didn't know what to do. She probably wasn't at her apartment and leaving her car at her parents' house as a way to back up her alibi. She wouldn't do that, right? A few minutes later, another tenant pulled in behind me and opened the gate. I made my way to her apartment when I saw Duke running in the parking lot, completely naked, holding the side of his head. There was blood on the side of his face and down his chest. Scooter was nowhere in sight. Duke jumped in his car and hauled ass out of there. I followed suit. I left. It was too much for me. The next day, Scooter called me and told me to come over. He was distraught. In person, he told me what had happened. He had climbed the balcony up to her second floor apartment, and when he peeked inside, the two were on her couch having sex, just as he had suspected. The sliding balcony door had been unlocked, so Scooter walked right in, scaring the shit out of both of them. Duke jumped up, and the two wrestled around until Scooter bit and took a considerable chunk of Duke's ear completely off. Scooter obviously never returned to work and ended up paying for the damages to the car and the reconstructive surgery on Duke's ear. He never called his ex again. I moved to Florida and lost touch with him. Looking back, I had been naive in thinking Scooter wasn't going to go off the rails. If I had been sober, I might have asked him to think about the consequences beforehand, or even realized he was drunk enough to do something insane, like bite our manager's ear off. Instead, I, in party mode, had been his enabler. I got him riled up, drove him to not one but two places to investigate, and ditched him there during a crisis involving two others. Sometime later, I went to apologize to Duke, finally. He was still my boss at Macaroni Grill. "What do you have to apologize for? You didn't do it," he stated to me. "That's not entirely true. I drove Scooter over to the apartment." "You drove him to the apartment?" "Well, no, I drove him to the gate of the complex. He jumped over the gate, and I didn't see him again until the next morning. On the way over, he was talking all this shit, getting riled up about you and her getting together. But I was drunk. I didn't think he was going to do anything, so I told him I would drive him over to show him he was wrong." "Did you know his actual intentions if he found us?" "No." "So I still don't know what you're apologizing for. It's between the three of us. You're not a part of this." "I don't know, man. I'm just sorry. Are you looking for forgiveness?" "I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm just trying to make things right." "Well, I still don't think you have anything to do with it, no matter what you say, but if it makes you feel better, I forgive you. Now go check your section." Say what you will about AA, more on this later. Apologizing, making amends, it actually feels pretty great. Reason to stay sober. I no longer enable people. Number 33, Party Tricks. To end this chapter, I wanted to give you a taste of how I actually partied during those years. My top 3 party tricks, ranked. Dishonorable mention, Wino Wasted. Upon hearing Wino Wasted chanted repeatedly, I would bong an entire bottle of wine, red, white, or blush, upon demand. Number 3, the underwater beer bong. I would go underwater with the tube already in my mouth. Friends would pour beer into the funnel above the water until I came up, drowned, or chugged beer for at least 30 seconds. You have to pour the beer on the side of the funnel and not directly down the hole to avoid foam, which would make it impossible to finish this trick. Number 2, Chunky Charms. Although this trick had several names over the years, breakfast, Wrenn's Wreck Day, Captain Crazy Crunch, the act was the same. The morning after a party, I would pour all remaining liquor, beer, wine coolers, etc. into one large container during cleanup, then bong the whole thing. The initial idea was to make the last person who woke up perform the task as punishment for not helping with the cleanup. But now that I think about it, I ended up drinking my Chunky Charms every single time. Later in life, I would see rugby players drink out of their shoes and think, how disgusting, but I can't judge. I used to chug massive quantities of booze and germs this way. I know what you're thinking. What about people who put cigarette butts in their bottles? Well, pick those out before you chug your breakfast. Duh. Number 1, the Wrenn's Kick. I would take a bong hit of weed, funnel an entire beer, blow out the pot smoke, and then take a shot of liquor. Then repeat 6 to 10 times a night for ultimate fucked upness. I used to think party tricks, being the center of attention, getting the most fucked up, these were ways to impress everyone. Males for their approval, females for their companionship, and strangers for their friendship. Then one day you're getting a divorce, or turning yellow from jaundice, have a failing liver, are overweight and depressed, and have lost contact with almost everyone you used to party with, and you think, maybe I was wrong. The real ways to impress people are by accomplishing healthy things in your life, being a good husband or lover, being a good father, treating people with respect, and being kind. Reason to stay sober. I impress people in healthier ways. Chapter 4, A Disney Drunk. A whole new world in Florida. Please keep your hands and arms inside this chapter at all times. The stories are about to get intense. Like an animated movie or a musical, everything on the Walt Disney College program was livelier and more fun than real life. My days were more colorful, more flamboyant, more over the top. So was the drinking. Number 34, making a movie. Up until my 22nd birthday, I had already lived and partied. I'd been to concerts almost entirely naked, woken up from a near death experience with alcohol poisoning in Europe, taken drugs in Tijuana, slept with three girls in a 24-hour period, survived spring breaks in South Padre and the Bahamas, spent days of my life hammered while tubing rivers, and gotten voted employee most likely to party the rest of their life from managers and coworkers. So, I can tell you with precise accuracy, I had never been to a party even half as fun as the one the Disney company threw by creating the Walt Disney World College program. That was a fucking party, and the good times lasted over 5 whole months. I applied for the Walt Disney World College program after reading about it in a variety of men's magazines and hearing very descriptive word of mouth. The internships community was described as a hedonistic, young, entertaining college oasis without any actual college work and little to no supervision. Plus, you would get paid to work at the happiest place on earth. I received the orientation packet in the mail just before graduation. Dear Gary, congratulations. You have been selected to participate as a roll hopper at Epcot on the Disney College program for the fall 2003 season. Holy shitballs. I was going to be part of the magic. Zippity doo motherfucking da. I felt like I had won an Academy Award. It was the proudest moment of my work life. It was official. I was moving to Orlando from August until January of the next year. But before that, I officially got my diploma in May. I earned a bachelor's degree in marketing after switching majors from journalism to entrepreneurial studies to corporate finance and then settling on marketing. I graduated magna cum laude even after all the stories you have read. Once again, I felt I was doing just fine in life, so the truth about my overdrinking was lost on me, and I was moving to a brand new place with new friends, a party environment, and a super easy job, so a clean slate meant my habits could only get better, or way worse. The place of legend I would reside in was in Lake Buena Vista and was called Vista Way Apartments, although everyone referred to it as Vista Lay. One of four apartment complexes owned by the Walt Disney Company for the exclusive use of college programs interns, CPs for short. Vista Way opened in 1987. As of 2005, around 8,000 students were participating each year, representing at least 301 colleges and universities. There were wellness apartments where all residents were minors, not of drinking age, and alcohol was strictly prohibited. Then there were apartments like mine where everyone was of age. Truth be told, when you got home from work, no matter what time it was, you had to be ready to party, because if you weren't, the other people in your apartment were, and next door, and above you, and below you, and in every apartment in the complex. We were one big happy, singing, dancing, promiscuous family. Let me explain to you the state of mind I was in when I pulled into Vista Way. Not only had I gotten out of a 4 year relationship right after graduation, over the summer, drinking every day, blowing shit up with fireworks, crashing longboards into walls, jumping into bushes from third story balconies, pulling pranks on people, riding on the hoods of cars, these had only been a warm up for the handful of bad decisions my young self would make during the fall. I didn't take much when I moved to Vista Way, only what I could fit in my Ford Taurus, but I absolutely did not forget one of my most prized possessions, my shitty little video camera. I had decided to make a documentary entitled The Real College Program. My original plan was to produce 10 episodes of content to be played on cable access television in Orlando, followed by DVDs for sale on a website. I called it a mockumentary, documentary style footage that didn't take itself too seriously. Each episode had a scrolling text that said what the focus was. The first episode was about the roommates and the first night partying together. The next focused on all the sex stuff. One had interviews. One was solely about drinking. You get the idea. What was the best way to get footage? Throw a shitload of parties, do a lot of drugs, and drink a lot of booze, of course. I wish I could show the world my final film, but unfortunately, many people in specific companies would not be so happy to view the contents. While recording a podcast about my college program days, another CP who had known me on the program was asked what I was like. His answer: It's funny because Disney is known for being very clean and having perfect, everything. And then Gary here is running around naked and doing beer bongs and acting a fool. There was one point in the 6 months I lived there, he had a party, and every girl he slept with was at the party, and they were all wearing pink. While this answer was not shocking to me, I wish I had been remembered as a good guy with a great sense of humor. or maybe a customer service professional with integrity, perhaps even a person who wore his heart on his sleeve or something else to that effect. But after repetitious nights of insufferable behavior, I guess I will always be remembered for the Pink Shirt Club, naked antics, and being an incredibly functional alcoholic. While viewing the movie, I realized I was drunk for pretty much every scene in the film, minus a few shots of me at work, but really I had taken shots of rum before most ships, so even then. Also, after gathering statistics from another viewing of my movie, I found the following. Each item described was a product of drinking. Number of times Gary is naked, 9. Number of times we see Gary in a thong, 19. Number of different parties filmed, 21. Number of boobies flashed at the camera, 12. Number of beer bongs, 9. Number of stunts, 79. Number of shopping carts, 10. Number of pranks, 23. Number of times shit is snorted, 8. Number of slaps administered, 18. Looking back, I really wish I hadn't partied so much and would have focused on my huge creative undertaking, the film itself. I don't regret any of my life. Still, I would have bought better equipment, including a tripod and microphones, conducted more interviews, concentrated on having more of a story to the documentary, hyped the movie up more, and actually kept better organized. I would have logged all my footage as I recorded it and made backup copies of my signed release forms. Now, sober, I am much more professional with my film and video work. Reason to stay sober. I am more focused on my creative efforts. Number 35, Designated Decoy. Being DD doesn't always end well. I don't mean designated driver. I mean designated decoy, a stupid ass idea I had one night in Florida. We were going a few miles down the road to drink at a hole in the wall bar where you could bring any size cup and fill it with tap beer for $2. I brought a large plastic 60-ounce cup from 7-Eleven. Fuck yeah. A few of those babies, and it was a great time. Unfortunately, bring your own cup night also attracted cops to post up across the street and bust people when they left drunk and drove away. I thought, instead of a sober driver, a designated decoy, still a DD technically, could pretend to be intoxicated by driving away from the bar like an asshole. They would swerve or forget to put the headlights on in an attempt to lure the cops towards him, allowing us real drunk drivers to get away clean at the same time. The operation was a total bust. There were two cops at the bar, as always, but when our DD walked out of the bar, Fake stumbled onto a random car and then peeled out past the cops. Only one of them pursued. They gave him a fine for reckless driving and almost took him to jail. All we could do was watch as we hoped the second cop would join in on the fun with our DD. When he didn't, we all took a cab back to Vista Way, leaving my car there overnight. Drunk driving is no joke. Although a good friend of mine had been killed by a drunk driver on New Year's Eve my senior year in high school, and then another good friend of mine was killed in a drunk driving accident my senior year in college, I still drove drunk sometimes. Lots of people do, I get that. But there's never a good excuse, and now, being more adamant and observational, I can at least try and prevent people from driving away when they've had too many. Reason to stay sober. I can make sure others don't drive drunk. Number 36. Fun at the Chevron. As luck found me one night, I stumbled into a sacred garden of the college program, the local Chevron a few miles from Vista Lay. When I went in to buy a case of beer, I noticed the station had tables, booths, and a mini pizza cafe. There were tables with umbrellas on a small patio outside as well next to the car wash. Not only was the pizza amazing, the employee, we will call him Animal, his name was actually kind of close to that anyway, was so fun and loud like me, and wait for it, they served beer. They had beer on tap, and Animal sold me pitchers for a measly $5. I don't know if that was the real price, but Animal was always there to hook me up at nights. I probably hung out at the Chevron 50 nights total while on the program. I would stop by on the way home from work for a slice and a pitcher by myself. My roommates and I used the Chevron for pre-gaming on Thursday nights before Pleasure Island employee nights, and sometimes we would go just to play beer chugging games until 2 in the morning. It was my little utopia, hanging out at the gas station, legally drinking, reviewing tapes, joking around with friends and strangers. One night I met a regular at the Chevron, a guy who claimed he was a representative for Vista Way. I knew what that meant. This guy was in his mid-20s, wore cool clothes, always a size too big, and frequently wore sunglasses at night. He drove an old Mercedes-Benz spray-painted pink, not painted pink, and often sat inside the vehicle with the windows down, chain smoking and looking around. He became our resident drug dealer, adding another great reason to go to the Chevron. My favorite memory of him was when I first got his name. I was sitting outside drinking and having a smoke. Hey man, I've seen you around. How's it going? Good, thanks. I've seen you too. I'm Gary. I come here pretty often. Cool. He stuck his hand out. Fun, he said. PHUN. Fun? If you need cocaine, think of pure cocaine, pure fun, fun. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. One of the best formal introductions I've ever had. The drug dealer even had his name legally changed. Fun showed on his Nevada driver's license. Although the memories of fun and drinking at Chevron are numerous, I'm glad my addictions don't lead me to hanging out at gas stations or with drug dealers in plain sight of potential cops. Reason to stay sober. No more dealing with drug dealers. Number 37. Hide and go seek. The most fun I had while in Orlando, and one of the best things I ever did, period, was play hide and go seek at Pleasure Island after taking ecstasy bought from a guy named Fun at a gas station. I met two CPs at work who claimed to be party goers. They found their way to my apartment on a work night for a little drinking and fun. After asking me if I knew where to get weed, we ended up at Chevron talking to Fun. The girl I was with, Baton Rouge, bought some things from him, and after a few beers, we decided to go hit up Pleasure Island. Pleasure Island was a Disney owned island with 8 nightclubs and other sources of entertainment, all for one entrance fee, and free for CPs on Thursday nights. The island was always the most fun place to hang out. I'm sorry to say it has been closed for years, but I had no idea the night of this story would end up being so adventurous and memorable. Standing outside of 8 Tracks, one of the many clubs on Pleasure Island, slightly buzzed from drinking, Baton Rouge presented 3 pills in her hand, one for each of us. One flaw of mine when drinking is I try drugs without hesitation. I took that pill without even asking what it was. Sometime shortly after we took it, everything about life got suddenly better, happier, more pronounced. I could feel the music. I could see the vibrations of the bass. The fireworks weren't loud. They attached to my soul and made my ears feel like they were being tickled by feathers. Baton Rouge gave me butterfly kisses, and it felt like mermaids were sucking my cock. Colors were more vivid and had streaks to them. Shots and test tubes on trays glowed in the dark. Everyone on the island was smiling at me and petting me. Then it got even better. I'm going to go hide somewhere on the island. Try and find me. If you find me, you can kiss me, Baton Rouge said. Me too, our other friend said. I don't even remember his name, sorry. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered except being in that moment. You want to play hide and go seek? I asked for confirmation. Baton Rouge repeatedly nodded like a little girl asked if she wanted a piece of cake at a birthday party. It seemed like the best idea of all time. It was. The same evening, after the drugs wore off and we were alone in my living room, semi cracked out as part of the come down, sunrise creeping up, quiet all around the apartment, Baton Rouge made her move. I'm going to have sex with you now, she said. We had made out many times during the game on the island, and nothing had gone much further than heavy petting. I'm only doing this because I had a lot of fun with you tonight, but this isn't going to go anywhere. I never saw her again after she left. I am so glad I don't have to deal with that kind of shit anymore. No more drunken hookups. No more worrying about catching diseases. No more awkward after conversations. No more walks of shame. Reason to stay sober. No more one night stands. Number 38. Blackout Number One. One blackout night, I woke up on my knees in a bathroom stall, also at Pleasure Island. I woke up on my knees, alone, chin to my chest, drooling on myself, sometime around 3 in the morning. I was in a bathroom stall facing the left wall, not the toilet. Vomit surrounded me, and I was still shit-faced. I had been awoken by the cleaning crew coming in to put some shine into those linoleum floors. At least my friends had tried to find me. I must have had at least 20 missed calls and texts. When I got back to my apartment, my roommate was still up drinking. He had the next day off. Where have you been? I was worried sick. On my knees in the bathroom at Pleasure Island, I fell asleep. On your knees in the bathroom? Did you suck a dick? I don't know. Why do you ask? You are a whole different person when you drink. You are very friendly to everyone. That doesn't mean I'm bisexual, I think. All I'm saying is you've got some sorting out to do because you are something. Although I was starting to find out the Wrenn had some strange drunk personality traits, I also found a bad habit I had of placing bets on my party performances. That night I had gotten overly intoxicated because I had bet a friend $20 I could down more shots in 1 minute than he could. I don't remember if I won that bet. That was before we even went out drinking, which sealed the blackout deal for me when I consumed even more drinks at the clubs. Honestly, I've never liked gambling at all, and I've only done it when I was drinking. Reason to stay sober. I don't waste money on stupid bets. Number 39. Blackout Number Two. It's tough to get permanent marker dick tattoos off your face in time for work. One morning I woke up at Fun's house, the drug dealer. I don't even remember how I ended up hanging out with him in the first place. I awoke on a hideous on and off white and gray striped couch. There were two blow-up dolls on a chair across from me, scissoring each other, one a skinny nurse and the other a larger one with huge plastic boobs. There was a stuffed dog at my ankle, which was turned on and humping me. A beer bong laid across my chest, and there was a large plastic nipple toy taped to the top of my head. Dumbass was written on my chest, as well as a surprisingly detailed, thick, hairy dick on my cheek. Many, many times have I been fucked with after getting so drunk I literally cannot wake up when people are touching me or pranking me. Not anymore. Reason to stay sober. No more pranks on me when blacked out. Number 40. Blackout Number 3. I blacked out after drinking around the world. Imagine that. During the Epcot Food and Wine Festival, Epcot is one of 4 theme parks at Walt Disney World and the place where I worked during my internship. 4 of us went to try our hand at the biggest check off our Vista Way checklist to complete a session of drinking around the world. Half of the park is called the World Showcase, which shows off the people, architecture, merchandise, shows, food, alcohol, and cultures of 11 different countries. Here is a list of each country in the World Showcase, as well as what we drank and my progressive drunken behavior before my blackout. Drink number 1, Mexico, a margarita. Behavior: goofed around and put on an oversized sombrero for pictures. Drink 2, Norway, a beer. Behavior: made out with the giant wooden troll in the gift shop. Drink 3, China, apple cider. Behavior: attacked my friend with devil sticks. Drink 4, Germany, a shot of Jägermeister. Behavior: toasted with strangers, started to get louder in general. To the college program, to Disney, to getting fucked up where we work. Drink 5, Italy, a Bellini. Behavior: someone's phone started to ring. The tone was Sweet Home Alabama, and we all went wild, putting our drinks in the air as we sang the song together. We tried to get the mute actor as part of the Italy Pavilion's entertainers to sing along. Drink 6, America, Samuel Adams beer. Behavior: I went in to hug a coworker and tell him how much I love him. Been drinking, have we? He asked. Whoops. Drink 7, Japan, a carafe of sake. Behavior: almost bought some dumb toys from the giant store. Had to be talked out of trying to climb over the pagoda ropes and banging on the giant drum. Drink 8, Morocco, a beer. Behavior: tried to find a magic carpet to pee on. Thankfully, I relieved myself in a urinal instead. Drink 9, France, a glass of champagne. Behavior: my friend sat on the bench drinking while someone filmed me tripping over myself repeatedly in a crowd of people. We were drunk enough to think this was actually funny. Drink 10, United Kingdom, a grasshopper. Behavior: we actually sat down in the bar to get the spinning to slow down. I tried to convince the smoking hot English bartenders to come to Vista Way to party. They didn't. Drink 11, Canada, a Labatt Blue beer. Behavior: I chugged the beer, and that was the kiss of drunk death. Okay, I'm not going to lie. On top of all these drinks, I had brought in and finished a flask of vodka. I was so drunk when we got off the bus at Vista Way that I climbed into a shopping cart, hoping to be pushed to my bed. Sometimes the carts were left near the gate after residents brought groceries back from the store. Of course, I wouldn't be able to get past security in the cart or while intoxicated. That might be why my girlfriend dumped the cart into the bushes before the security booth, hidden from sight. My friends left me there passed out for an undetermined amount of time, but I woke up before sunrise and stumbled back to my apartment. We filmed the whole night for the Real College program and ended up with almost zero usable footage. My level of creativity was topped out at filming myself piss, filming myself fall down in front of people to shock them, and other dumb drunk acts. I should have been documenting the amazing park and some of the college interns performing their roles, conducting interviews, finding interesting angles for static shots, getting time lapses of the crowd, etc. Reason to stay sober. I am more creative. Number 41. Acid in the Magic Kingdom. Have you ever been to the Haunted Mansion on LSD? Me neither, thank God. As a teenager, I really enjoyed the music and stage persona of Marilyn Manson. Besides beautiful stories of him sucking off bandmates during concerts and removing parts of his ribcage so he could pleasure himself, my favorite idol moment was how he went crazy due to dropping acid at the Magic Kingdom. So, of course, I was going to try that while I was in full Disney partying mode. I got some magic tabs, no, they weren't shaped like Mickey ears, from PHUN, who called the drug L Snickerdoodle D. We were planning to embark on the nightmare, life-affirming experience together. However, he backed out last minute because of an accidental up all night doing blow and hating his life kind of night. At first, I was upset, then I realized I had taken some acid in high school by myself and it had turned out all right. I remembered it was kind of a hard thing to communicate on as well, so being solo might be less stressful. So, I went to the Magic Kingdom by myself and took 2 hits of acid. L Snickerdoodle D, like a fucking idiot. I put them on my tongue while staring at Cinderella Castle. Immediately, I had a bad feeling. Was this drug outing going too far? Out of everything I had done up to this point, being destructive, buying alcohol for the community, running around naked, partying hard at PI, hooking up at the parks while on the clock, would taking a hardcore substance at the parks where I was employed be the final nail in my employment coffin? Negative thoughts started to pile up. I was going to do something stupid. It was too hot. I was going to dehydrate. The characters were going to try and eat me. I would see blood running down the walls of It's a Small World. The ghosts in the haunted mansion were going to try and possess me. Space Mountain was going to consume my soul. The laughing place in Splash Mountain would make me laugh myself to death. On acid, even at the happiest place on earth, negative thoughts could lead to a bad trip. I am happy to report the acid didn't work. Mickey Mouse, Walt Disney, or whatever entity blessed me, and as thanks, I didn't take acid ever again in my life. I got lucky, but looking back, I think about my great career now as a flight attendant. As an employee governed by the Department of Transportation, not only do we have to remain sober, have random drug tests, and have a general rule to stop drinking at least 8 hours before flying, there is no way I would have been able to keep my job as an alcoholic and drug seeker. I would have been tempted to buy drugs legally in Mexico. I definitely would have had way too high of a BAC to have the 8 hour rule apply to me. I would have blacked out at some point and missed the flight. I could keep going, but you get the point. I got the job when I had already been almost 2 years sober, and everything happens when and how it should. Reason to stay sober. I wouldn't be able to hold the job I have because I wouldn't be able to drink in moderation and never do drugs. Alcoholic checkpoint. Alcoholic checkpoint, a pulse point, if you will, for my alcoholic journey in 2004 at the age of 22. I was getting a little smarter. I recognized the irresponsibility of drunk driving at least. I was becoming a functional alcoholic at work and in front of security. I realized I had hooked up with every girl after drinking, never sober. So I felt I needed to drink in order to become what girls liked. I worked part time at a macaroni grill to have money for drugs and alcohol. I blacked out at least once a week. I tended to get a little weird when I was drunk, and many people thought I was bisexual. I drank too much. I drank every day. I chain smoked when I was drunk and smoked even when sober. I drank alone and was often the first and last person to crack open a drink. I always carried a flask and finished it. I hid liquor bottles in my closet in case my parties ran dry. Number 42. Return to Texas. Fireworks, drinking, and gas pumps. Three things that should never be around each other. When the college program ended in January 2004, I decided to turn down a real job at Epcot. All my friends were about to quit and move back home. I would have to find a place to live, and I would probably get bored and learn to resent Disney World. I didn't want the magic to fade. I didn't want to pay more for rent and bills. Vista Way living was pretty cheap. And Amber, who was my best friend, college roommate, and future wife, had come out to rescue me and bring me home, where I was missed by my family and friends. Fine. When I got home to San Antonio, the first thing I did was go bar hopping with Nick and other friends. Nick bought an entire truck full of fireworks to celebrate. They were extremely illegal because of drought concerns, but our willingness to stay present for and set off more and bigger fireworks increased with the number of drinks. After the first bar, we set off one firework at the top of a hill. After the second bar, we lit them inside our car and threw them out the window. Third bar, we set them off in the parking lot and drove away immediately. Fourth bar, we set off a set that lasted a good 5 minutes. We watched for a while before driving away. Fifth bar, we set off a whole bunch in a dumpster in the middle of an apartment complex. It sounded like a machine gun going off for several moments, and we started a dumpster fire. After the final bar, we stopped to get gas. Another friend pulled up next to us, and Nick pointed a firework at them, intent on setting it off towards them. Nick, not where we get gas. Are you fucking kidding me? Since we lived, kind of funny. Then I remembered a few years earlier I had been drinking at a friend's ranch in Laredo where a drunk kid shot himself in the foot. I won't die from either a self inflicted explosion or gunshot wound if I can help it. Reason to stay sober. Less chance of injury from fireworks or guns. Chapter 5. Fast Times at Mile High. The Colorado Years. After such a fun journey in Florida, San Antonio seemed dull in comparison. I returned back to work at Macaroni Grill, but the old gang had dispersed, and I wasn't able to feed my ego as much as I was used to. In my boredom, I began to drink by myself every day. I lived with my mom again, the complete opposite of Vista Way. I didn't really have any direction. I started to get depressed and felt trapped in life. The alcohol only made it worse. I needed to feel alive again before I killed myself with booze. One of my buddies and managers transferred to a macaroni grill in Cherry Creek Mall in Denver. I asked if I could move there as well, and he said I would be able to come on as a server immediately. Exploring my options, my best friend from the college program, Chewy, lived in Littleton just outside of Denver and said I could stay with him while I got on my feet. I had a place to live, a job, and two friends from the get go. Fate was coming together for me. Once again, I packed everything I thought was important into my car and drove north into the next chapter of my life. I intended to make new friends, calm down on the partying, and get more active with skiing, rollerblading, joining a gym, etc. The restaurant industry is a motherfucker for addicts and drunks, however. So many stories over the next 4 years, littered with reasons I love staying sober now. Number 43, Mountain Tops and Hangover Bottoms. My first blackout in Denver happened the very first night I lived there. Shocker, I know. Everyone and their mothers warned me higher altitude means less oxygen in the brain, which means you get drunk quicker. Whatever, man. No one can handle alcohol like me, I thought. My manager came to pick Chewy and I up and took us to a bar in Cherry Creek so I could celebrate the move and meet a few soon to be coworkers. The drink special was $3 Jägermeister shots. If you've never had this flavor of evil, it's a poison that tastes like licorice, is served ice cold, and fucks you up. Granted, I was exhausted from driving over 900 miles, but after two, three, six back to back shots of the Black Devil, I lost consciousness at the bar. When I woke up on the floor of Chewy's one bedroom apartment, I could see the snow capped Rocky Mountains off in the distance and immediately had a panic attack. Why did I move here? Chewy had his 2 year old daughter. I had no family close. My job was almost an hour drive away. I had no savings. I didn't know how to drive in sleet or snow. Hell, I didn't even own any cold weather clothes. Still drunk, on the verge of a massive hangover, I could see the tops of the mountains, but I felt the lows of my bad decisions. Even if I hadn't gotten so drunk, I would have been excited and optimistic about the move. Instead, I had already made myself sick and sad with booze and had probably cemented my fate as a party animal with my new coworkers. Besides being a depressant, another awful truth about the power of alcohol is it's literally a poison. Don't believe me? Drink a pint of 100% alcohol and see if you wake up. Our bodies reject it with flushed face, decaying organs, sweating, nausea, vomiting, and headaches. Plus, it tastes awful. I mean it. The first alcohol I remember tasting was Jim Beam, and it was one of the worst experiences of my life gulping it down. Nothing has changed. Bourbon still tastes the same. The first year of sobriety, I thought I craved good beer, but really I only wanted beer when I was extremely thirsty, and beer is mostly water. Then I thought I missed the taste of wine, but I never enjoyed its taste. What a crock of shit. If I had liked the taste, I wouldn't have always chugged it. I would have sipped it. Then liquor? Nope, can't say I like the taste of any liquor straight, which is why we mix it a million different ways with other liquids, and addictive sugary ones to boot. The same way I can't drink Jim Beam now since my alcohol poisoning. I could never drink Jägermeister again now because of its smell, all the nights it blacked me out, and all the times it made me throw up. Reason to stay sober. No more awful tasting poison. Number 44, 24 beers in 60 minutes. Non-alcoholic beer can get you drunk if you have about 30 of them. Yes, I know from experience, but this story is about Colorado beer, which has an even more bizarre alcohol content level. Since I had already proved everyone right in the altitude fucks you up faster message I blatantly ignored, I was next set out to prove 3.2 beer wouldn't get me as drunk as regular beer, which is anywhere from 4 to 6% alcohol by volume in the cheap beer I frequently drink. As told to me by coworkers, low point beer was another pitfall of the prohibition. This outdated Colorado law meant only beers sold at actual liquor stores contained the correct amount of alcohol content. What you bought at convenience stores and grocery stores had less alcohol. I didn't believe that information. Why would large beer companies make and package a different product just for a few states? It was bullshit, and I was too naive to look it up, ask a liquor store clerk, or simply read a label. I was more interested in making Colorado's unique laws a game for my home videos and entertain myself in a new environment. I bought a case of 3.2 beer at the gas station and went to Washington Park one night after work. While my friend timed me, we stood on a dock in the lake and I was determined to drink the whole case of beer in 60 minutes, peeing in the lake when needed. I chugged and chugged while we discussed religion and politics. I'm full of shit, I never talked about important things. A real lifetime accomplishment, I drank the whole case in less than an hour. It's only 1 ounce of beer every 12 and a half seconds, and proved everyone right again. I was pretty fucked up and began to fall over and over, and not on purpose. My friend and I laughed and laughed. We were having a great time at my expense. Then he pushed me into the cold lake. Or did I fall in? Probably the latter. That cold ass water sobered me up for the most part. but I still remained drunk mad, swearing at my friend and saying hurtful things even as he gave me a ride home and set the car's heat high to warm me up. He swore he hadn't pushed me in, but I was convinced otherwise. The night had turned sour. I eventually realized he hadn't pushed me in because falling into water, and sometimes deliberately jumping into water for stunts or pranks, was a common occurrence when the Wrenn drank in excess, which is not cool considering I really hate being soaking wet with all my clothes on. Reason to stay sober. No more falling or jumping into water with all my clothes on. Number 45. Mouse traps and balls. Two things that should never merge, a mousetrap and a pair of human testicles. Three guys I worked with at Macaroni Grill turned out to be just as significant of partiers as I was. Somehow they scored an awesome house in the middle of the Denver University campus. It was literally the only house on the block that was not student housing, complete with a vast front yard, two bedrooms on the first floor, a large living room, and open kitchen. The basement contained another huge living space, a bathroom, a laundry room, and two more bedrooms. I have no idea how they scored such a fantastic place, but it quickly became known as the house and wins the award in my Denver journey as the place with the most consistent and memorable partying. One night they threw a party so crowded, girls were crowd surfing in the living room. Sometimes DJs spun tracks till the morning in the living room. My friends from work who lived there made extra money by throwing keg parties and charging $5 at the door and hosting beer pong tournaments with cash prizes. Students had a safe place to do drugs without the supervision of adults or anyone involved with the college. On slow nights, nights with just Macaroni Grill employees, we would drink in excess, smoke copious amounts of weed, and come up with fun activities. We would dance and have slap fights on the roof, formulate huge snowball fights after snowstorms, shoot fireworks at each other, or take mushrooms and make horror movies. Other nights we would play a drinking game where you had to take a shot of beer every minute of a long film, or put on layers of clothes and sumo wrestle. You know, typical college behavior, except none of the tenants were enrolled in school. I was still in the record everything and do stupid stunts phase. Examples of footage we recorded: letting a friend tackle me off the porch and into the snow, doing a front flip off the roof and into the snow, and snowboarding down the basement stairs. My favorite was a night we hit golf balls in the living room, diving out of the way of projectile golf balls. The dumbest thing my drunk self did, however, was set a mouse trap off on my exposed balls. When I woke up in the morning, one of my testicles was so inflamed and red I could barely stand. I had to call in sick for 3 days until painkillers finally worked. I don't have any permanent damage that I know about, but damn, that was stupid. Watching the footage we had recorded of this incident is tough. In the video, after the mousetrap snapped, I ran outside and put my testicles in the snow. I had no idea what to do. It hurt so bad. Then I threw up from the pain numerous times in the cold, went inside to lay down while everyone laughed or screamed in horror at the excitement, and the footage ends. I'll tell you one thing: I don't miss thinking I was invincible. Reason to stay sober. No more physically hurting myself for others' amusement. Number 46. The Glorious Bastards. Oh my god, they almost killed Gary, you bastards! The Glorious Bastards was the rugby team of the Metropolitan State University of Denver. One of the members of the club got hired as a server at the Macaroni Grill I worked at. After hanging out one night, I agreed to film their season and make a documentary for them about the parties, the games, and anything else I wanted. In return, I would be paid in booze and get access to all their events. The first game I recorded, one of the players on the opposing team wore bright pink shorts. The team was out to get this guy, and later, when I showed them the tape at the after party bar, they saw I had written on the screen, "Pink means pussy," over a close up of the man in pink shorts running onto the field. Holy shit, was I in at that point. They loved it. It was great working for these guys, and being paid in unlimited booze and opportunities to mingle with countless girls was great for calming down on the partying. Sarcasm. The games were one level of fun. Besides the cutthroat violence at the games, there always seemed to be an actual fight, and having the coach turn from murderous psychopath to lady charmer every half, depending on how well the team was performing, the team was undefeated and had a ton of fans on their sideline. The other level of fun, of course, was the after parties. After each game, the team went to a bar where the top floor was reserved exclusively for them, and a keg was tapped and ready to serve. The female to male ratio was always a good 3 to 1. After the barrel ran out, someone would host an after party. This is where the best footage was shot. Once there was a giant beer bong with 6 different tubes at least 20 feet long each. Someone would stand on the roof and pour pitchers of beer into the funnel, which branched out through the 6 tubes to participants on the ground below. Another party, everyone watched as four people played Naked Twister, two girls and two guys. Walking into an apartment one night, everyone was screaming and cheering towards the television. I assumed it was a sporting event until I heard, "Yeah, suck that dick good," and things of that nature. A first for me, seeing 30 rugby players and girls drinking beer and eating jello shots and watching a full on porn movie cheering on the actors. A typical drinking game they played had the loser take off their shoe and chug a beer out of it. The height of it all was a party I threw out renting a room in a 3-story house in Inglewood. The coach and I had gathered enough money to put a keg in each bathtub in the house, one on each floor. Both my roommates were gone, and I invited everyone I knew from Macaroni Grill as well. This night turned into the biggest party I have ever thrown and or been to. Wall-to-wall people on every floor, on the stairs, out front, out back. There was also a flat roof for people to hang out. Pure madness. I had other people record the video footage since I was the popular one that night for providing such an epic party house. If I ever wrote a book about the Glorious Bastards, half of the book would have been stories from that night. That is, if I had been sober enough to remember the stories. Most of the footage was crap, and you could only hear things going on rather than see them. The only thing that came out of the footage, besides many shots of keg stands, people making out, bong hits, guys getting each other riled up, and property destruction, was when the cops made everyone leave and said towards the camera, "Well, you guys throw one hell of a party." At the time, it was the greatest compliment I had ever received. That was pretty much the end of the Glorious Bastards segment of my time in Denver. The following week, after so many parties and an undefeated season, they lost their first playoff game in an upset. The parties stopped, I finished the documentary, and we all went our separate ways. I also got kicked out of my house because I could not get any of the stains out of the carpet or walls. There were broken appliances, and the place still had so much trash everywhere I couldn't clean it up in time before the primary tenant of the house arrived. His "please don't throw a party while we are gone" comment had backfired into the total opposite, and the chaos had turned into our no longer being friends and me having to find a place to live in a short amount of time. Being a creative, especially a writer, I know now my alcoholic tendencies really hindered me. For example, my handling of making the real college program was sloppy at best and definitely unorganized. Also, it took 10 years to self publish my first book. Most of it was incoherent, drunk writing trash. Now that I'm sober, I see how far I've come creatively. I have released 7 books in 6 years, finished a ton of production projects, executive produced and helped with the production of an independent horror film and gotten pretty comfortable behind a camera. Also, I literally write anywhere and everywhere because if there is one thing a writer knows, it's that when you have an idea, you have to write it down immediately. I repeat from experience and listening to other professionals, no matter how many times you try, you won't remember that great idea or thought. Write it down. Fortunately, we have Scrivener, the Cloud, and the Notes app to make this possible. Point is, throwing that final party for the Glorious Bastards, I could have really had a fantastic story there if I had been sober. I would have been in and out of conversations and scenes, pen in hand, like a Rolling Stone journalist. Reason to stay sober. I can write anywhere at any time, and am motivated to do so. Number 47. Hose, not hose. The complexity of the English language almost got me killed on a sunny afternoon in downtown Denver, or maybe it was the day drinking and longboarding. Hawk was a friend of mine who lived in a party house in the middle of Washington Park, close to Cherry Creek in downtown Denver, where I worked. I often slept on his couch since I lived so far away and was always too fucked up to drive. One day we decided to longboard around the city and get some lunch. We ended up having quite a few rounds of drinks and not so much lunch at ESPN Zone. Our route to return home involved a lot of downhill skating, but with liquid courage and the competitive nature of my friend, it wouldn't be a problem. Let me interrupt this story to also say both times I have dangerously hit my head while not wearing a helmet, I was drunk. This was one of those times. We were hauling ass down the street on the sidewalk, and I was going too fast for comfort. Jumping off and running to a stop was beyond my control at that point. Hawk was able to, however. He jumped off his board and yelled, "Hose!" Being in full adrenaline drunk mode, I looked for the hot ladies he was referring to, while still flying down the sidewalk. In front of me was a giant hose sucking something into a truck. The tube was at least a foot in diameter. When my board hit the hose, it stopped dead in its track and drunk Gary went flying. I hit the pavement hard, right on my forehead, and momentarily blacked out. When Hawk woke me up, about to call an ambulance, he declined when I said very coherently, "Oh, hose, literally." I was shocked that the universe had called me out and physically hurt me after thinking of women as hoes that day. Drunk thoughts and actions have equal and opposite reactions, or something. Reason to stay sober. Karma is real, and I choose to be on the good side of it by not doing bad things when drunk. Number 48, The Colfax Crawl. If you want your life to resemble a drama comedy movie, make a film with your friends involved in a dangerous activity and add tons of booze. I put together a plan to make a video called The Colfax Crawl with some friends and coworkers from Macaroni Grill. We would start the event at noon and enter a different bar every half hour and see what happened. Either way, drinking, this crowd I had handpicked, and Denver bar life all guaranteed great footage. It turned out even better than I could have written in a fiction novel. My friend Shagman, who didn't drink at all, decided to be our sole videographer, timekeeper, and my sober driver. Since I didn't have to film for once, I was stoked. Decked out in my favorite black punk style hat, my drinking team jersey, a black pea coat, and my shoes with wheels on the bottom. They are called Heelys, and despite being for kids, are made in adult sizes. The day began right on time, noon. I deemed our group the professional idiots. There were 7 of us at the beginning: me, Shagman, Lucy, Pick, Frail, Julio, and Rockstar. Others joined us at various times based on their work schedules. Here are highlights from the Colfax Crawl video and other moments pieced together from Shagman's sober accounts. Number 1, Bastien's Restaurant. Rockstar licked a mannequin's butthole and screamed, "They all taste like butter." 1 beer in. Number 2, PS Lounge. Rockstar and I whipped out our dicks for the camera, stared into the lens, and did the helicopter with our pants at our ankles, giant grins on our faces. The bar was closed. It was only 12:30ish, so we did this in front of the closed sign for some reason. Number 3, Monroe Tavern. Frail showed up and gave a speech about the importance of pacing ourselves. Then he slammed a pitcher of beer in about 10 seconds. We all drank a pitcher each, the catch up from the previous bar being closed. Shagman got in a pool ball juggling contest with a drunk guy and won. Rockstar whipped out his balls and dipped them in the corner pocket. I slapped Rockstar really hard with chalk on my hand, and he had the 4-finger chalk mark on his cheek for several bars. Number 4, Medium Social Club, the Mediterranean. This bar was closed too. The bartender was setting up and told us to come back later. Rockstar gave him a full moon, and the bartender said, "Never mind, don't come back." Number 5, Mezcal. We all had a beer and a shot to catch up. Pick took 3 shots of whiskey back to back and then drank a beer. So much for pacing. Lucy threw up. Number 6, Goosetown Tavern. Before we went in, Julio told us a story about a time he got arrested for being drunk in public during a parade in Greeley. He said, "I have a feeling one of us will go to jail today. Who do you think it'll be?" We all pointed at Rockstar. "Fuck you guys," he said as we all laughed. We drank tequila sunrises and noticed that we already had a straggler, Lucy. Number 7, Atomic Cowboy. We had vodka and Red Bull drinks, and I rolled around the bar on my Heelys. At the end of my skate, I tried to spin but lost my balance and fell flat on my back. Bartender was not impressed. Lucy stumbled in, paler than usual, and told us she was too drunk to continue and got picked up. She was crying and repeating sorry before she left. On the way to the gay bar, the 5 of us held hands and skipped along happily. Julio jumped on my back, and I threw him in the snow onto his back. He needed help to get up. Bar number 8, the Longhorn. Pick lit the wrong end of a cigarette and then grabbed a condom off the bar top and ate it. We drank Smirnoff Ice and danced to Dead or Alive. Rockstar went over to the large aquarium where a suckerfish was busy sucking on the glass. He pointed at it and said, "Can anyone in this bar suck as good as this fish?" On the way to the next bar, Frail peed in the middle of the street. It was still light outside. Number 9, the Bank. We ate pizza, drank pitchers of beer, and handed out condoms since we stole about 30 from the Longhorn. Leaving, Pick stumbled into the street and almost got hit by a bus. Number 10, the Satire Lounge. Julio snorted his first line of pure cane sugar at my insistence. Shag got mad and almost quit when Rockstar whipped his dick out again for the camera. Julio and Pick argued about California versus Colorado and almost got in a fistfight. Walking to the next bar, Julio slipped on a patch of ice and fell on his face. Number 11, the Squire Lounge. We got kicked out for filming. Everyone talked shit and then started yelling in front of the bar. We were officially sloppy. Number 12, Streets of London. We lost Frail, straggler number 2 of the evening. After a Jaeger shot and a Pabst, I threw up. Number 13, Irish Snug. We took shots of Jameson and I ordered a Guinness, but Rockstar drank it. I didn't even notice. Number 14, Sancho's Broken Arrow. Ah, yes, the hippie bar, where everything turned to shit. Rockstar was refused service and asked to leave. He started a scene and was escorted out by a police officer. He continued to cuss and scream, saying, I have a right to do what I do. These fucking guys have been drinking as well. So what's your fucking problem with me? The cop asked him to calm down and pulled out his stun gun. Rockstar did not stop and got shocked and then arrested. Prediction from earlier came true. Pick got pissed off and yelled, fuck this bar, fuck this hippie bullshit, cocksucking, goddamn motherfucking bullshit. Finish your beer. I'm getting out of this patchouli stinking motherfucking trap. Gotta go. He stormed out, and I didn't see him until the next day at work. After a while, Frail joined back up with us. He stated into the camera, You know, this bar, I hate the peace, love, dope. I hate the braids in white girls' hair. I hate the things they wear. I hate that they don't shave. But damn, they have good beer prices, and I'm pretty sure a hippie girl will make out with me if I tell her she's pretty. If a girl kisses me, that's worth sticking around for. Rockstar, I love you. You know, you are my boy. But if a hippie girl makes out with me, is that worth a night in jail? I think so. It's close. It's real close. He was very drunk and refused to leave, seemingly comfortable at the current bar. Number 15, Blush and Blue. This part didn't make the video, but I think it was this bar in which Pick got beat up. The next day at work, he explained how he was already riled up from the almost fight with Julio and pissed about Rockstar getting arrested when he decided to ditch us. He walked into a lesbian bar drunk as all hell and screamed, Which one of you bitches is going to suck my dick and make me a sandwich? That's what he told us he said, although there were no witnesses. Based on the cuts on his face and the two black eyes, we can probably believe him. He wasn't much of an embellisher, but he certainly was a ballsy drunk. Continuing to the next bar, Julio slipped on a patch of ice again and fell on his face. Number 16, Dulcinea's 100th Monkey. A woman we didn't know jumped in front of the camera and said, Here are my tits. She jumped up and down, and Julio grabbed both of her breasts. She immediately lowered her shirt and jacket and punched him right in the nose. He got in a cab, embarrassed, still bleeding from his nose. Number 17, the Detour Lounge. Shagman had to repeatedly tell me that we had lost everybody as I ordered a beer and looked for them over and over. 18, Roslyn Grill. The doorman refused to let me in. I wonder why. Number 19, City Grill. A stranger gave us a lecture about how alcohol was evil and just an addictive social lubricant. I sipped on a beer and swayed while I tried to concentrate on what he was saying. Number 20, the Red Room. People from Macaroni Grill showed up and got the lowdown from Shagman about all the events of the evening. They did not buy me a drink. I didn't notice. As I stumbled to the final bar, it started snowing. Number 21, Congress Lounge. I opened the door, got hit in the face by a gust of heated air, and threw up to the right of the door in an ashtray. I closed the door and gave the international sign for let's go. Shagman was more than ready. I didn't drink any more that night, but I had made it the furthest. I guess at some point it had become a competition since from then on I was declared the winner of the Colfax Crawl. Grand total, we had some stragglers who found it hard to keep up, one arrest, some violence, some crying, a ton of money spent, and hours of recorded footage. Not bad, all things considered. It was a staple of my mid-20s, and as ridiculous as everyone got, I'm glad I decided to make the video, and I definitely have a reason to stay sober out of the whole experience. Reason to stay sober. I won't get arrested for being drunk in public. Number 49, The Scavenger Hunt. I don't care if you're on a jet ski or banging a famous pop star, nothing is more fun than an alcohol-fueled, adult-themed scavenger hunt. My next idea to bond with my coworkers at Macaroni Grill Cherry Creek was putting together such an event. I wrote the list, which involved everything from running a full mile around Washington Park Lake, getting a tattoo, that would have been too funny for a scavenger hunt, taking 6 shots of liquor in less than a minute, kissing a stranger, etc. The rules. Number 1, teams of 3, teams could pick themselves. Number 2, every participant put in $25. The winning team would split the entire pot. Number 3, the game was to be played any day from March 1st to March 15th, 2005. The hours to play were noon until 10 p.m. Number 4, I supplied the video cameras. Every event or item on the list must be video recorded to receive points. Number 5, tapes and cameras were to be turned in no later than 10 p.m. to the house. 6, judges would watch the tapes and announce the total number of points for each team. In return for their time, they kept 10% of the entire pot as payment. We had 30 participants total, 10 teams. The pot was $750 minus $75 for the judges. It was another girl and me, and although I didn't take any money since I participated on one of the teams, which meant the winning team would receive $225 per team member. Not bad, but the memories were priceless. It turned out to be one of the most fun yet physically demanding days ever. The entire city of Denver was our playground. I don't have a copy of the scavenger hunt list, but watching the tapes, I can write a list here of some of the things each team did. By the end of the scavenger hunt, teams had put blue Gatorade in a Windex bottle and pretended to drink the Windex while cleaning a window in public, hit 100 miles per hour in our cars, eaten a spoonful of wasabi, poured a bag of flour on a team member followed by a bucket of water, flirted with strangers, stolen flags, gotten kicked out of bars, convinced Chipotle to give us a free burrito and then given it to a bum, launched teammates from a shopping cart by pushing them very fast into curbs, humped statues, done cartwheels in the middle of the road in our underwear, dived into dumpsters, asked sex store employees to explain in detail how butt plugs worked, mooned a store window from a tree, interviewed a police officer from the back of the police car, eaten live bugs, sang Barbie Girl on top of a vehicle, done backflips on a trampoline, shotgunned a beer inside a church, gotten bras from strangers, peed on expensive cars, and much more. No one got a tattoo, thank God. All videos were scored, the winning team got their money, and I was shocked by how far some of them had taken the simple tasks to the extreme. Reflecting back now, I was definitely a bad influence, this scavenger hunt experiment being just an example. I was partying each and every day. It was work, pay bills, party, sleep, repeat. That was all I expected and received from my mid 20s. Health wise, I was probably only drinking about 10 to 12 drinks a night, eating well, and I was skinny from riding my bike to work every day. So I felt like I was still in control. Being the self proclaimed party leader of my restaurant, I coordinated get togethers and bar gatherings after every single shift, and since we made cash every day, going out was never easier. We were surrounded by the mall, Washington Park, Cherry Creek District, bike paths, bars, restaurants, clubs, and downtown were only 10 minutes away. There was tons to do. Everything I suggested or asked people to do with me was met without hesitation because of my come on, just one drink charm and relentless enthusiasm for life. My friends followed but would later complain about being short on rent. It's hard to save cash when we spend it all having fun. There was always restaurant drama due to alcohol, and many people cheated on significant others also due to alcohol. Although none of these things were entirely my fault, there was a correlation between going out with me all the time and bad shit happening when he partied too hard. Reason to stay sober. I'm not a bad influence anymore. Number 50, St. Patrick's Day Binge. The only time I saw a man piss in his own mouth was on St. Patrick's Day in 2005. He was a friend of mine, yes, but what would you expect to happen when our day started with cocaine for breakfast at 6 a.m. and ended with ecstasy pills around midnight? This was by far the heaviest day of partying I ever survived and lived to tell about. The problem was, the day set the bar high for how much I could handle in a single day and night. Remembering that St. Patrick's Day in the future, as long as I didn't drink that much or mix that many drugs, I was doing okay, right? On top of the 3 flasks of Jameson I carried and finished, we drank pitchers of beer at numerous bars, smoked weed with valet drivers and bouncers, snorted enough coke to kill a donkey, and finally took ecstasy to calm down at a block party around midnight. My goal was to make it 24 hours at full throttle, and I did so easily. When 6 in the morning hit, I went into a mini coma and woke up at midnight the next day, sleeping a total of 18 hours. Why go at it so hard? Well, I was about to move back to San Antonio for the summer to get my finances together, pay off my consumer debt, and, more importantly, get away from the massive amounts of partying I was partaking in. In the meantime, I felt like I had something to prove. I wanted everyone to know that the Wrenn, the most cliche Leo you would ever meet, was the biggest and best party animal in Denver, and you wouldn't be able to forget it or him. I ended up just doing a bunch of drugs and drinking a month's worth of booze and becoming part of that crowd. The guys and girls who grew violent for no reason, harassed sober people on the street, shared drugs with strangers, stole and broke things in stores, and slapped cars when they got too close to hitting us as we stumbled into the street. At least I didn't piss in my own mouth and laugh about it. Even though I had slept almost an entire day away after recovering from the poisons I had fed my body, I was utterly dead to the world for days. I was weak, nauseous, couldn't eat, and my insides hurt. The diarrhea and vomiting were the easy parts, it seemed. Going to work and socializing was the hard part. I can only compare it to trying to do those same tasks with a full blown flu. I literally felt like I was dying, which I probably was. Years later, when my alcoholism took its full toll on my life, I felt like this all the time. You would think this first time getting that sick would be the wake up call needed to slow it all down. Why purposely put yourself into sickness like that again? Well, because alcohol is addictive, it's that simple. And while some people can have a few and stop drinking and say no to drugs when presented with them, I couldn't. Reason to stay sober. No more awful benders that leave me weakened for days. Alcoholic checkpoint, age 23. From April 2005 until October 2005, I moved back to my mom's house to calm down on the Denver partying, get out of debt, and save up some money. A pattern was emerging that I hadn't realized yet. I would move to a new city, get new friends, party my ass off, and eventually tuck my tail and run in order to hit the reset button. Among many ways I would try and quit drinking over the years, running from alcoholism was the least effective way to curb it, I can tell you that. 10 reasons I needed to lay off the partying and start fresh. I drank every day, always to intoxication. Hangovers were getting much worse. The bars and parties were so close to work that I went every single day, spending lots of cash from the tips I had made that day, making it hard to save money for the future. I did cocaine too much. All drugs were easy to get, and I couldn't say no when I was drunk. Smoking weed was an everyday thing as well, which gave me the spins after drinking so much. The Wrenn was becoming a little bit of a horror, and I had a ton of unwanted drama because of it. Bartenders knew me as a friend, thus they gave me shots and free alcohol, adding to the amount I consumed. I never said no to an invite, and I definitely couldn't have just one drink. I had been in the car with a friend as a passenger as we T-boned a vehicle after driving through a red light while drunk. The passengers of the other car were hospitalized, my friend arrested, and I had a swollen face from the airbag for days. Although it was the scariest moment of my life up to that point, the crash still wasn't enough to get me sober. Final straw. People at the house started smoking crack or meth or one of those. I could never tell the difference. I went in before a lunch shift and they were in the living room all cracked out from staying up all night, maybe even days. They handed me a pipe with a crystal in it and offered me a hit like it was no big deal, the same way someone would provide you with weed. Number 51, Rooftop Blackout. Phone, wallet, keys, the three things to never forget. Although I did lose all three once and almost lost my job because of it. I started working at my favorite restaurant of all time, the County Line Barbecue in San Antonio, Texas. Every member of management and several employees would eventually become a family to me. Not just a work family like all restaurants became to me, but an actual family in my personal life, complete with calls outside of work, house visits, and holiday parties. One of the managers was also a part time owner, and he was known for carrying around a styrofoam kids cup filled with whiskey and coke all the time. He gave me a sip once during one of the restaurant's Wednesday night music series concerts. I had drunk liquor many times, obviously, but that whiskey tasted good. I was waiting tables, but the place was filled to the brim, and I was able to sneak behind the bar and make myself a Crown and Coke, although in a big styrofoam cup, read half a bottle of Crown in the cup. Well, that was how my first blackout back in the safety of my hometown happened. When I woke up, I was on the roof of the restaurant. There was a ladder on the back of the building, specifically for getting on the roof, but this was the first time I had gone up there. Needless to say, employees weren't allowed up there. When I went down and into the building to figure out what had happened the night before, my opening lunch shift had started, although I was late and still drunk. At least I was still in uniform. There's a positive outlook. I had no idea where my phone, wallet, or keys were, or my waiter apron and an apron wallet. Thankfully, my general manager gave me a pass and didn't fire me. Later that day, the bartender found my phone, wallet, and keys in the back freezer in my waiter wallet next to the backup cases of beer, a few empty beer bottles laid suspiciously close to my things. Texas was not off to a good start. Reason to stay sober. I don't lose important things as often. Number 52. The Wrenn versus the Inflatable Heineken. I was baked at the oyster bake when I found myself on the ground, surrounded by police officers. Getting back to San Antonio by the end of April meant I wouldn't miss Fiesta, one of the best citywide festivals on the planet. Among 10 days of events ranging from Night in Old San Antonio, or NIOSA, and a pooch parade through the King Williams district, I never missed the Fiesta Oyster Bake, which is 2 days every year and located on my alma mater campus, St. Mary's. It is a mix of carnival, music festivals, food and beverage booths, and scholarship fundraising. There are oysters, baked and raw, fireworks, rides, games, costumes, and 80,000 partygoers, students, and families. The Wrenn went crazy with the opportunity to help trash his college campus and contribute to the scholarships that helped him obtain a degree, which he promptly framed. This particular year, sporting a muscle t shirt, cargo shorts, and a backward cap, I saw a 30-foot tall, inflatable Heineken bottle doing its best to advertise a product I had already consumed six or more of that day. I ran as fast as I could towards it with the intent of bouncing off. It was supposed to be fun. It was supposed to be funny. And bounce off it I did. Down, not up, and directly into the ground, with a force of impact way harder than I could have calculated. I landed on the side of my head and hit right above my temple. I saw stars, then blackness. I threw up from the pain after rolling around and giving my body the chance to recuperate from the impact. Several cops came over. It must have been quite a sight, seeing a drunken idiot bounce off a float and almost knock himself out. The police would have much bigger fish to fry that day, so they simply told me to settle down from acting stupid. I'm sure they figured I had embarrassed myself enough in front of my friends and the small crowd that had gathered around to watch my drama unfold. As you know from opening this book, I have been able to resist alcohol, drugs, and nicotine for several years. This story is a great chance to inject a hopeful message to those seeking help from their addictions. You know how good it feels to be able to resist the things I was powerless over for years? I never used to say no to anything when I was drunk. Want some drugs? Absolutely. Want to break into the zoo? Sounds fun. Want to go steal some random shit? I'm on it. Want to do something stupid? Of course. Jump off this cliff with me? For sure. Now that I'm sober, I no longer put myself in those dumb positions. I can resist any action I want to for the most part, and that, my friends, is a great feeling. To be able to say no to all the situations in which I could self harm my body or my reputation. Reason to stay sober. If I can resist alcohol, what else can I resist? Number 53, Spurs win the NBA championship, 2005. The first time I had to buy makeup for myself, I was sold hard by a lady at Macy's. What a bitch. Although I must say she was just doing her job, and well, apparently. Let me start this story by reminding you every single year the Spurs won an NBA championship was one of the best years of my life. Every single night the Spurs won an NBA championship, however, something fucked up happened. 2005 was the Spurs' third NBA championship win, and the most stressful, seeing how it was tied in the fourth quarter of Game 7. Five reasons it was one of the best years of my life. I first made love to my soulmate and future wife. I went back to San Antonio for the summer and started my long tenure with the County Line Barbecue. I had an epic road trip and vacation with two of my childhood friends. I became a bartender at Macaroni Grill in Cherry Creek, and I received a key to Chewy's family's three-story cabin in Breckenridge, which would become useful for many mountain trips over the years. The night the Spurs were supposed to win the championship, Game 6, we were watching from the cabin in Breckenridge. Amber was with me as well as a few other friends, but I was so devastated the Spurs lost and the Detroit Pistons had forced the Game 7, it was hard to have a good time. By the time we got back to Denver, we were invited to watch the final match at the house, which of course turned into a usual party at the same time, seeing how nobody in Colorado gave two shits about the San Antonio Spurs. Amber, Cast, and I were all from San Antonio, so the three of us were enough of a posse to enjoy the game. We sported our Spurs jerseys and hugged and cheered every time our team was looking good. After they won, we partied until I blacked out. Sometime in the middle of the night, my friends shaved off my right eyebrow. When I woke up, still drunk, I cringed in the mirror. Do I shave the other one? Amber didn't know what I should do either. Mixed feelings of disgust, anger, and sadness took over. I was a vain asshole, so it devastated me since, everyone always looked at me and would notice the travesty that was my mangled, one eyebrowed face. For some reason, I went to the mall and explained my situation to the Macy's girl. She found the right shade and sold me a $26 pencil to pencil in my eyebrow. I did that for almost 3 months until it had finally grown back in, bushier than before, no less. At work, I commented to a lady friend, I can't believe how much you ladies spend on makeup. I had to spill out set $26 for one pencil. Why didn't you just buy a $1 pencil at Walmart? What? I was getting pretty tired of people messing with me when I blacked out. Still, not enough of a reason to lessen my drinking at that point in my life. Reason to stay sober. No more buying makeup to cover up people messing with me when passed out drunk. Number 54, Naked Football. I recommend to everyone marry the person who is your best friend, who you cherish, admire, respect, who you are attracted to, and who will play naked football with you and your friends. One sticky, humid night in August, Amber and I invited over my childhood friend Buddy, a coworker of mine, and two hot girls they had picked up at the bar. We were dancing to loud music and drinking beer in my living room when one of us, probably me, said we should go swimming in the Woods of Chavano pool across the street. Somehow it turned into the six of us skinny dipping and playing football. Guys versus girls, skins versus skins. We played in the pool for about 2 hours, from 3 until 5 in the morning. The large pool area could hold hundreds of people, and it was all ours. There were enough trees, and the pool was at such an angle in the community we couldn't be seen in any way, and you would have to listen pretty hard to hear us. Cops would have to either have a key to get in or hop the fence, same as us, but we knew we wouldn't get in trouble. Oh, that liquid courage. This pool had a diving board, a deep end, lifeguard stands, tables, lounge chairs, and we did all of it, naked and in the dark, with one of my closest friends, my future wife, and random bar girls we never saw again. You couldn't ask for a better Texas summer night memory. Skins won, by the way. As much fun as it was, I don't miss putting myself in the position of getting arrested, naked nonetheless, from breaking into restricted areas. Reason to stay sober. No more breaking into places. Number 55, Chased by the Bouncer. I consider myself a slightly larger guy, but why my drunk self always talked shit and looked for fights with bouncers all larger than me is still a mystery, although this story might present a clue. After my feeble attempt at slowing down my drinking and drugging in Texas failed, I decided to move back to Denver for round two. My plan? I would simply avoid the house, the types of friends who offered me crack and shaved off my eyebrow, get a new job, and stick close to Littleton. It was absolutely perfect there, anyways. I lived in a 3-story townhouse with Chewy in a quiet suburb off Jackass Hill. I'm not even kidding about the street name. The neighborhood was called South Park. Not joking about that either. We had tennis courts, a basketball court, parks, a lake with a bike trail, a community pool, a view of the mountains from the front porch, and silence. It was serene and calm, perfect for someone at peace with themselves and the world around them. Not for me, it turned out, a 25-year-old drug seeking, almost full blown alcoholic. When I moved to Littleton from San Antonio, I took more stuff than usual, which required a truck. My old friend and childhood neighbor, Ragu, and Buddy moved me up and then stayed for a week of fun and debauchery. The trip started great. I had the best of both worlds friends wise. We reminisced about our youth, laughed often, went golfing, my first time, took a tour of the Coors Brewery, went hiking up Lookout Mountain, explored Littleton, and met tons of people. Buddy's strength always had been talking to strangers. One night we went downtown for karaoke and pitchers of beer. We were on stage singing Bohemian Rhapsody together horribly, except Chewy, the karaoke king and many a karaoke contest winner over the years, when I realized that was the happiest I could be. Also, with my first attempt at a goatee on my face, a new look, I felt refreshed, like maybe this happiness I felt would last, and I could indeed start over. But then the pitchers of beers kept coming, and shots. We went to a club, and I stumbled downstairs to find a less crowded bathroom. It was a weekday night in the Lodo district of downtown Denver in the middle of October, so the club had this basement level part of the club closed. I quickly noticed the bar was lazily only covered by light cloths. I peeked under, and sure enough, a huge liquor inventory was discovered, with no one supervising me. I chugged down some whiskey, then went upstairs to tell my friends about the free booze. Buddy, always the voice of reason, told me not to steal and be cool, but if I'd done that, we wouldn't have a story. I was shit faced and irrational, as expected after the amount I had drank that night. I went back downstairs and grabbed a few bottles. I had on a large coat, so I tried to steal 4 bottles of liquor, two under each arm under the coat, with my arms crossed to hold them in place. When I stepped out onto the street, the bouncer grabbed me from behind, threw me around, and took the bottles. I thought I pushed him at this point, but my friends told me I absolutely did not. So anyway, in my mind, I pushed the bouncer, at which point he was going to fight me for sure. I pussied out. I turned and ran. The bouncer followed, screaming at me with his large chest puffed out and the veins in his large tree trunk neck about to burst in anger. I shortly ran out of breath right after the bouncer gave up the chase. I disappeared down an alley, and then the final alcohol hit me. I tripped or fell and couldn't get up. It was time for a nap. I would later find out you become the most drunk after you stop drinking. It takes up to an hour for your body to fully absorb and react to the last alcohol consumed, which is how I got the most drunk after the exciting chase. I would also later find out the pursuit didn't even happen. My friends had watched me try to leave with the bottles. In my mind, I had been smooth and ninja like, but they said it was clear as day what I was doing, and the fact the club was so light on the crowd, I looked even more ridiculous. The bouncer brought the bottles back inside with my coat as well, somehow. When they went over to help defuse the possible situation, I had run off into the night. By the time they found me in the alley, passed out, I had pissed myself. In all the excitement of my liquor treasure discovery, imaginary bouncer push, and ensuing chase, I hadn't even gone to the bathroom, the whole reason I had gone downstairs the first time. My friends took a picture of me passed out, eyes open, and rolled into the back of my head in all my drunken glory. That experience not only lives forever in my close circle of friends, but in my subconscious as well. For the last years in Denver, I always had a tendency to talk shit to bouncers and got that fight or flight feeling around them. Probably a psychological reaction to thinking one of them had chased me into an alley where I ended up pissing myself. I mean, if you, theoretically, went to a frat party in college, got teased by a frat boy, leading into an embarrassing situation and fistfight, you would have ill feelings towards frat boys in the future. This was similar to that. I don't know, maybe I'm just an idiot. Either way, I'm glad bouncers aren't part of my world anymore. Reason to stay sober. No more tiffs with bouncers. Number 56, The Wrong Apartment. One night I threw open my unlocked apartment door and found a stranger in my living room. What would you do if you were utterly shit faced in that situation? In 2006, I met a fun girl at the Giggling Grizzly. She became my girlfriend, and a few months later, we moved in together in a one-bedroom apartment at the lakes of Monaco Point. The complex was designed as a bunch of buildings connected as a square with lakes, walkways, and two pool areas in the middle of the complex. All the front doors faced this middle area. From anyone's front porch, the community looked like the self contained little oasis, which it was. I was making great money, lived in an impressive apartment complex, and had a serious relationship. She started at beauty school, and a few short months later, I started attending film school with Chewy. Things were looking promising. On the wrong side, we were both severe drinkers and fought frequently, only when drunk, of course. Sometimes we didn't even go out together to avoid making scenes. Buddy and his girlfriend, Bella, drove up from San Antonio to visit and picked me up to go have dinner. I had already downed a large bottle of wine in my apartment. My girlfriend had gone out with her friends from school a little earlier. After a few drinks and dinner, Buddy and Bella were doing fine, but I was hammered entirely as usual. They dropped me off at the front of my complex and assumed I could find myself to my front door, being a grown ass man and all. Each building had 6 floors, and I lived on the fifth. All I had to do was take the elevator up to the fifth floor and go into my apartment. Easy as that, I had done it hundreds of times. Here is what happened next, as told by Buddy, transcribed word for word from a video I recorded of him telling the story at a party sometime later. So, we take Gary out, we get him fucked up, shit faced, right? We drive him back to the apartment and we're like, okay, Gary, have a wonderful night. He said, all right, I'll see y'all in the morning. Ron pauses and sips his beer. I woke up the next day and everything was gravy, everything was good. Drove to pick up Gary for another adventure. He gets in the car smiling and says, dude, you will never guess what fucking happened to me last night. Pauses and sips his beer. Dude, I dropped you off at your apartment building. You know what the fuck had happened from the time I dropped you off at the elevator to the time you walked the 100 feet to your door? You will never guess. It's fucked up, he said, still grinning. So I'm walking to my apartment. Everything's hunky dory. I'm singing, I love life. It's a wonderful world after all this Mickey Mouse shit. Pauses and sips his beer. He walks to his front door, swings that bitch open, and just walks inside. Some motherfucker was in his pad. So he's like, hey, who the fuck are you? And what the fuck are you doing in my house? Are you fucking my girlfriend? I'll fucking kill you, motherfucker. Pauses and sips his beer. Right? He's justified some fucking person in his living room with his woman passed out. I'd go ape shit. Pauses and sips his beer. So the guy goes, dude, I live here. Gary looked around and none of the furniture was his. He went to the wrong fucking apartment. He lived in apartment 514. He walked into 414. Simple as that. I couldn't have told this story any better than that. It was funny then, but that guy could have seriously hurt me, killed me, thrown me off the balcony. Several awful situations could have happened. Years later, I heard on the news a similar situation occurred. Someone walked into the wrong apartment, and a person was killed in the confusion. That could have been me on the news. Sober, there is no way I'm throwing open and entering doors like I used to, and I definitely know whose door I'm knocking on at all times. Reason to stay sober. No more putting myself into situations where I could legally be hurt or killed by a property owner. Number 57, The Cat Throw. I'm only telling this story because the cat lived. Although I kept my private life at home with my girlfriend separate from partying with my friends, I managed to make one semi-friend at the complex. We met at the pool over the summer. He lived in the building across from me, also on the fifth floor. He was a weed dealer and always invited me over to watch sports, grill out, or drink, which I usually declined since he also lived with his girlfriend and noticeably never seemed happy. After a few months, anytime I was home and they got in a fight, he would come over to my apartment to calm down. Usually, this led to him getting drunk and going back to his apartment hours later, probably not to rectify the original arguments. In the winter, I got my first taste of an actual snow day, actually, 3 snow days. A blizzard had hit Denver, and the snow on the ground was a few feet thick. My car was completely buried, and most businesses announced they would remain closed, including my restaurant. But you better damn well believe once the storm was about to hit, we had hit up the liquor and grocery store for enough supplies to last the storm out. By the second day of being snowed in, I found myself standing in front of my apartment just to prevent going insane from being bored. I heard yelling from across the way, and sure enough, my tenant acquaintance stormed over in another fight with his girlfriend. He told me things had gone really south ever since she had rescued and brought home a cat. He was pissed because one, he hated cats, and two, he didn't like how she hadn't asked him before doing so. She said having a cat could help us be nicer to each other or some stupid shit like that. Fuck that cat, I said. You should get rid of it. Either tell her you're allergic or give it away when she leaves. We left it at that and continued to finish off several drinks. A while later, red faced and huffing mad, he got up off my couch. I thought he might be crazy because my girlfriend was making him watch America's Next Top Model. Belligerently, he slurred, "That fucking cat. Who does she think she's is making decisions for my apartment? My goddamn apartment. What a bitch." "Go tell her what you think," I said. My girlfriend just snickered and shook her head. It would be the last time I ever talked to them. We stood in the doorway and watched as he stomped over to his apartment. I swear the whole building shook with each step. His door remained open as he went inside, screaming unintelligibly. He came out of the apartment with his girlfriend pounding her fist into his back over and over. He threw the cat off the balcony by its tail. It spun around in circles like a frisbee all the way down the 5 stories and disappeared in the powdery snow. I stared at the flat outline of the cat for a millisecond, and then it jumped up extremely high, out of the snow, and ran for its life. My girlfriend pulled me back inside. "Well, that's the last time he's invited over," she stated. Indeed. I still feel bad for giving such awful advice to a drunk, angry man with serious relationship problems. Reason to stay sober. No more giving terrible advice to belligerent people. Number 58. Spurs win the NBA championship, 2007. Never piss off the bartender. They can be your best friend or your worst nightmare. Let me start this story by reminding you every single year the Spurs won an NBA championship was one of the best years of my life. Every single night the Spurs won an NBA championship, however, something fucked up happened. 2007 was the Spurs' fourth NBA championship win, and the least stressful, seeing how they swept the Cavaliers easy peasy. 5 reasons it was one of the best years of my life. I started working at a new restaurant. I attended the Colorado Film School with Chewy, which even included a huge class snowball fight in the middle of a 4 hour in depth analysis of Citizen Kane. I got out of my physically and emotionally abusive relationship. I lived with Nick in a party apartment, and Amber started working as a flight attendant, which would pave a path towards many great things in my future. As the Spurs were about to seal the deal with their fourth championship ring, I left work and was in the car heading to meet up with Nick, who, who had been watching the game alone at the bar. I had convinced him to move to Denver earlier in the summer, but I hadn't been much help or a good friend that year, yet. My girlfriend, amazing as she was, sarcasm, did the whole jealousy, weary, I don't want you to hang out with him shitty girlfriend thing, so Nick ended up working a lot at Texas Roadhouse, drinking by himself, or laying by his apartment pool alone most days. I could sense he wasn't very happy after I had pitched him Denver was the most magnificent city on earth and then not being allowed to hang out. At least his tan was epic. When I entered the bar, Nick was very drunk. He lifted his arms way up and screamed extremely loudly, "Four, baby!" Yes, the Spurs had won, but no one, and I mean no one in Denver, especially that bar, gave any kind of shit. "Fuck these people," Nick said, also very loudly, as he sensed the uneasiness. I never realized until this story, but that bar was always oddly quiet. "All right, calm down, the season's over," the bartender said. Nick and I always got along with bartenders, anyone in the industry really, so I figured this might have been a friendly tease. But Nick tensed up like I had never seen before when the bartender changed the channel. "Wait, the best part's coming up," Nick said. We still had to watch the Spurs put on their winning team hats and shirts, celebrate on the court with the trophy, and all the after interviews and locker room celebrations. The bartender ignored Nick and went to do something else. I walked over to him and asked if he could put the channel back to the Spurs celebration on one of the 30 television screens in the place, maybe one in the back, so we could enjoy ourselves. He refused. At this point, I knew he flat out didn't like Nick. Nick started talking shit. The bartender got ready to rumble with him, and all of a sudden, empty bar glasses were being flung, chairs knocked over, and lots of people scared. Side note, this was a neighborhood type bar, which explained the quiet atmosphere. This meant it wasn't a typical bar. For example, a family had brought their young child in, probably to eat. The 2 or 3 year old happened to be running around Nick's legs during his meltdown. Nick noticed the small figure, momentarily stopped his madness, and yelled very coherently, "Why are there little kids in the bar?" It was hilarious. And side note, Nick stormed out of the place, and the bartender set his eyes on me. I knew people fought over sports sometimes, but this was ridiculous. Maybe my "I'm also a bartender" aura chilled him out. He didn't look like he wanted to beef with me. "Your buddy isn't the brightest," he said. He picked up the phone, probably to call the police about the altercation and tab walkout. I noticed Nick's driver's license in his hand. Nick had used it to open his tab, his license, with his full name, picture, and address. "I'll fucking pay for everything," I wanted to say, but it would be useless. The situation was fight or flight with this bartender, and I was surprisingly sober enough to walk away. I had only consumed a few mini bottles of wine, okay, 4 of them, on the way over. The whole situation would have gone a lot worse if I had been super drunk. I had cut people off before and almost gotten in violent situations myself while tending bar, but this was still an unfamiliar and unwanted situation for everyone involved, so I walked out and left. Nick eventually went back, apologized, paid his tab, and the law was never called. Another thing I love about being sober is the only reason I go to bars now is for significant events, celebrations, karaoke, listening to loud music, and playing games. I'm never in the middle of drama anymore. I would have stopped Nick way in advance nowadays before anything could have escalated. Also, putting this out into the universe, if anyone in your restaurant or bar is there spending money and their team wins a championship, let them win, let them watch the fucking celebration. Reason to stay sober. No more tiffs with bartenders. Number 59, Linkin Park Shart. Both times I went to see Linkin Park live in concert, I blacked out. Both times I was supposed to be the designated driver, and one of those times I shit my pants in the middle of the crowd. There's a couple patterns worth mentioning during this tale of two concerts. The first concert Linkin Park was headlining was Project Revolution at Fiddler's Green Amphitheater in Denver on September 3rd, 2007. There were 5 of us in my car that day, and since two of my favorite bands of all time, him and My Chemical Romance, were also performing, I decided to sit this one out from the drinking and be the responsible driver. I wanted to rock out with my friends and actually remember the historic day. First, we hit up a restaurant close to the venue for lunch. Someone bought me a beer. I was thirsty, so I drank it. Then another person bought me a shot. I was full on hamburger grease and fries, which would probably kill my buzz anyway, so I took the shot. Another friend bought another round. 3 drinks? No worries. I would just quit after that. Nope. Pattern number one. Anytime, and I mean anytime I start drinking, I cannot and will not stop. My intent to quit drinking after a few is absolute zero. People who don't understand alcoholics always say, "Why can't so and so just quit after a few? Why is so and so such a weak character? Why not just say no from the start if so and so knows they are going to become a shit show when they drink?" I can't quit after I start. I'm different than you, plain and simple. I am not a weak person. I'm just soft when it comes to addictive substances. Also, I won't say no to the first drink ever because I'm not always a shit show. And once again, alcohol is addictive in many ways. Going into the concert venue, we made our way to the lawn section, which in Denver meant you were guaranteed to be passed large amounts of weed at various points of the day. At least I would be able to say no since I wouldn't be drunk. It was scorching that afternoon, so I drank a bottle of water to cool off after him performed. Then I had a beer. Still thirsty, I had another beer. Tasted so good, more refreshing than anything. Taking Back Sunday took the stage. Afterward, I had 2 more beers, still very hot and thirsty, plus I still had plenty of time to sober up. My Chemical Romance came on. I took a hit of a joint which went around the crowd, and we sang and loved life. The adrenaline was pumping so much, I wasn't stoned or drunk. I had 2 more beers after the set. I would quit drinking when the sun went completely down. I still had plenty of time to get sober. When I got back to my friends after purchasing and consuming the last round, another friend had bought me a beer as well. Three 20-ounce beers never hurt me before, I thought. I was basically starting over. I was sober from the time between drinks and the physical act of rocking out to music. Even if I was more buzzed than I felt, I hate to say it, but 12 beers, a few hits of weed, and a shot of liquor over several hours is not enough to get me that drunk anyway, usually. Lincoln Park came on, and someone handed me a blunt. I hit it and started listening to the music. I definitely was drunker than I thought because before I knew it, no one was taking the blunt from me, and I had smoked over half of it. I never really enjoyed weed for its own sake because of the whole paranoia thing, and I really couldn't handle marijuana and alcohol together because of the spins. But this was literally the most weed I think I've ever smoked in one sitting. I usually tried to be one of those hit it and quit it type of smokers. Excuses aside, I suddenly was too wasted to stand, and I had to pee. It hurt. I was uncomfortable. I asked my friend from work to help me walk to the bathroom because if I fell, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold back the piss. Then my stomach dropped on top of it all. I was officially in trouble and in the middle of a very excited, energetic crowd. Shit. Literally. I farted, but then I realized I'd pooped my pants a little. I clenched my butt cheeks hard and let my friend guide my stumbly, smelly ass to the bathroom. It was an awful time in the bathroom, and then we had to corral everyone and leave mid Lincoln Park set because of me and fight over who was sober enough to drive everyone home, not me. On the drive home, I blacked out in the back seat, snoring, eyes open, and my friends had to drive with the windows down because of my shitty pants. I don't remember a single Lincoln Park song being performed. Pattern number two. Although this was the first time I lost control of my bowels from being too fucked up, I had previously pissed myself in the alley after running away from a bouncer, which had turned out to be a drunk delusion. A few weeks after the Lincoln Park shart, I woke up in bed so drunk I couldn't stand up and just shit myself in the bed, not giving a fuck. The second time I tried to see Lincoln Park on a headlining tour was at the River City Rock Fest in San Antonio. There were four of us in my car, and because of missing Lincoln Park in Denver, I was going to be designated driver for sure this time. Unfortunately, we paid for the VIP package, which included 10 alcoholic drink coupons each. I stuck to only white wine, thinking that would help my level of drunkenness and my drinking pace. By the end of the day, after seeing several different acts on different stages, having a total blast with friends, and consuming only 10 glasses of wine, people started to leave the venue and handed me their leftover coupons. I remember double fisting and chugging wine until I was puking in porta potties and passing out on the side of a building. I don't remember the rest of the night, and I definitely don't remember any of Linkin Park's set again, but my friend told me what happened the next day at work. When she found me passed out, leaning on the building, she helped me get up and walk over to the middle of the crowd for Linkin Park. She asked me if I was okay to stand on my own. I said yes, and then fell flat on my face. We left early again, and my, also drunk, friend had to drive us all home. I was snoring, eyes open, blackout drunk in the back seat. Pattern number three. I could not be trusted as a designated driver. Reason to stay sober. No more soiling myself. Number 60. The Drowning Seal. Is playing dead a cry for help or just an activity that's fucked up? When I was a little kid, I would float in the pool on my stomach and pretend I was dead. Some might say I needed attention, but I felt it was more profound than that. The 30 seconds or so I could hold my breath, I thought about my funeral. Who would attend? Would my real dad show up? My classmates? Would I be able to watch from above as a floating soul? Why were we here on Earth anyway if we were going to die and make people cry? At that moment, someone usually pulled my head out of the water, or I would run out of breath and lift my head myself. Those several hypothetical suicides were my first existential crisis, and I hadn't even met my depressant friend alcohol yet. Cut to years later, drunk at my friend Heidi Ho's pool party. She had the lower level apartment, and from her porch, you could open a gate, walk 10 feet, and dive into a pool with a deep end. It's a liability nightmare, yes, but this style of pool really existed in her complex. Because of the openness of residents' porches and the courtyard with pool in the middle, most residents on the first level hung out all the time. The pool also had grills, tables, and lounge chairs all around. Heidi Ho and I were bartenders and worked together on Friday and Saturday nights for almost a full year. We became quite close, so for the summer I would attend her almost nightly weekday pool parties. One night I was so drunk I somehow got in a $20 bet that had me in the deep end attempting to tread water for a full hour. The person who bet me said most people couldn't last 30 minutes. What had me jump in the water was a mix of liquid courage, selfish, everyone look at me do something cool Leoism, I think I just made a word up, and a much needed physical assessment. If I could tread water for an hour, I probably wasn't fat enough to the point I needed to start working out. As the hour waned on, I felt like a Navy SEAL yawning his way through a physical and mental challenge. The guy who bet me later said I actually resembled a wounded SEAL desperately trying not to die. Other than that, no one watched me at all. I wasn't the center of attention, and I seriously could have died. I was so drunk and tired at one point, I almost slipped into unconsciousness. It had me thinking back to my playing dead in the water as a kid and the fucked up thoughts about my own death I used to have then. The overwhelming feelings cut deeper this time, however. Would anyone care if I died right now? Would my family ship my body back to Texas? Would my friends travel to my funeral? My coworkers? My friends from Disney? Who would cry and who wouldn't? What would my legacy be? Who would pay off my debt? How often would people think about me as life went on? Would I be cremated or buried? I never specified with anyone. Most people tease about having a quarter life crisis at the age of 25, but for me, this was real. I was only 25, so I should have been having the time of my life. I had a ton of friends, a beautiful city to engage in, and a decent amount of money to spend. Instead, the drinking heavily every day started to make me sad, sensitive, overly emotional, and depressed on most nights. The self pity got so intense during the treading water challenge, for a split second I thought about drowning myself. Over the upcoming years, I had a handful of suicidal thoughts, usually after bad breakups. Once when I stared at a loaded gun and thought how easy it would be to pull the trigger. Once when I saw a handful of pills and thought how easy it would be to consume all of them. And once after a week of consistently bad news. Guess what? I was extremely drunk during each and every suicidal thought. I will not state anywhere in this book that depression and suicidal thoughts aren't a real problem. They are very real. I am saying that, for me, getting sober made all my depression and suicidal thoughts disappear. I had given those horrible thoughts and chemical imbalances which made them possible to myself. This is why asking for help is so important no matter how deep your depression goes. If it's because of alcohol, this is why admitting you have a problem and seeking help is so important. Say what you will about AA, but finding a spiritual center, remaining sober, and not putting depressants in my body have all dropped my suicidal thoughts to zero. Reason to stay sober. No more suicidal thoughts. Alcoholic checkpoint, age 25. Some comments about my partying at this point in my life. After only 6 months in Littleton, I had gone back to work at the Macaroni Grill in Cherry Creek, picked up right where I had left off with the friends I had tried to avoid, made new drinking friends, moved in with an alcoholic girlfriend, and drank every single day and night. I drank an awful lot by myself, in my car before work, on break while working doubles, and after work before the bar so I could save on bar tabs. I started to dip, chew tobacco, in order to quit smoking cigarettes. Since I could now use nicotine anywhere, I hated going out in the cold to smoke on the porch. I became insanely addicted to dip, a habit I would continue at a rate of 2 to 3 cans a week for 10 years. I continued to take drugs whenever they were offered, mostly mushrooms, ecstasy, weed, and cocaine. I was being overly depressed, sentimental, and or mad at work because of alcohol. I wasn't the fun-loving, happy drunk I used to be. I drank over a bottle of house wine, 6 to 8 glasses while on the clock almost every day. I would wake up with a dip in my mouth, which meant I was swallowing the juice while simultaneously doing harm to my gums and throat. When I was drunk, I would still occasionally smoke, even with a dip in my mouth. Once again, I thought since I wasn't going to be able to handle my drinking any better with my current job bartending, I got away with drinking basically unlimited amounts of wine or any other booze. Maybe it was time to start fresh again. Number 61, missing shoes in botanical gardens. All grass is green. I know this now. But in 2006, I still fell into the trap of seeing greener grass on the other side of life's fence. A hip, fun, loud restaurant opened on the other side of the Cherry Creek Mall. It was called Kona Grill, a Hawaiian fusion restaurant. It was quite pricey, but with this rich people mall, that meant nothing. The inside dining area was always packed, as were the sushi bar and the patio. Happy hour was insane. I'm talking wall to wall, filled with people, and there was also a reverse happy hour from 9 p.m. to 11. Besides the loud, awesome music they played, the better uniforms, and the exciting menus, I could stick to waiting tables instead of bartending. Most importantly, without being able to get behind the bar and without wine being within reach of employees all around the restaurant, I wouldn't be able to drink at work. After an analysis combined with common sense, menu prices, section sizes, and employee claims, I realized I would make much more money than I currently was. I applied and got the job immediately. A con I should have thought about was employees were allowed to attend happy hour. Deep down, I knew this would be a problem, but I convinced myself it wouldn't be. Other than that, all the pros I had thought up came true, except the not being able to drink at work. I made friends pretty quick, including the bartenders, and after only a few weeks, I was getting patio happy hour shifts. How did I start drinking at work? Well, the patio was pretty dark, so chugging a drink with a table was easy to hide. Also, we could step outside the courtyard and walk into the restaurant through a side door where the servers had to pick up all the drinks they rang up. Outside, the door was unable to see in view of managers, easy for slamming drinks without consequence. Bartenders started giving us shots, letting us drink leftovers or mess ups, and ring in our own alcoholic beverages under a dummy tab. We got drunk and would, in turn, tip them crazy good on the dummy tab. Everyone was happy. One drink in particular turned out to be quite a motherfucker. Although if it did lead to fucking mothers, you wouldn't remember. We served sake bombs, the deadliest mixing of alcohol I ever met. A sake bomb is a beer cocktail made by pouring sake, a Japanese rice wine, into a shot glass, placing it on top of chopsticks balanced on top of a glass half filled with beer, shouting "sake sake bam bam" and then slapping the table. When the shot glass of sake falls into the beer, you slam the whole drink. It tasted like a sock after a workout, but the taste grew on you. When you ordered a sake bomb, you received a large Kirin beer and a carafe of sake. Together, this whole serving would produce 4 sake bombs. Everyone in Denver, not just me, always bought the entire 4 rounds for themselves and referred to all 4 shots as one sake bomb. Make sense? One sake bomb was actually 4 mixed shots, and people would drink 2 or 3 sake bombs during their visit, which equated to 8 to 12 mixed shots slash beers. This is how our happy hour crowd evolved into a haven for those who drank to get drunk or bombed. For some reason, the mixing of sake and beer gave the same effect as taking numerous shots of liquor. The combination was simply put, powerful and highly addictive. Nights got ugly. Many times, for instance, I would see a group of friends come in, happy and so full of life. Cut to 2 hours later, and the group was disbanded, some fighting, some crying, some others puking. Other times I would go to our local watering hole across the street, and some of the people I had waited on would be in there, being cut off by the bartender for being piss drunk. Fistfights would ensue. One Monday night, a drunk boyfriend threw his girlfriend's bag of mall purchases into the fire pit. On Tuesday night, I walked past the car and saw a girl whom I had served earlier pass out in her car behind the wheel. You get the idea. People got really fucked up at Kona Grill. This included employees. The drinking nights of Kona Grill employees made my problem exponentially worse. I drank sake bombs every shift and on days off. It was my new drink, my new crack, my new everything. Employee engagement was very high. I perceived every server and bartender to be just as thirsty as me. We all blended in with the drunks we served on patio shifts. Servers who worked only lunch shifts would stay for happy hour. We would come in on our days off to join the enchanting drunk world we helped create. Employee nights got fun usually, but some turned ugly as well. Girls would physically lose all the cash they had made that day. Guys would get mean and yell. Some would hook up and not remember. One girl even had her fingertip cut off in a very bloody door slamming incident. Thankfully, management finally stepped in, which happened to be after the most embarrassing story of them all, mine, of course. One night, after sake bombs at happy hour and reverse happy hour, I ended up at a friend's apartment. A girl was there who had caught my eye, and after she left, I proclaimed I was going on an adventure to find her huge boobs. A few of us left the party on foot, an adventure to find my future girlfriend. I was too drunk to notice I only had on one shoe. My friends compared what happened next to the movie Old School, when Will Ferrell starts streaking down the street, thinking everyone is doing it, when in reality he was all alone. We walked past the botanical gardens when I gleefully said, "Let's go in there." I climbed over the fence and disappeared. My friends, who I thought had followed me in, didn't hear from me, even after yelling for me for several minutes. Annoyed, they left. I only remember getting lost inside. I was too drunk to read the exit signs, everything got hazy, and I passed out drunk, lost, and confused. I woke up with a security guard, or cop, I don't remember, lightly pushing me in the stomach with his boot to wake me up. Our conversation went something like this. Cop: "Sir, what are you doing here? I can arrest you for breaking and entering." Me: "I didn't break anything, I promise. I only entered. I was trying to find a shortcut to, I don't remember." Cop: "Where are the rest of your clothes?" "I was missing a shoe and didn't have a shirt on." Me: "I actually don't know." Cop: "Are you homeless?" Me: "No, I promise. Here's my license with my real address. I probably just look and smell homeless. Hard night." He looks at my license. Me: "Please, sir, this was a mistake, and I promise I won't ever come back here. I just want to find my way home." Cop: with his hard stare. Cop. Walk with me this way. Shit. He let me go. He simply opened an exit door in the back of the gardens and ushered me out. I told him if he ever came into Kona Grill, I would buy him dinner. Good move, telling him where to find me. Anyway, I got in a cab and made it home. I never found my t-shirt, but months later my friend brought my other shoe to work. It was found in the neighbor's upstairs bathroom. The bathroom had been under renovation, but they had taken some time off from the project for some reason. When they started again, my shoe was found and it had mud on the bottom. My friend's yard had no grass, so the neighbor thought maybe the mud had come from there. When asked about the shoe, my friend knew exactly whose it was. My drunken sake bomb adventure night had grown legendary at work. At first, we thought maybe the neighbor's dog had found my shoe and buried it upstairs, but it didn't have teeth marks on it, so who knows. When she gave my shoe back to me, I said, "Sweet, I love those shoes, and they are complete again." "You kept the other one?" "Of course. Maybe it's a guy thing. In fact, I still have those shoes 13 years later." A day or two after my infamous event, two rules were placed at all Kona Grill restaurants and held very seriously from that point forward. I don't think the policy at Kona Grill changed because of my story or the other specific stories my name had been attached to after Sake Bomb nights. I believe it was just coincidental timing. First, we were only allowed to serve one guest two sake bombs, which was really eight sake bombs, but hey, they were still less likely to back out or get violent. The second rule was employees were not allowed to drink at work, ever, under any circumstance, not on days off, not even a glass of wine with your mother when she came to visit for Christmas. Nada. One lesson I learned from this whole story was how I got away with a lot of shit in my party days. Call me entitled, lucky, or charming, but either way, I walked away from lots of situations with cops. No one stays forever fortunate. Mark my words. The real reason to be learned is this: mixing liquor gets you fucked up. I don't miss forgetting things, getting in crazy drunken adventures, or making myself sicker than usual. Reason to stay sober. No more mixing liquor. Number 62, The Naked Bird. It's amazing how you always feel more naked having on only shoes and socks rather than no clothes at all. After many drinks, a few laughs, and a slight nudge of a dare, one night I left the bar, stepped into the bushes, and stripped down naked. I put my shoes back on, ran into the bar, took a picture in the middle of all my friends while naked, and then ran out to get my clothes back on. This event started to occur many more times. The pictures piled up. In one photo, I leaned on a pool table with four people on my left and four on my right. In another, I drank from a pitcher of beer while a friend licked my nipple. In another, I stood by the bar. No matter the situation or bar, I ended up naked in a picture. Thanks to Chewy, my new nickname was the Naked Bird because my last name, Wrenn, could reference a wren, a type of bird. The Naked Bird never got arrested or kicked out of bars, thank God, and most people thought it was hilarious. One thing to make clear: Gary Wrenn doesn't run around naked. The Wrenn, one of Gary's drunken personalities, does. Back in 2007, we took a lot of pictures and recorded tons of video, but social media wasn't the behemoth of society it is today. Those liberating times were kept to ourselves for the most part. Today, live video and pictures of me running around naked would have ended up everywhere. On that same thought, I'm glad I don't get wasted and post angry, embarrassing, emotional, or uncharacteristic posts on social media. Reason to stay sober. No regrettable social media posts. Number 63, Mushroom Tea. We've all eaten some ridiculous things in the middle of the night after a heavy or even light night of drinking. A jar of capers, 14 tacos from the Bell, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches without the bread, just a glob on a paper plate. Hell, once I woke up with a full bucket of fried chicken on the table. The chicken was still there. I had only eaten the fried skin, all the fried skin. But come on, that's the best part. Being sober allows you to realize the horrible things you put in your body. This story is about something I ate drunk, which was worse than all of those unfortunately true snackings. I have always heard our brains aren't fully developed until we are around 25 years old, specifically the rational decision making parts of our mind. I don't know if that's true, but I can tell you I was still making extremely iffy decisions when I was 26. Decisions like making and consuming mushroom tea after closing down the bar. I incorrectly assumed this mushroom trip would be unlike the rest of them, packaged up nice and neat. I would be completely sober and rested for my lunch restaurant shift a mere 8 hours later. Yeah, sure. Mushrooms literally taste like shit, so Chewy and Nick decided to make psilocybin tea. Once again, this was after we had all been drinking the usual amount at the bar. We all correctly guessed the tea would taste better and hit us faster. Some of the events of that trip. I locked myself in the closet. I wanted to find Narnia, but when I couldn't find it, I was so comfortable with all those lovely, inviting clothes and a video camera to see the real reality with, so I stayed. Nick had to pull me out of the closet and slam the door behind me to rescue me. Nick had jeans with holes in the kneecaps, and I thought he was an ogre. And the black lights, he looked extremely tall with those particular jeans. The Deuces Wild poster on the wall started to breathe and mock me. I stared at a doorknob for an extended amount of time, wondering why we needed them at all. We had a group conversation about why we no longer needed names. Chewie lifted up my 2 foot tall Jack Skellington statue and sang Jack's Lament from The Nightmare Before Christmas in perfect character. Ironically, this night was also a nightmare before Christmas. Chewie told me there was a baby face down in the bathtub. We blew up CDs in the microwave. I didn't sleep. Nick and Chewie passed out together on the bathroom floor. A few hours later, after commuting to work on a magic carpet, I was told my Kona Grill lunch shift would be on the cold patio section. I stared at the fire pit, covered in ashes, the round tables with strange textures, the soy sauce containers in green and red bottles, and my friend, who would be sharing the section with me. He stared back at me. Nothing made sense. At all. I was still tripping balls. Where did this phrase come from? Besides, it was freezing that morning, so I had no balls to speak of. My coworker saw right through me. The black marbles in my eye sockets probably gave me away. Then he said something I will never forget. First, I said, "It's all so strange." "It's called reality, son. Welcome back." I managed to survive that shift and thankfully did not have to work a double. Speaking of a reality check, I was now willing to be drunk or on drugs at work. Kona was turning into just another venue to let me perform my juggling act, juggling addictions, life, finances, friendships, and short lived romances. Reason to stay sober. No more being fucked up at work. Number 64. Mace You. Mace is an awful chemical, especially when it goes off in the middle of an apartment living room. Let me tell you a few things about my friend Miho. First, he drank every day and was prone to blackouts. One girl sat in his section one night and got mad when Miho didn't remember her. He sent me over to fish for information. As told by her, after they had sex a few nights before, she had asked him if the sex had been good. He replied, "Top shelf," then high fived her. Classic Miho. He still didn't remember her, but admitted that sounded like drunk Miho. Second thing, he sometimes got weird when he was drunk. He would always ask for people to hit him as hard as they could. Sometimes he would pull out his hair. He also got uncomfortably touchy with men and women. Lastly, he was unpredictable and would embarrass himself in unique ways. I loved it because it meant at least one other person in my circle of friends would get legendary drunk stories told about them, which turned into a drunken competition, unfortunately. Miho won after this night at his apartment. There were 6 of us that night, all drunk, including my small, fragile friend Coco. Due to her petite stature in a previous incident, Coco carried pepper spray in her keys, which she left on the countertop for Miho to discover. "What's this?" he asked. "Please put that down," Coco pleaded. "Miho, that's not a toy, bro," I said. "Fuck me, right?" He laughed as he said it. Miho put the keys back down. A beat. "Fuck me? How about mace me?" he shouted. He picked the pepper spray back up, laughed in a high pitched giggle, and then sprayed it directly into his face. He didn't laugh any more that evening. Thankfully, he wore eyeglasses, which offered some protection, but not from its most devastating effects. Everyone in the apartment was affected in some way. I immediately choked and ran out of breath. Coco hyperventilated. We all burst into the hallway, coughing, skin burning, noses running, in full panic mode. Miho had burn marks around his eyes the next day at work. I don't miss hanging out with friends and having our drunk energies play off each other, leading to dumb things like this. However, seeing or hearing about other people doing embarrassing things to themselves when drunk helps me appreciate sobriety. Reason to stay sober. I get to see others embarrass themselves. Number 65. Dude, I caught a gremlin. The night my friend kidnapped a young kid, we miraculously didn't get arrested. My coworkers and I were at a party on a lazy afternoon, and I was extremely drunk by the time I had eaten an edible, which knocked me out completely. Sporadically, I would wake up, lift my head, and still be too messed up to stand. So, I mainly just nodded to people trying to talk with me, slept, drooled, and rambled incoherently. Fucking edibles. This story has been pieced together from the retelling from friends who had been present and things I heard on the couch in an inebriated, dreamlike state. Dude, I caught a gremlin. Tegan, oh my god, what the actual fuck? Let's cut him up and eat him. Get him out of here. Someone call the cops. Don't call the cops. I'm out of here. Gary, wake up. We have to leave now. So, at some point, Tegan had gotten a young boy to come to the apartment. She put him in the closet where he remained quiet somehow. She claimed it was a gremlin, and everyone thought she was just fucked up and being hysterical or something. After her persistence, the host opened the closet and found a young boy, scared shitless, sitting in the corner of the closet. The boy had Down syndrome and had been hanging out at the pool with, I heard, someone who had laid out tanning and fell asleep, which would explain why this kidnapping hadn't led to hysteria yet. They made Tegan return the kid to the pool, and everyone left the party except me. I was still too fucked up to get off the couch. When I woke up the next day, I thought the whole thing had been a dream. Many things changed after that night. I never went back to the scene of the crime, my friend's apartment. Friendships disbanded, and we all reevaluated taking drugs together. Although coworkers who hadn't been present joked about it for months, those who had been didn't think Tegan thinking a kid with Down syndrome was a gremlin and then luring him into a closet was very funny. I hate admitting this event occurred, but it won't happen again. We are sorry. No one got hurt or arrested, and I no longer get put in the middle of these situations because I'm too drunk and stoned to get off the couch. Today, I would have left immediately or helped right the situation and would be coherent to explain my innocence to the authorities or people wronged. Reason to stay sober. I am no longer involved with other people breaking the law. Number 66. Gymnastics Saves My Ass. I flat out lost my car the same night my luck in not getting in trouble with the law almost ran out. We had gone drinking at the Giggling Grizzly in downtown Denver, and I was proud of myself for actually stopping drinking at a reasonable hour. I was designated driver that evening. I know, I shouldn't have been drinking at all. I quit pounding drinks around 8 p.m. and we left the bar about 1 in the morning. I didn't feel very buzzed when we left, but we all know the amount of alcohol in our blood would tell a different story. Tolerance doesn't mean anything. Although I felt fine, I still had to concentrate on my driving, and my drunk friends were loud and obnoxious in my car. One of them turned the song on the radio up and started belting out the wrong lyrics. Was this what being sober was like after the bar? Distracted, I accidentally turned onto a one-way street going the wrong way for 1 block. I wasn't surprised when the sirens came on behind me. I almost cried. I was so scared. I'm going to jail. My mom will be so disappointed. I can't afford the thousands of dollars it will take to pay a lawyer. I'm going to have a criminal record. All these thoughts crowded my brain as I pulled over. I put a dip in, thinking the buzz would sober me up even more. There was no use lying to the cop. He could clearly smell the alcohol, and I had gone down the street the wrong way. I told him I had quit drinking earlier in the evening, and he demanded I step out of the car. His breathalyzer wasn't working correctly, so he gave me a field test. As a kid, I had been a gymnast and participated on the trampoline and tumbling team for a while. I think the only skill I got out of those activities was an impeccable sense of balance. Useful for being a flight attendant as well, but I digress. I walked the line and did the other things the cop asked. After we were done, I awaited the handcuffs. Okay, he started. Technically, you passed the field sobriety test, but I can still tell you have had more to drink than you should have had to be able to operate your vehicle. So, I am going to sit here until you and your friends have driven away in a taxi. I didn't hesitate for an instant to make that call. I had no problem spending any amount on getting the hell out of there. In the cab, I cried my eyes out in front of my friends who were just as thankful as I was. The next day, I realized I had no idea where my car was. In all the excitement, neither I nor my friends decided to remember where we had parked. I only remembered it was near a park, somewhere near downtown Denver. It took 3 days to find, but losing a car was another inconvenience I was happy to have. I frequently think about how lucky I had been that evening. Whether I was sober enough to drive or not, drinking and driving was always a problem I had, and it only got worse over the next 8 years as my sickness grew. Reason to stay sober. No more drunk driving. Number 67. When it rains, it pours. We've all heard the phrases before. When it rains, it pours. Bad things come in threes. I have a perfect example of this, and when you are drunk, which leads into depression, it's hard to realize good things come in threes as well, or rainy days can help you appreciate sunny days, or any happy thoughts at all. In the fall of 2007, 3 extremely bad things happened to me all around the same time, but the lesson I learned about the bad week is one I must share with you. The three horrible things. Number one, I went through a complicated, semi violent breakup, which took weeks and included many moving parts. Due to the excessive drama, I drank to stay drunk. I dropped out of film school, said some pretty awful things to my ex on the phone and in person, and often called in sick to work, getting almost fired in the process. Number two, my grandfather died of cancer. I couldn't afford a plane ticket to fly up and say goodbye to him because I spent all my money on bills and booze and had no savings. Number three, my friend, who had a history of suicide attempts and alcoholism, killed herself. She downed 20 sleeping pills, drank an entire bottle of vodka, and fell asleep in her bed, clutching an important stuffed animal from her childhood. 1 week earlier, we had partied together and had a good time, but I was too drunk to maybe realize she was being serious about her sadness and needing help, which she had tried to talk with me about. The effects of these three awful events made me drink even more than usual, and no good thoughts or optimism came out of it. All three were excuses for drinking to black out on a nightly basis. I get that now, but I didn't know any other way to cope. Alcohol was the only self medication I had prescribed myself over the years. That's as much as I want to say about the bad week. Much of this memory I still constantly battle with, even sober. Sometimes I will hear a song about suicide, see someone who looks like my friend in a public place, hear someone got diagnosed with cancer, or converse with someone with suicidal tendency, and it all comes back like a punch in the gut. But it is clearly not as bad as trying to deal with it all while drunk. The point is, injuring yourself by taking drugs or drinking excessively isn't a way to cope. In my experience, drinking only makes things worse. Honesty, open communication with people who care to listen, and keeping a clear head to think do work. Reason to stay sober. Alcohol didn't make my bad days better, only worse. It also doesn't make my good days any better, also only worse. Number 68. The New Year's Eve Butt Grab. Have you ever been so drunk you flirted with the same sex and didn't know it? On my final New Year's Eve celebration in Denver, I got extremely drunk with a small group of friends in a high rise apartment. Perfect viewing for the fireworks around the city. Spoiler alert, I didn't make it long enough to see the fireworks. I passed out drunk before then. My friend Coco was in attendance that evening, and although we were just friends, our flirting had still been strong enough where a night together would have been pleasurable for both of us. We had talked about it before and always teased. For instance, we liked to grab each other's butts at work. Sometime in the middle of the night, around sunrise, I had to pee. I stumbled into the bathroom. The lights were off, but someone had just finished peeing in the dark and walked over to the counter to wash their hands. I assumed it was Coco and thought it was an excellent time to make a move. I stood behind her and grabbed her sensually on both butt cheeks. She was naked and her butt was higher than it should have been, also hairy. The host of the party, my male friend, screamed, "What the hell, Gary?" He and I had been pretty close friends for a few months and bartended together for many nights, but I had officially crossed the line with him. He exited the bathroom and we never spoke about the incident. Before I get to the point of the story, yes, you and I have the same questions. Why hadn't he stopped me when I first entered the bathroom? Did he think I was his girlfriend coming in to bang him in the dark bathroom? Is this how guys pee on toilet seats, by aiming in the dark? I no longer find myself in situations like this. I don't walk in on people going to the bathroom if I can help it. I don't grab butts or physically flirt with friends. This was a friendly, drunk mannerism. And I don't hit on tall guys thinking they are short girls. Reason to stay sober. No more grabbing butts, unless it's my wife's. Chapter 6. Drunk and Weird in Texas. Back to the big state. Although I loved my job, my various circles of friends, and my apartment with Nick, my depression grew as my drinking got worse, and each horrible event that happened seemed like the end of the world. I missed home, but I still didn't want to move back to San Antonio. Nick suggested Austin, a town where the terms weird and fucked up all the time would grow into one and the same for me. The plan became to transfer to Kona Grill at the Domain in North Austin, another luxurious mall, live with my father and stepmom for a month till I found a place to live, and use my film school classes and business degree to find work in production. My final decision to move went down to the wire. The moving truck was packed, and I sat in my empty apartment, all the memories from the past 4 years running through my brain. I held in my hands a spiral notebook, Jack Sparrow smirking at me on the cover. The journal had been passed around my going away party the night before for all my friends to sign. The entire book was filled out, much more signatures and notes than any of my school yearbooks growing up. Here are my 10 favorite quotes from that book, which I also read as I sat in my empty apartment. I wouldn't be surprised if you woke up with AIDS, you blackout ugly fuck. Love you. We definitely helped your alcoholism skills. Nice and sharpened. Go show Austin the hottest drunken piece of Denver partying ass Texas has ever seen. Live your fucking dreams, bitch. Keep spreading the lore of the gremlin. Just don't tell them it was me. To all the times you passed out at my house and to all the future nights of debauchery, cheers. I'll never get over your lost shoe that went missing during your search for Andrea's gigantic boobs ending up in my neighbor's shower. We already miss your forced Gary slumber parties, you drunk fuck. You are a big, tattooed, crazy, weird, sexually confused genius freak, and I'm happy to have drank with you so many wild nights. So many good times, so many bad times, but to the many, many drunken times, I will never forget you. You can bleed on my porch anytime. Vodka summer nights forever. Every time I watch a movie, drink a beer, go to Disney, or see a naked guy in a bar, I will think of you. I will miss the days that started with you running up to me, picking me up, and swinging me around, hugging me like they do in airport scenes in the movies. I will miss smelling you at the beginning of the shift and knowing you had a night of raging fun. Most I will miss raging with you, grabbing several glasses of wine, our little chats you probably don't remember, and seeing you pop up at almost every bar I ever went to. There was the proof, hard evidence written in ink. Everyone who knew me perceived me as a drunk, and almost every single message, good luck, happy trails, or memory was about drinking or drugging. My heart told me to stay, my gut instinct told me to leave, and my brain told me I would make more money and have more opportunities in Texas. My heart was outvoted. I stood up, wiped my tears, walked downstairs, and drove out of Colorado, secretly hoping my self destruction would slow down or cease altogether, and I would use my renewed self to become a writer, filmmaker, or editor. I lived in Austin for 2 years, 2008 and 2009. My partying and self harm definitely did not slow down. During that time, I ruined 6 close relationships, was forced to move to 5 different addresses, continually fed 4 harmful addictions weed, coke, booze, and nicotine, worked at 3 different restaurants, had 2 distinct personalities, and only wrote one thing. The entire time I lived in fucking Austin, Texas, one of the most art centric cities on earth, a literal stew of creative energy, I partied too hard and only wrote one thing, a shitty poem. If you want to read it, I have included it in the appendix with other goodies. Here are some wild stories from the Austin years with accompanying reasons to stay sober. Number 69, Naked Cookie Monster. What the hell is going on out here? I heard the cop yell at me as I lost ounces of sweat naked inside a Cookie Monster, drunk in public. Filming with my friends over the years had led me to film school in 2006, which led me starting my own LLC company in 2008. Ever since then, I have become quite good at my craft and continue to be a freelance videographer slash photographer slash editor. I have completed hundreds of projects, shoots, and videos. I get to be as busy as I want, picking up clients here and there or working for other companies. Man, having a career in the airline industry, being an author, being in a family, and enjoying my personal life, when did I even have time to drink? But I digress. After attending film school, the years of recording high 8 tapes, editing with VCRs, making cheesy titles by hand on paper, and adding rock music in the background from a boombox were over. Now I was capable of filming more professionally, editing with professional software, and authoring and producing DVDs and digital files. In 2008, I started to get music video shoots and wedding videography gigs off of Craigslist and word of mouth. But the first thing my business partner and I shot and edited, a short entitled Cookie Monster Musical. Drinking with Buddy and Z one evening, Buddy mentioned an old Cookie Monster costume in his attic. The Wrenn wanted to put it on. Z wanted to film something with our new video cameras, and Buddy wanted to laugh. A perfect blend to make a video. The costume fit me just fine. It just didn't have anything to cover my feet. I wore flip flops. Or my hands, but this made it easier to continue chugging beers as I sweat profusely in the costume. We went out for a couple of hours, getting footage as I ran around in the ensemble, naked inside. As Cookie Monster, I danced around at gas pumps, twerked in a gas station with strangers, asked cars in a drive-thru if they had cookies, and surprised unsuspecting children. Next, we went inside an IHOP. I ran straight to the back into the kitchen to shock the cooks, hugged some waitresses, sat with strangers, and played hostess when she was busy seating a table. In the last part of the video, I finally got harassed by a cop outside a different establishment. There's enough craziness around here. We don't need this too. Speaking of crazy, most of the night was a blur. In one scene of the 2-minute video, you clearly see 12 empty beer cans on the table in front of me. Most of those were mine. I also smoked weed and drank liquor, so, long story short, I barely remember shooting this video. Not only was I, once again, naked in public, kind of, but it would have been awful if that cop had taken me to jail. Let me reiterate this again. Gary doesn't run around naked, the Wrenn does. Gary is glad the Wrenn has gone away. Reason to stay sober. I keep my clothes on in public. Here is a link for Cookie Monster Musical on YouTube. Number 70. Lost in the Woods, again. I've been lost in the woods 3 times. Once on acid, once on mushrooms, once on weed and alcohol. The best of these stories happened in Austin on an innocent sunny Sunday afternoon. Austin had a lot of outdoor recreational areas, hidden watering holes, and drugs, so I decided to combine all three with some coworkers. We ate a heavy dose of mushrooms before we took off on the adventure. They were set to kick in as we hiked to the hidden waterfalls and swimming area. I drove my car and followed them so I could split whenever I wanted. If a lousy trip occurred for some reason, I wouldn't be stuck with them. This wasn't going to be a bad trip, however, it was going to be the epic Austin event I needed to bond with new people and become one with nature. We promised to stay together the entire day and not let any of the 5 of us stray off alone at any point. As soon as I stepped out of the car, I saw the grass and trees melting, swaying, and producing mesmerizing movement. I was last in the line of 5 of us as we entered the dark woods and followed a straightforward, clearly outlined path. Suddenly, I heard whispers and singing. A large, blue, beautiful butterfly flew around my head. Its movement left tracers in the air, various colors and tie dye patterns. I followed the butterfly for hours until I came upon a large tree, one of the largest I had ever seen. Its branches beckoned me like giant arms, and it started reciting Romeo and Juliet's. 2 households, both alike in dignity. I giggled. Shakespeare in the park. On drugs. Awesome. Next, it started reciting Hamlet. I looked around, anxious to see other people's reactions. My friends were way gone, obviously. I was all alone, lost in the woods. I panicked. I started to sweat. I walked in circles and looked at the sky, hoping anything would help direct me to my group. As I began to freak out, I screamed for help, but I was tripping so hard I don't know how loud it was actually being. I breathed slowly, in and out, in and out. I hadn't taken much with me. No towel, no water, no food, no cell phone, no wallet, only my keys and some cigarettes. So I took a seat underneath a large Shakespeare loving tree. I listened to the world around me as the day turned into night. Finally, calm and consumed by deep thoughts, I stayed right where I was, all night. The next morning, I woke up, covered in dirt from rolling around, and walked about 50 feet to my car. I wasn't nearly as lost as I thought I had been. My friends were relieved to see me at work the next day. I wasn't mad at the situation, just upset with myself for losing them immediately and ruining our group adventure. Always the optimist, I thought although I had been scared at first, I hadn't hurt myself or gone into a bad trip. Also, somewhere in the 90% of my brain I don't use, I still have parts of Hamlet and Romeo and Juliet memorized. Fascinating. I've gotten lost in the woods sober 0 times, but that's the thing about getting lost in the woods. It's absolutely terrifying, and it only happens when I'm fucked up. Reason to stay sober. No more getting lost in the woods, or lost anywhere, for that matter. Number 71. The Crazy Cat Coke Cock. Would you move in with a childhood friend even if you knew they were a cocaine dealing, emotionally unstable, pathological liar, ex convict, violent person? A person who dressed their emotional support cat in denim jackets and cowboy hats and took it everywhere on a leash? Probably not. Well, shit, I did, but it's hard to make choices when you're drunk all the time. As I became an almost hopeless alcoholic, I found myself doing everything wasted, including going to the movies. Now, movie theaters are pretty calm places in general, but I kept finding myself in crazy situations, ones which would haven't have happened if I wasn't drinking and or doing coke at the same time. First incident, Jeff and I, the same friend from high school, went to see Step Brothers. Jeff gave his cat its own seat, and some patrons noticed and claimed to be allergic. In response, the manager asked Jeff if he and the cat could move to the other side of the theater. Jeff lashed out at the manager, making a scene. I started cussing the manager out also. He has his ESA card. You can't ask him to move. We were here first, you fucking moron. The allergy people ended up leaving. and I had the urge to go out and start some shit with them. I had been snorting coke in the car before the movie, as well as chugging cheap box wine, and the combination had me very violent. The second violent cocaine/drinking incident at the movies came when we went to see Pineapple Express. We left the car at home this time, but Jeff recorded the audio of the entire film on his iPhone for some reason. Not a lot makes sense when you're drinking and coked out of your mind. When we left, a patron pointed at us and told management we had been recording the movie illegally. We bolted towards the guy, who ran outside. This created quite a scene as the guy got in his car quickly, and Jeff started cussing at him and pounding the guy's driver's side window with his fist as hard as he could. Come out, you pussy. Pound. Want to start shit? You don't even know what you're fucking talking about. Mind your own fucking business. Pound. Pound. I really thought he was going to bust the window. A small crowd developed in the parking lot, and I knew the cops had been called. Jeff now had his shirt off and had wrapped his entire hand as he hit the window even harder, expecting it to burst open and then pull the guy out. Finally, the guy drove away, and we started towards my car as people took pictures of us. Jeff stepped into one guy's face, ready to fight. You want to fucking go, faggot? He pushed the guy to the ground as his date ran to get help. Want to mess with me, huh? The crazy guy? The crazy cat coke cock? Jeff was so fucked up, I think he had tried to call himself a crazy cat person cokehead. But what actually came out was even more ridiculous and instantly unforgettable. Crazy cat coke cock. Wow. More people approached us then, making it look like either a group jump or a citizen's arrest. I grabbed Jeff and we ducked between two cars. We ran around the parking lot until we had lost the majority of people. I finally got in my car and drove through the nearest neighborhood, past the flashing lights and sirens of cop cars. If we got pulled over, we would have not only the violence to deal with, but Jeff definitely had more coke on him, and I had a ton of alcohol in my system. It was close, but we got away. A third incident happened by myself when I went to see Tropic Thunder at the Alamo Drafthouse. I took 4 mini bottles of wine inside, easy to do with cargo shorts, aka a man's purse. I still ordered a glass from the server, so I would be able to refill the wine glass with my own stash. I got busted pouring the last bottle, and the manager came into the theater mid-movie with security. I was busted. I had the empty bottles in my cargo shorts as evidence, and yet I yelled at the manager like a drunken idiot. I was clearly in the wrong and intoxicated, and yet I yelled at him for disturbing me during the movie. What a drunk piece of shit. I got kicked out of the theater and told not to return. Continuing this terrible tradition, as the years progressed, I couldn't see a movie unless I had a certain amount of drunk going for me. Sometimes I wouldn't remember the film, sometimes I would be woken up by strangers complaining about my loud snoring, and one time I missed the entire movie and got woken up by the teenage cleaning crew after the credits. I also would go see movies with other alcoholics who drank just as much as me before, during, and after the movie, making all these ridiculous wastes of time and money seem not so strange. Sober now, I have peace at the movies. I remember them, don't get in fights, and actually get absorbed in the storytelling, technical merits, and music. And guess what? Being entertained means you enjoy your life and stay busy, which keeps your mind off the drink, which helps keep you sober. Reason to stay sober. I remember all the movies I watch. Number 72. To live and die in Cancun. Don't drink the water in Mexico, or the absinthe. They will both kill you in different ways. Amber, finally my girlfriend, and always my best friend, took me to Cancun in 2008. Although I hadn't hid my drinking habits from her, I had always suppressed my darkest drunk tendencies when around her. Over my life, I was mean to many people I thought I loved at the time, but Amber told me she never saw that part of my wicked soul, the mean, spiteful creature. Over time, I realized I was mean when drinking with others because of resentments or not being happy with them in other ways. Not being happy, drinking, being an asshole to everyone, they were all part of the same vicious, horrible cycle. I really love Amber, and even my darkest characteristics while drunk wouldn't react negatively towards someone I truly loved and admired. Next time you see someone generally shit faced and get mean, and their whole demeanor calms down and they start to act more rationally just from seeing or being around you, you know this person truly cares for you. We went to an all inclusive resort, which basically means you don't have to venture out anywhere else during your stay. You have perfect, gigantic pool areas. You have the beach. You have sunrises and sunsets. You have all the food you can eat. You have all the drinks you can handle, or not handle, in my case. Bartenders would ask you double or triple when you order drinks. DANGEROUS for an alcoholic. Amber and I did venture out, though. We went to Aqua World, where we did 3 awesome activities. We parasailed, drove a wave runner, and went snorkeling. This was living. We went to a store and I found a bottle of absinthe, something I had never tried before. Whether or not it would make me hallucinate was the question. Was it real wormwood or knockoff? Either way, I drank the whole bottle, and nonstop doubles and triples all day, every day of the trip. This was dying. I was so sick and tired the entire vacation. In the middle of the night, I would wake up parched and chug glass after glass of tap water, making me even sicker. I felt nauseous unless I stayed drunk. I had the shits all the time. I had to force food down. My body shook uncontrollably sometimes, and I flat out wanted to die some hours. I should have nothing but great memories of this trip. Hell, it was even a great chance to be romantic with my girl, but I fucked that up as well. I was more interested in getting fucked up than anything else, and if that doesn't explain alcoholism as a sickness, what does? Either way, I don't miss hangovers, I don't miss being sick and tired all the time, and I don't miss forcing liquor into myself to feel normal. Reason to stay sober. No more hangovers. Number 73. New Orleans Bachelor Party. Life is a lot more fun with giant latex penises around your neck. New Orleans, one of my favorite cities and one of the most exquisite pillars of civilization. I close my eyes, and so much comes to mind when I think about the Big Easy. The constant music, the aroma of strong coffee, hurricanes and hand grenades, puke and alcohol soaked streets, vampire and ghost tours, rowdy clubs, nasty strip clubs, 50 flavors of daiquiris, spinning in colorful whirls, homeless jazz musicians on the sidewalk, drunk women with mascara smeared from crying, fighting in the street, street art for sale, gold painted robot men with whistles in their mouths, fortune tellers scaring dark tourists with vague premonitions, hiding inside a church to avoid panhandlers, the smell of horse shit, the smell of cops on horses giving you shit, beads, magic on Bourbon Street, pickpockets, invincible rats, late night pizza, drinking till you physically can't anymore, people screaming from balconies, leprechauns, photobombing, women peeing in alleys, bouncers getting you the best deals on Bourbon Street, 4 shots for the price of one, and then throwing you out when you get too drunk to stand. One of my favorite cities, even more so sober. In 2008, Chewy flew to Austin and together we drove to New Orleans. He had grown up in Saudi Arabia and still kept in contact with a large number of childhood friends who had shared similar experiences with him. 2 of them were living in New Orleans and were getting married. A perfect time to have one large reunion. The couple asked me to film and put together a video showcasing the highlights of both the bachelor and the bachelorette parties. Never again will I agree to this insane type of project. First, not even the coolest of couples should have access to that night's shenanigans. Second, girls have way more fun than boys. The girls play games, trivia, get all types of fun penis toys, laugh a lot, and generally love on the soon to be bride. The boys do drugs, get way too drunk, get in fights, puke and pee in alleys, annoy anyone not in their group, and become awful humans. Brainless zombies intent on eating pussy and finding strippers that hate them and will only touch them for money. And not a lot of touching either. Every second with the boys and the groom to be, I longed for the fun dancing, partying, and loving atmosphere the girls shared. The only thing I salvaged for the video romantically was a shot of the bride and groom running into each other's arms on Bourbon Street at 4 in the morning. Not a care in the world once they touched. Aww. I used to love traveling, but every time I went somewhere I got fucked up and thought the drunken times were why I loved that city. Austin, Corpus Christi, Port Aransas, South Padre, Houston, Dallas, San Diego, Los Angeles, Denver, Breckenridge, Orlando, Daytona Beach, New Orleans, Chicago, Las Vegas, fucked up in all of them, drunken memories aplenty. I have visited all of them sober now and can honestly say I enjoy what each place has to offer more now. Life, culture, food, people, historical sites, museums, concerts, all of these things are infinitely better than getting fucked up and stumbling through experiences in an altered state. Reason to stay sober. I have more fun in my favorite cities now. Number 74. Birdshit Alley. When I woke up, passed out on the curb next to my car, completely covered in wet bird shit, I should have thought, I might drink too much. One night after work, after consuming several pints worth of strong house margaritas, I ventured over to one of the hundreds of bands performing the wonderful South by Southwest Festival, which takes place over several days every March in Austin. It was a miracle I had found a parking spot for work that morning before my double shift. The next day, I understood why the spots on that curb were available. The massive amounts of birds living in the giant trees directly above the 10 or so parking spots owned that block. The band playing that evening was shiny toy guns, and they were epic. After the show, I got to buy them drinks, and I took shot after shot with them. Before you know it, I had arrived at Blackout City. I don't remember buying a t-shirt and both their CDs. I don't know if I made a total ass of myself. I don't remember leaving the bar and being too drunk to open my car door. Or maybe I unlocked it, but was too drunk to physically open the door and crawl inside. Either way, it wasn't the first time, or second, or third, I couldn't open a door because of extreme intoxication. It wasn't even the first time I had passed out next to my car, but it was the first time I slept through hundreds of birds, making me a human toilet. Lame. Reason to stay sober. I can open a door with 100% accuracy. Number 75. Adventures in babysitting. Someone pissed on the couch. Where I was sleeping! I rolled my eyes and looked at the young woman, still drunk, mad pacing in the living room. I remembered all the awful things she had done over the past 12 hours. Her pissing herself while drunk was the least of her problems. I shouldn't even be here, I thought. Why do I put myself through this shit? One drunken state not yet mentioned in this book is the over exaggeration of feelings you can have towards another person when you are buzzed or drunk. The example I want to emphasize is when you get overly caring or overly protective. You might engage in a fight getting someone's back you might not usually would have, or you might want to take care of someone, becoming a temporary guardian, sibling, or parent type figure. Let's call it what it is: babysitting. You know, we have all been there, taking care of someone who couldn't control themselves when they consumed too much. The girl who had pissed herself the night before was her 21st birthday celebration. The night was going to be epic. A large group of us went to see the Offspring perform as the main event of the evening. Knowing the girl from previous party nights, she had the tendency to overdo it and make big mistakes. Her words, not mine. Of course, we drank a lot before, during, and after the concert, and she became the party girl she usually was. Overly flirtatious, sloppy, loud, and potentially easy to take advantage of. The more I consumed, the more concerned I got for her well being. I focused on making sure she didn't get hurt, killed, pregnant, or arrested. It's kind of funny. I remembered being upset at my friends on my 21st birthday because they had gotten drunker than me. So, I felt like I was paying it forward in a fucked up backward way. By letting her get the kind of drunk I had wanted to get on my special day, I could live vicariously through her fun and pain, and at the same time, I could take care of her and make sure she was safe, which would make me feel great, still equating to a selfish play which ultimately fed my ego. Many times, just she got lost at the concert. First, I found her trying to hit joints and pipes full of potent weed, which she had specifically asked me not to let her do. Another time, I saw her trying to sneak backstage, pleading desperately with security, who were visibly annoyed with her. Later, I found her making out with a guy, and she had on his eyeglasses and muscle shirt. Then, she fell asleep in her seat before the encore. When the concert was over, I helped walk/carry her to the car where she had a puke and rally. At that point, she felt better, so a few of us went to a bar to resume the drinking. On the way, she started talking mad shit to all of us, saying we had ruined her birthday, weren't really friends, and that she hoped we all would die in a car crash and she would laugh at our funerals. I still took care of her, although I felt pretty shitty about those mean things she spewed. Once she was even drunker than earlier in the night. She sat at the bar sipping a Bloody Mary. I had been playing pool, rocking out to the jukebox music, and hanging out with everyone, trying to let her sulk in peace, thus avoiding any more verbal onslaughts. The bartender didn't avoid them, though. He waved me over and said she kept putting her head on the bar. A huge no-no. She lifted up her head and told him to fuck himself. Excuse me, he said. You heard me, you douchebag. You douchebag. Fuck you. Then she threw her glass at him. It shattered on the floor in front of him. A bouncer came over and picked her up with one arm. She pounded on him as hard as she could with her fists, screaming, douchebags, all of you, over and over. I rallied the troops, paid our tabs, and went to collect her. She was out front, screaming and making a scene on the sidewalk. She kept falling on her hands and knees, so I picked her up and put her in the car. I sat in the back seat with her as she punched me in the arm repeatedly and called me names. I was pretty fucked up, but still in an overly caring state for some reason, so I put my arm around her and rocked her like a baby. We got to the house and she jumped out of the car, stumbled inside, flipped over the living room table, threw some pillows from the couch towards the television, and then finally passed out flat on her face. The nightmare was over, except for the piss stains. I still try and protect people when I can, but I'm rarely around extremely drunk people when I can help it. I have passed the babysitting torch to other drunks. Reason to stay sober. No more babysitting. Number 76. Exotic pets are cheap. What do a puppy, a Pac-Man frog, two ferrets, and a pink ball python have in common? At some point in time, after a night of drinking, I woke up owning them. I wish it was a joke. What a setup. The puppy I ended up keeping for 2 years. The python, which had conveniently wrapped itself around my arm, making my arm turn purple, I took back to the pet store. The ferrets were gifted to me by some friends from out in the country, and the Pac-Man frog I kept just to freak out Amber. She hated to see the live mice I had to feed it weekly. I don't remember how I got any of them. Was I so capable of acting cool while drunk that people didn't notice and would sell or give me creatures? The Pac-Man frog was in a fully decked out aquarium, for heaven's sake. Reason to stay sober. No more irresponsible purchases. Number 77. Breakups and Breakdowns. Alcoholic destroys his personal life. A common headline for a common illness. Here are 10 ways Austin became known as the worst chapter of my life. Was it all due to drinking? Absolutely. Every event listed here happened while I was drunk or because of my drinking. Number 1. My father and stepmother began to resent me when I moved in with them. Instead of living there for 1 month to help me get back on my feet as I originally promised, I asked for 3 more months. Then, instead of saving up for a place to move into, I partied all the time, never came home, never cleaned my room, went on vacations, and bought extravagant things. I got in an argument with my dad one night while drunk, and we split ways for good. I tried to reach out to them years later, but they both responded with lengthy, mean emails highlighting awful things I had said to them and about them. I don't remember any of the things they claimed, but I can't really deny it. My drunk self had become quite an asshole. Number 2, I got evicted from a room I rented in Pflugerville. The owner and my roommate was an older, calmer hippie type. I was a nightmare of a tenant. I invited people from work over without his permission, and we trashed his house, sometimes without cleaning up. I put on his beloved, very expensive Darth Vader helmet and pranced around drunk, not caring about its value to him. I turned his kitchen into a beer pong tournament. I left the door cracked open one night and his cat got out and wasn't found for a week. One of my friends shit in his inflatable baby pool in the backyard, where he frequently sunbathed and read. I got large stains on the carpet in my room and didn't get the carpets cleaned as per his request. Then, finally, I got asked to leave when we got in a drunk argument. Chewy had come to visit over the summer and had gotten bitten by bugs after sleeping on the couch. Greg said Chewy had brought bed bugs from his travels. I got home drunk one afternoon and he was bug bombing the house. He yelled at me for not helping and arguing with him when he was obviously right about the presence of bed bugs. Thousands of bed bugs were visibly dead all over the place. I refused to help with the cleanup or pay for any of the cost of cleaning, and he told me to be out by the end of the week. I was so drunk and mad, we almost got in a fist fight. Number 3. Jeff, my cat loving, cocaine dealing roommate, had been a childhood friend in San Antonio, but he didn't drink, and we had zero compatibility as roommates. I found him to be a paranoid psychopath, and he found me to be a drunk, bloated, ugly person who was bound to drink himself to death. After several tense moments residing uncomfortably in a small 2-bedroom apartment, I finally got in a fight with him when he thought I had tried to hurt his cat. I was drunk and had been playfully chasing the cat around the apartment, which really scared the shit out of it, but I wasn't hurting it otherwise. After pushing and hitting each other, he threatened to call the cops on me and tell them I was a drug dealer. I was the only one on the lease, another drunk decision I came to regret. So he could have done so and gotten away with it. He had more drugs in his room than I probably knew about, which he could have planted anywhere. I begged him not to call the cops, embarrassingly, and the next day I broke the lease. My friends who helped me move had to hold me back when Jeff spray painted my bed and then locked himself in his room. I never saw him again, told the management he was not invited into the apartment and refused to leave, and hoped for the best. Number 4. Many times, over many months, to avoid Jeff, I stayed on my coworker and friend Felix's couch. I drank heavily every night, and apparently I had promised him hundreds of dollars as thank you money, but he budgeted my promise of money into his monthly rent. When I never paid up because I didn't remember telling him I would pay him anything, our friendship ended. Number 5. Amber and I moved in together as a couple into a cozy 426 square foot apartment in downtown Austin, 2 miles south of 6th Street. I worked at Carlos Santana's restaurant Maria Maria on 5th Street, and Amber worked as a flight attendant in Houston. I partied quite hard with my coworkers and got close to one particular girl. One night, a few friends came over to the apartment while Amber was out on a trip. The girl ended up being the only one to stay the night, and we ended up cuddling on the couch when she got cold. Amber came home early and found us passed out and embraced together. Even though Amber correctly assumed the girl and I hadn't slept together, why would the girl have put her pants back on after sex? Amber and I broke up and didn't talk again for 6 years. Number 6. A girl I dated, June, was a recently divorced, church-going, sweet person who liked to drink and dance and have long chats over bottles of wine. We grew kind of close and had dated for several weeks when she confessed to me how she had casual sex with a close friend the night we had first met. I wouldn't have cared normally and would have appreciated the honesty. It seems kind of innocent to me considering we hadn't even officially talked yet at that time, but of course I was drunk when she told me and turned into the Hulk. I threw my beer bottle into the ground, called her a whore, and said other mean things to her that made no sense. Since she had gotten divorced from a verbally abusive man, she disappeared immediately, blocking my number and deleting me from all ways of contacting her. Number 7. Although I had gotten my first job as a manager at Maria Maria and absolutely loved the job, I made a bad decision while drunk and waiting tables one Saturday night shift. The resulting investigation of the situation by my mentor and boss led to a heated argument in which I threw my store keys at him and stormed out. Number 8. My closest friend at Kona Grill was quite a pushover. I crashed at her apartment quite a bit where we got shit-faced and had a blast. She worked only lunch shifts, and since most of our nights ended up bleeding into the early morning, she had a hard time making it to work on time for her shifts. Even though she liked her job and asked me to calm down on the partying when I came over, I continued to hit it hard. I was a huge enabler and didn't care about her feelings or her desire to have calm nights and good sleep. Finally, after another heavy drinking night with me, she no called, no showed her shift one morning and got fired. She cried and cried, told me to leave, and a week later, when I called her to party, she told me I had ruined her life and she never wanted to talk with me again. Number 9. I worked briefly at the county line on the lake, although I didn't really enjoy the job very much. One Saturday morning, I was drinking before work, which put me in an emotional funk. A table I waited on left and called my manager shortly after. He called me into the office and said the table had been extremely upset over their visit. I had smelled heavily like alcohol and seemed so distant and sad I had bummed them out. They were regulars, and I was the worst server they had ever had there. That comment alone should have sent a shockwave through my senses and alerted me to the fact I had a problem, but instead I got even sadder, said fuck this, and quit after the shift. Number 10. After quitting my jobs at Kona Grill, Maria, and County Line on the Lake, I tried doing valet parking for a few months. I loved it. I started drinking at work, of course, like always, a total idiot move. One shift, I apparently talked too much shit about my shift leader. I thought it was more of a playful teasing, except we weren't friends. When I went to pick up my paycheck from the main office at the end of the week, he confronted me and we started yelling at each other in front of the owner. If I had been sober, I would have apologized or explained myself. Paychecks could only be picked up in the afternoon, so of course I had been quite drunk by the time afternoon had rolled around. I thought I had quit the job officially at that moment. I was quite pissed at the guy and ended up storming out of the building. But the next day my manager called and asked why I hadn't shown up for my shift. Whoops. I had been so drunk I didn't even remember what all had gone down in the heated moment. Reason to stay sober. No more ending relationships, personal, professional, or living situation when drunk. Alcoholic checkpoint. Age 29. I lost personal relationships left and right. I used cocaine all the time, including at work. I stole drinks from work and drank at work more than ever. Sake bombs at Kona Grill, pre-made margaritas at Maria, liquor from County Line on the Lake, etc. I became increasingly violent. I had gotten in altercations with strangers at movie theaters, with my roommates, and I almost got in a fight with my general manager. I made promises I couldn't keep, including repaying people for liquor or drugs of theirs I consumed and paying rent to people I frequently passed out on their couches. I worked valet at various events for a few months, and after I got comfortable, I started taking a flask and drinking on my shifts. Thankfully, I never got in any kind of accident or car mix-up. I began to miss San Antonio, which spiraled me into a permanent depression. I always had a box of wine in my trunk, a full flask of bottle of liquor, and a small bag of Coke. I literally was sick from alcohol poisoning all the time, so I kept drinking to feel normal, calm the shakes, and be able to sleep. I dated and hung out with other drunks who also exhibited the worst traits of alcoholism. The calm before the storm. During a much needed trip to Walt Disney World in 2009 with my mother and my brother, I reevaluated my life. The mental health week at the theme parks was enough of a breather to slow down and make the decision to move again. In 2010, I moved in with Nick, back in San Antonio, into a house owned by his family, a home we called Club GN. After 8 years of friendship, numerous adventures, and all the shit I had put him through, Nick still allowed me to live with him and enjoy zero rent. Bros for life. In return for free housing, we had to fix up and clean the house, which, because of my constant partying, Nick pretty much did all by himself. Living with my best friend, having my family back in my immediate life and vicinity, and going back to work at the County Line Barbecue was a much better environment for me. I still drank every day, but the depression and bad habits and bad traits seemed to diminish in light of me being in a more relaxed lifestyle. For a full year, life was simple. Work, throw get-togethers, win at beer pong, go to the river, watch movies, attend concerts, date girls, and sleep. However, this was merely the calm before the storm. Although my drinking and drugging had slowed down to more casual levels than my Austin years, the worst was still to come. But first, a few more stories and reasons to stay sober from 2010. Number 78. My first air dick drop. Leaving Nyosa on a warm April Tuesday, about 30 empty plastic cups in hand, representing the number of beers my friend and I had collectively drank, we entered the Drunken Via bus. The bus system was a ploy of San Antonio to prevent drunk driving, although the bus was merely taking us all to our cars in a further parking lot, where we would just drive home drunk anyways. The partygoers of San Antonio rambled and hung out together in drunken bliss while my friend passed out quickly, his head hitting the glass window and staying there. I took the opportunity to pull down his pants and take a quick picture of his limp penis. The light of my iPhone illuminated the snake in his pants in a very humorous way. The people on the bus needed to see it, my drunk self thought. I airdropped the picture to any and everyone on the bus who had their iPhones set to receive airdrops from strangers. There were a handful of people who quickly received an unwanted picture of my friend's dick. Suddenly, a terrifying man, with tattoos on his arms and face, stood up and yelled, "Who is Gary?" I froze. He continued, "And whose dick is this?" I thought I was about to die or get royally hurt. I remained silent as the situation went back to normal and the scary man was calmed down by the people he was with. After my friend woke up and we were on the way home, I told him what had happened and he replied perfectly. "Well, I guess that was the best thing that could have happened," he said. "What do you mean? Whose dick is this?" He actually said that? Yep. We both laughed. Perfection indeed. Still scary and rude. Reason to stay sober. No more offending strangers. Number 79. Sleepless Nights in Vegas. The first and last time I did crystal meth was in Las Vegas, celebrating my grandmother's third wedding. And it was an accident. I couldn't even make this shit up. I shared a room for the weekend at the Venetian with Nick and my uncle. My mom, aunt, and other members of my family were in Vegas as well. On the first night, Nick and I got in an argument about something dumb, I can't remember what it was, and I stormed out and went drinking by myself on the strip. Drinking 40-ounce beers as quickly as I could, I got rather buzzed as I stormed across the 4-mile road, finally stopping at the Excalibur Casino. I met some fellow Texans in the casino, easy to find from being louder and more obnoxious than everyone else. Everything is bigger in Texas, including noise levels. We get it. After shooting the shit and shooting some craps, they asked if I wanted to go to their room to party. Why the fuck not? We got to the room where several people, guys and girls, were drinking and snorting coke. They offered me a line, and I didn't even hesitate. You know by now I never said no to drugs when I was drunk. I didn't register the fact the powder was pink until I had snorted half of it. It burned like hell. "Why is it pink?" I asked, fearing the answer. "It's meth," one of them said, as casual as could be. Why the hell is everyone so relaxed about using crystal meth? I smiled, thanked them, and left, wired as fuck. I speed walked the strip all the way, twice, and then went back to the hotel and laid on the floor. I pretended to sleep as I counted the number of times my heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. I never wanted to do crack or meth or heroin, like ever, intentional or by accident in my whole life. And yet, I accidentally snorted meth with strangers while in Vegas to support and celebrate my grandmother's union. What the fuck was I doing? Why was I never turning down bad decisions when I drank? In the end, I don't think my family noticed my unusually, even for me, erratic behavior. Nick and I made up, and the trip was rather enjoyable, even though I didn't sleep until the second night. I didn't ruin the wedding, but the whole experience made me realize one thing: alcohol is my personal gateway drug. A gateway to nicotine, drugs, depression, suicidal thoughts, anger, and almost fucking up important life events. Reason to stay sober: I can say no to drugs. Number 80. Hunting wildcats without a gun. There I was, staring the deadly predator in the face, unarmed yet unafraid. The bobcat opened its large mouth and pounced. Just kidding, that didn't really happen. New Year's Eve, I went to visit an old girlfriend of mine who lived on a ranch with her mom. The party was quite large, and at some point, one of the guests mentioned killing wild bobcats in the vicinity recently. After drinking a lot, for some reason, I told my friend I thought I had seen a bobcat walk across the field. The guy who had mentioned his previous hunt grabbed the large hunting rifle from his truck and told me to lead the way. For what seemed like an hour, we walked in the woods, looking for paw prints with a flashlight, ready to kill a made up bobcat. I was so into it. It was one of those scenarios where I had made up a situation and had convinced myself it could be real. The guy had to have known I was full of shit, right? Either way, if there really were dangerous wild cats in the area, what might have happened? I didn't have a weapon, I was slow and drunk, easy prey, and I didn't know if the drunk guy with me could have protected me in his state. I have done some stupid shit while drinking over the years, which has brought up one of my favorite reasons to stay sober. 10 other ways I could have died when I was drinking, most of these from other stories in this memoir. The car crash, driving so drunk some nights that I had to close one eye to see straight, the staph infection I got on spring break from being too drunk to take care of myself, drowning in various water situations, jumping off roofs and balconies, falling down the hill in San Diego, longboarding without a helmet, playing with weapons, fucking with animals, overdosing by mixing drugs and alcohol. I don't do any of these activities anymore, which has probably increased the longevity of my life. Reason to stay sober: I won't die drunk. Number 81, Top 10 Sex Stories. While writing this book, people asked if I was going to include some of my funny sex stories. I didn't feel like it was a focus of this book, but I kind of wanted to tell a few stories, which was okay since I found a reason to stay sober after compiling this list. None of the things on this list would have happened if I hadn't been partying. I'm warning you now, these are very explicit, definitely not safe for work. Number 10. Did you kill a cheetah? The owner slash manager of the restaurant I worked at died in a flood in 2010. We threw a celebration of life at the restaurant, which included an open bar. All employees, past and present, were there to drink the night away. A girl I had worked with 5 years earlier was present. We used to flirt, and we picked up right where we had left off, eventually ending up at Club GN, the house where Nick and I were residing. Nick and I were tasked with cleaning the house out, but at the moment it was still filled to the brim with stuff, hoarder style. The only room available for playtime was stacked to the ceiling with blankets, boxes, furniture, antiques, and many unknowns. In the back corner, underneath it all, was a twin-sized bed. The next morning, she and I giggled at how there was an obvious path between the walls of stuff and the bed. Many items had been thrown out of the way as we stripped down and battled our way to the back corner. It was pretty obvious we had really wanted to get busy. In all the chaos, she couldn't find her underwear and gave up after a while. When Nick finally got to cleaning up the room, weeks later, he found her rather large panties and said, "Did you kill a cheetah?" He was referencing the scene in Road Trip when the dork of the group hooked up with a large girl and kept her large cheetah-style underwear as a keepsake. Number 9. Blackout Blowjob. I woke up with my dick out after blacking out from going to a club in Orlando. I remember lots of people buying me shots, me kissing someone, and then getting half carried slash half tossed onto my bed. I thought I dreamt waking up to a friend blowing me in the middle of the night and saying, I just couldn't resist. The next day, the person came into my room and said, I am so sorry about last night. I thought I dreamt that. Damn, I should have let you just think that. I feel so bad. Don't feel bad. These things happen. I don't know why I said this because it doesn't happen. So, are we good? Yeah, we're good. But what? Did I finish? I had to know. No, you said choke on it, I don't care, so I stopped. I don't know if choke on it, I don't care was meant to be funny or hurtful. Number 8, Simba. After a night of coitus, the girl I was with, knowing I was a Disney freak, smeared semen across my forehead with her thumb. She stated Simba, mimicking the opening scene from The Lion King. Gross. Also funny. Number 7. Pussy pictures on the wall. I was dating a girl in Austin who woke me up in a hurry after receiving a call from her mother who was making a surprise visit into town to check on her, check out her new apartment, and meet me. The mom was lost in the complex, but would be up in a few minutes after she figured it out. Take the pussy pictures off the wall, please, my girlfriend said as she picked up various things around the room and attempted to compose herself quickly. Apparently, we had taken and printed black and white pictures of her vagina the night before, as some form of photography experiment. By cutting the photos at various angles, she had used her naughty lips to spell out Happy V-Day on the wall. Thank goodness we had taped them up and not stapled. Still, a bizarre activity we did together, and we never talked about it afterward. I wonder if she's married now and has done the same project with her husband. I am slightly convinced it was her idea. I'm not that creative. Number 6. Bugs in my pussy. St. Mary's, the university I attended, was an international school, so we had many beautiful students from all around the world. The one time I ended up sneaking into a girl's dorm room on campus after dropping her off from drinking at a bar, I didn't actually hook up. She was from some country in South America. I don't remember which country, nor did I write it down on my Girls of My Life list, and had a very heavy, hard to understand accent. She kept whispering in my ear, which added to the difficulty of understanding her. I thought I heard, I'm horny, I've got bugs in my pussy. The way she was squirming and making noise, it looked like she might have bugs in her pussy. I freaked out. I was under the impression she was telling me she had an STD. Thankfully, her roommate came in, giving me a blessed opportunity to bolt. Her friend later told me the miscommunication was simply translation trouble. She was trying to say she hadn't been laid in a while and wanted help to get the cobwebs out. Or something. Damn language barriers. Number 5. I stepped on a dick. Have you ever stepped on a man's entire genitalia area? I have. It's an odd sensation, like stepping on a squishy mesh ball. I had been drinking with some friends from work at Milwaukee Street, a bar in Denver. My friend had been sleeping with a coworker, a friends with benefits situation. Neither of them seemed to want an official relationship. After a while, the two left together, although my guy friend had expressed interest hours earlier in ending their nightly rendezvous. After the bar closed, I got a call from his girl saying to come over. My friend had passed out, but she wanted to continue drinking. The last thing I remember is sitting on her porch drinking red wine. The next morning, I saw 4 empty bottles on the table. When I woke up next to her, I discovered my friend naked and passed out on the floor next to us by stepping on his dick. I knew it was a shaft and balls right away, and I am happy I didn't put 220 pounds of pressure on it. He didn't wake up, so I obviously didn't hurt him, but it's a feeling I will never forget. Did I have a threesome? Or had he been passed out on the floor the whole time we were screwing? Who knows? Number 4, 2 girls, one night. I threw a going away apartment in my apartment before I moved from Denver to Austin. In all my 20s, the most I ever got laid was right before the big move, when girls knew they would probably never see me again. The simplest way to explain the story, I went to bed with one girl and woke up with another. During my party, me and the first girl had been all over each other on my couch and moved to my bed when it was time. I came out after and continued to drink heavily, partying into the early morning. After the bars closed, a new group of coworkers had come over, bringing some new people they had met as well. Long story short, I ended up hooking up with another girl who spent the night. The first girl had already left my apartment earlier in the evening. Number 3, trifecta. There is a phrase everyone should know, and now these 3 remain: faith, hope, and love. At St. Mary's, we changed the expression into a sexual game. All you need is 2 love, a faith, and a hope. The joke is that girls at the school have religious names. Although I never got with any girls named Faith, Hope, Trinity, or Chastity, although I knew girls with each name, I did something even more gross and disturbing. My friends called it the trifecta. While on a break from my girlfriend, I moved into my first one-bedroom apartment and had several people help me with the physical labor. We were drinking beer the whole time, and a lady friend asked me about the breakup. I told her I was doing okay, and shortly after, we started comparing sex stories. When all my stuff was unloaded from the truck, I took a shower to get ready for a Christmas in October Delta Zeta sorority party a few hours later. When I got out of the shower, she was still in my living room, drinking beer by herself. The look she gave me said it all. After christening my new pad, I went to the college party, where I got the opportunity to take another classmate home. Gotta love those easy deasy girls. Later that evening, in the morning, still horny from such an exciting move, party, and 2 sex sessions, I went across the street to wake up my ex-girlfriend with morning sex. We had fun, but she told me in contempt she could smell other women on me. 3 girls I hooked up with in 24 hours. The trifecta. I'm a disgusting pig, I know, you don't have to say it. I never said I was perfect. In my defense, I knew girls that slept with 5 or 6 guys during spring break week. College, you know? Number 2, the Pink Shirt Club. The Walt Disney World College program was a slut fest, as I had researched and experienced. To put it in perspective, there was a game called Bing Hose that my community played. I don't really know if anyone really played it, but the scorecard was real. The Bing Hose scorecard was laid out as such: row 1, number 1, threesome; number 2, sex with a character handler; number 3, sex with someone who works attractions at Magic Kingdom; number 4, sex with someone from Canada, Norway, or China; number 5, trifecta, sleep with 3 different people in 24 hours. Row 2. Number 1, received oral sex from a CP. Number 2, sex with someone who works quick service at Hollywood Studios. Number 3, sex with a roll hopper, any park. Number 4, sex with someone from the United Kingdom or Canada. Number 5, sex with a front desk CP from any resort. Row 3 of the Bing Host scorecard. Number 1, sex with a lifeguard. Number 2, sex with someone from Morocco or France. Number 3, made out with someone. That's a free space. Number 4, sex with a full-time cast member, not a college program intern. Number 5, sex in a car. Row number 4 of the Bing Host scorecard. Number 1, sex with someone in a pool or hot tub. Number 2, sex with someone and kept their underwear signed by them. Number 3, sex with someone who works merchandise at Epcot. Number 4, gave oral sex to a CP. Number 5, sex with someone who was a costume character. Row number 5 of the Bing Host scorecard. Number 1, sex with someone from another Disney College program apartment complex. Number 2, sex on property, any park, resort, or pleasure island. Number 3, sex with someone who works custodial at Animal Kingdom. Number 4, sex with someone from Germany, Italy, or Japan. Number 5, sex with someone who is a face character at work. If Ariel, must give details. Instant win, sex with a supervisor, or sex with an entertainer in character. That's just to give you an idea of the state of mind we were in as young, horny interns. The Pink Shirt Club was formed when my roommate came storming into my room one night, laughing. I was talking with a few friends in my room when he shut the door behind himself. Dude, he said, every fucking girl that Gary slept with is wearing a pink fucking shirt. I peeked out at the party in my living room. which was otherwise commencing as usual with music, laughter, and shit talk. Three girls, indeed wearing different shades of pink, stared back at me. Full on, DJ scratched the record, eyes staring daggers. Although it was awkward at first, I had nothing to be ashamed about, and honestly, it felt funny and awesome at the same time. I hadn't learned a valuable lesson in life yet, that girls may like watching shows about bachelors dating a bunch of women. Still, they definitely don't like dating bachelors who had dated a bunch of girls in the same community. Nor when said bachelor later wears a homemade t shirt that read, Join the Pink Shirt Club. Number one, the rubber duckies. Secrets always come back to bite you in the ass. When I left Orlando and moved to Denver, I carried over a long term relationship. It was pretty serious. We had decided to try and make it work, her living in Kentucky and I in Colorado. She came to visit me on spring break, at which point we hadn't seen each other in about 10 weeks. I had been a good boyfriend the whole time until the night before. I know, so close. The night before Kentucky arrived, I was leaving the bar after drinking with coworkers when my lady friend said she would walk me out. She wanted to chat alone for a few minutes. We had been friends since the day we met, and from day one I knew about the struggles with her boyfriend of 5 years. They were always on the verge of splitting up for good. She walked me to my car, gave me a hug, and when I closed my door, she walked around and nonchalantly got into my passenger seat and started crying. I listened to her pour her feelings out, and after a while she looked at me and said, I wish I could kiss you. I won't tell anyone if you don't, I said. We kissed, and things got pretty hot and heavy. The windows steamed up. Our clothes came off. Let's go somewhere, she said. We put our clothes back on, drove to Washington Park, parked, and looked for a place to continue. We settled with climbing up into the corner of the second-story tent of the large metal children's playground. This thing was massive, and with the lighting of the park and the fact it was 2 in the morning, no one could see us up there in the shadows. We had sex and continued to talk until almost sunrise. The only other sounds than us were the numerous ducks that had been walking around the playset, quacking all night looking for food. We joked about how annoying the ducks were. We never hooked up again and kept our cheating night to ourselves. To remember it, though, she gave me a rubber ducky. It was a cute gesture, but I didn't want to remind her that I had cheated on a girl I really cared about. So I gave the rubber ducky to my mother. She liked it enough to begin a hobby of rubber duck collecting. Next time I visited her, there were rubber duckies all over the place. In her kitchen, the bathrooms, bedrooms, on her car's dash, even in her yard. I guess I wouldn't be allowed to forget the night I was an asshole and cheated on my girlfriend. Reason to stay sober. No more strange sexual wake ups, adventures, or embarrassing stories. Chapter 7 Scary Gary. The storm begins to form. My mama always told me never to meet a girl in a bar. Dating girls you meet at a bar was like a box of chocolates. You never knew what you were going to get, but they all tasted terrible and would drive you mad, or something like that. On September 11th, 2001, I bartended at Papacito's Cantina while a catastrophic event played out. In the ensuing chaos, many lives were lost and the world changed. On September 11th, 2010, I bartended at County Line Barbecue while another catastrophic event played out. In the ensuing chaos, my life as I knew it was lost and the world changed. I met the girl who would become my practice wife that night. Let's call her Chelsea after the girl from the documentary Love Stinks in 1999. Okay, that was a fictional comedy. But after this whirlwind of 4 years, the movie feels more real than it should. 2011 to 2014, I refer to as the blackout years for two reasons. One, I was blackout drunk more than ever, and two, I try not to think about those years at all. They are erased from memory as much as I can help it. I will keep this marriage story short. This book is not about how I failed as a husband and stepfather in my first marriage, but rather how being an alcoholic piece of shit contributed to me being a horrible husband and stepfather. Chelsea was fun the night I met her. She tried County Line for the first time on a whim and got me as the bartender. We flirted just enough for her friend to leave me her number and a note that read, You better call her. That night, after my shift, I went on a little getaway and joined some friends in Port Aransas for a few days. Although I should have been fishing, swimming in the ocean, and partying my ass off, I spent most of the time on the phone with Chelsea. I learned she had a good job, had two adorable daughters, owned a house, had big plans for the future, had good taste in music, and liked to party. Things got heavy with us pretty quick and we were married 14 months later. I was 30 years young, got a 9 to 5 job at USAA, yeah, adulting, and I expanded my family further because her brother and father lived across the street and we all got along. All was well. With all the changes in my life, I continued to work part-time at County Line and continued to drink regularly, so both worlds had blended seamlessly. I thought I could control my drinking and Chelsea would tolerate my behavior. Wrong on both counts. Marriage wasn't all bad, and I usually try and remember the good things about my past relationships. Still, I need to mention a few of the bad stories to complete my reasons to stay sober and reveal how my alcoholic journey ended. Number 82, acting a fool at Tool. When did concerts become not entertaining in and of themselves? When did I start having to get fucked up to enjoy a life event? While writing this book, a band I enjoy, Tool, announced a tour and came out with a new album. I was going to purchase tickets for the show, but paused when I realized I had already seen them 3 times. Or had I? Turns out I've been to 3 different Tool concerts, but don't recall actually seeing the band perform. Concert number 1, Sunken Gardens, San Antonio, August 6th, 1998. The concert was a surprise from a friend for my 17th birthday. The other surprise? My first bag of cocaine. The two of us partied in the parking lot doing bumps off keys and lines off CD cases. We lost control of time, heard Tool go on, and continued to party. We were in and out of the public restroom outside the venue, in the car, in other people's cars. We thought Tool was probably only a couple of songs in, even though it was dark out, and before you know it, we missed the whole show. We missed a 2 hour set by having too much fun doing blow with coked out strangers. Tailgating is fun, but you have to make it to the fucking main event. Concert number 2, Verizon Wireless Amphitheater, Selma, Texas, October 25th, 2001. This time I went with 4 friends and dropped acid as soon as we put the car in park. The acid hit me right as Tool took the stage. Also, at that moment, I noticed my friends were gone and panicked. I ran between the lawn and seat sections looking for them. I glanced at the stage and saw someone hanging by chains, or maybe I was merely tripping balls. My mind got hit with hallucinations of pain and torture. The chains reminded me of the Cenobites from the movie Hellraiser, and I was like, nope, and turned away. I found a secluded spot on the lawn at the very back of the venue, laid down, and looked at the stars until my friends saw me when everyone was exiting. Concert number 3, Cedar Park Center, Cedar Park, Texas, near Austin, March 24th, 2014. The third time was supposed to be the charm. I promised my wife I wouldn't drink at all. It was a weeknight, which meant I would be driving 131 miles to the event, 131 miles back, and then get up for work at 8 a.m. the following morning. So, drinking should have been out of the equation anyway. Alcoholic Gary decided that night would be the one where he would be able to, for the first time ever, drink a little and be able to stop shortly after. I bought a small 200 milliliter bottle of Jägermeister, about 4 to 5 shots, and killed it in the parking lot. I went to the show with a local friend, a friend I had met in a bar and deemed a drinking buddy. When waiting for Tool to take the stage, I noticed I was barely buzzed from the small bottle I had consumed already, so I didn't say no when he offered to buy us some beer. I ended up drinking, I think they were 20-ounce beers, a total of 5 tall beers. 5 shots of Jägermeister and 8 to 10 beers equals the Wrenn at full throttle. I remember tidbits of the show and got a few photos, but ended up having to nap in my car until morning. It was a long drive home to a very pissed off wife, and I missed work. Reason to stay sober. No more wasting money for concerts I won't remember. Number 83. Getting kicked out of Six Flags. If how I acted while drunk at a theme park explained how I was as a person, then I am a thief, a rebel, a drama queen, and an irresponsible parent. In middle school, my friends and I used to get a kick out of stealing things from the little stores in Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. Little trinkets, water guns, candy, nothing big. I finally got caught and banned from the park, also extremely grounded. Years later, I got kicked out of the same park for giving the middle finger to the ride camera on the Rattler. Even more years later, 3 of us got kicked out of SeaWorld's Halloween celebration when my friend pushed aside an actress of one of the haunted houses. We simply wanted to be first in the crowd, so we would have the best opportunity to get scared and pushed our way to the front. When we got out of the attraction, security approached us and said the actress claimed my friend had pushed her aside. You aren't even allowed to touch them, let alone assault them. I was drunk at the time, but I still don't think this actually happened. Either way, my friend was so drunk as he stood there swaying back and forth, he lit a cigarette and blew the smoke toward the security guard. Ouch, that didn't help any. After he got interrogated backstage, all 3 of us got kicked out and my friend got banned. This story, however, is about another time I got kicked out of Six Flags. I took my 2 stepdaughters and the older one's friend to Fiesta, Texas on a Tuesday in the middle of the summer. First, the 4 of us stopped at County Line Barbecue so I could feed them for cheaper than the food at the park. Really, it was so I could get drunk enough to enjoy the day, because life wasn't enjoyable sober yet. The restaurant had boxes of wine in the bar walk-in cooler, and it was effortless to go in and fill up a 32-ounce cup of wine and slam it. I didn't know what coworkers thought of me going into the fridge repeatedly on my day off. What was I doing in there? When you are a drunk, you don't think about how your behavior is perceived by others. You just do you. Feed your addiction and fuck anyone who messes with your priorities. After two, shit, maybe even three large cups of cheap white wine, I drove the girls to the park. It pains me to type that I drove children with this much alcohol in my system, but the park was only a 7-minute drive away, and I thought that mattered somehow. While enjoying the visit, I only had one large beer. The kids only knew about this one drink, and thought I would finally be drunk enough to enjoy the rest of the day, and would still have time to sober up for the drive home later. In the back of the park was a big water ride, and when the boat came crashing down the hill, you could stand on a bridge over the track and get soaked in the large splash, which was more fun than the ride itself. Edith, my older stepdaughter, took off her shoes and went to the bridge in order to get soaked. In the splash, one of her shoes got swept away and ended up in the water in the middle of the boat tracks below. I asked an employee to help, and they said they couldn't do anything. Angry, and with liquid courage, I climbed over the fence and walked towards the magnetic track, with the intent of getting in the water and retrieving the shoe. The girls begged me not to, and when Agnes, my younger stepdaughter, reached to pull me off the fence, she cut herself and started to bleed. A loud voice boomed over the ride speakers and a siren went off. Sir, stop where you are. I immediately turned around, climbed back over the fence, and walked over towards the security guards headed my way. I explained the situation, stating I had made a mistake, but no employee was trying to help me retrieve the shoe, so I decided to do their job for them. I also asked security repeatedly to get Agnes a band-aid for her still bleeding cut. I was getting visibly angry at them for ignoring my daughter, but the bleeding cut was really just a tiny scratch. Dad, it's fine, she said. Nothing is fine, I finally snapped. The park needs to get Edith's shoe and tend to your wounds. What the fuck is wrong with these people? How dramatic. I was a drunken mess and making a scene in front of tons of people. The older girls were so embarrassed they repeatedly tried to walk away from the situation. At one point, I even told security they were acting unreasonably. Ha! We all got escorted to the security office behind the scenes where they examined me, gave me the drunk eye test, and concluded they thought I had too much to drink and would have to get picked up. I called my mother, who lived close, and attempted to explain how the park was negligent by ignoring my request for first aid on Agnes. I hid the fact that I had climbed into an attraction, a huge no no. She picked us up and her friend drove my car out of the parking lot. I got banned. Again. So many awful things at play here. Driving kids drunk, stealing from work, putting myself in a dangerous position at a theme park, embarrassing the kids, being drunk in public, making a scene, lying to my mom and wife. Ugh, what an asshole. I definitely enjoy theme parks more now and not getting in trouble all the time. Reason to stay sober. No more getting kicked out of theme parks. Number 84. Getting kicked out of Peter Piper Pizza. The most embarrassing bar I ever got kicked out of was called Peter Piper Pizza. It was a terrible bar. There were kids everywhere. A guy in a stupid purple dinosaur costume kept messing with me. The lighting was bright. The music sucked. You had to buy candy and cheap plastic toys with tickets instead of cash. And the food tasted awful even when I was drunk. Okay, you got me. Peter Piper Pizza isn't a bar, it's a family restaurant. But it did have wine and beer on tap, so I was in deep dookie from the get go, considering I was powerless over alcohol now, including in a seemingly safe environment with the focus being on children's entertainment. I took Agnes to a schoolmate's birthday party and deliberately left the birthday present in the car. After I had taken her inside and given her a plastic cup full of tokens, I pulled the whole, oh shit, I left the present in the car, I'll be right back, and then go and chug 4 mini bottles of wine in the parking lot move. After getting my personality back, making sure I stayed drunk, I surveyed the landscape inside while kids ran around like the little innocent angels they always are. I then saw pictures of beer on tables and discovered the wine on tap. With a simple $20 tip, I received special attention from a worker and received numerous cups of wine in a kid's cup over the next hour or so. One thing I know now that I didn't know then, you think you're playing it cool when you're a functional alcoholic, but sometimes you definitely are not. Even the lowest detective skills would register a grown man sipping out of a kitty cup with a straw and continually going over to the same employee over and over. They would also notice the change in my personality, the red face, the sweating, and the behavior I began in after a few sodas. I slapped a game extremely hard and loudly after I lost to a child. I told an employee to chill when he asked me not to continue riding in a carousel designed to hold a toddler. I led a group of kids in a throw all these army parachute toys in the air at the same time rebellion. I took tickets from another kid's bag and gave them to Agnes. I even ignored all the signs about adults not climbing in elevated plastic tubes or using the slides. I did so anyway, and I didn't take my shoes off. The horror. You get the point. I was having a blast with the kids and getting drunk in the process. Next, I threw a fit like a child when the manager came over to ask me why I had waved off and cussed at his employee when asked to stop walking on the skee ball Alley to place the ball in the highest score repeatedly. I told him to fuck off. I was a paying customer. Useful tact, I know. In my mind, I was acting as parent of the year, but to management, I was actually nightmare of the year. I think you've had enough fun for tonight, he said. Excuse me? It's time to go. You've obviously had some drinks today. I got in his face while other parents watched. Please, sir, he said calmly. This is a little kid's play place. How sad I had to be told that to realize how I was acting. A friend walked me out and said they would take Agnes for the night. Reason to stay sober. No more getting kicked out of kids' birthday parties. Number 85. Runaway Child. My daughter almost became the youngest person in San Antonio to receive a ticket for reckless driving, and it was because of my drinking. After a simple trip to the grocery store, Agnes was in the back seat, being her usual cute 7-year-old self. I pulled into a gas station, parked at the pump, and kept her in the car, so I could make my purchase of wine, gas, and snacks. After going inside, I returned back to my new car, a convertible I had recently purchased. My reason for buying that kind of car? I thought having the top down and the wind blowing would help keep me sober when I drove. I really thought that obscene notion. As the gas flowed, I opened the trunk to hide one of the two 4-packs of wine. I hid alcoholic purchases from the kids, no need having them rat me out to Chelsea. I put the other 4 mini bottles in each one of my cargo short pockets and told Agnes I was going back inside to get one more thing. I went into the bathroom, chugged the mini wines, wiped off my mouth, flushed the toilet, and left the store, to find my car rolling away from the pump towards the intersection. The slope of the pavement was enough for the vehicle to be able to pick up enough speed to hop the curb even without my keys in the ignition. If it had, horrible things would have happened. The street was bustling with lots of large trucks, Texas, and the speed limit was 45 miles per hour, which meant most cars were going 55. I ran towards the car and found Agnes in the front seat, moving the steering wheel left and right, the gear in the drive position. I jumped in without pushing her aside, put my foot on the brake, and threw it into the park position. I tried to calm her down after she started crying in fear. She hadn't been afraid of the car rolling down the street. That was the intention she had been seeking, driving the car just like Daddy, but she was scared when I screamed and jumped in the car quickly to stop the vehicle. Besides my daughter getting hurt or killed, my car getting totaled, or my getting arrested for DWI, Chelsea or her father across the street would have literally murdered me if anything ever happened to Agnes. I blamed myself for not putting the emergency brake on. I should have blamed myself for my need to drink secretly in a gas station bathroom on a Sunday morning. Reason to stay sober. No more setting up kids in danger. Number 86. Wine and opiate lunches. Hell, for me, someone who has enjoyed working standing only customer service jobs my whole life, is a 9 to 5 desk job. Heaven, however, is having a 9 to 5 desk job where I could be drunk in peace. Continuing on the path of living a normal life, marriage, kids, corporate job, I got a job at USAA, a military based bank and insurance company that my wife, mother, and numerous friends had worked at. The company is a big deal in San Antonio and for its millions of members. I drank the Kool-Aid and was excited to have a job where I could use my college degree, continually learn new things, and work on a giant, beautiful campus with thousands of other people. By my third year in, I was able to write auto, renters, homeowners, and valuable personal property insurance policies in 49 states and open up credit cards, banking, and savings account for members as well. On the surface, all seemed well, but I was starting to get sick from years of abuse on my body, not eating healthy, and never exercising. My wife hated me when I drank, which was every day, and I had started to turn yellow. I said it was from working under fluorescent lighting all the time. The doctor told me it was because of my drinking. I had incredibly high liver enzymes. On top of that, I had high cholesterol, was borderline diabetic, low testosterone, low thyroid function, was overweight, had chronic back pain, and needed medication every day for high blood pressure. I was 33 years old. To drink is to die, literally. Some of the numerous ways I would try to quit drinking before working the steps of AA. Only drinking 20 drinks a week and keeping track. Only drinking 3 drinks a day. Only drinking on weekends. Only drinking after a hard workout. Only drinking when I reached a certain number of work hours for the week. Only spending $10 a day on drinks. Only drinking on vacations or at parties. Everything became a party. Drinking beer only. Never drinking alone. Never drinking before noon. And others. For this story, I chose to explain the dumbest way I tried to slow down the drinking. I had taken a liking for a pain medication called tramadol, an opiate, and a prescription for muscle relaxers. I had continuous refills for these prescriptions because of my back pain. Now I could be fucked up at work and sit in a seat behind a desk merely talking on phones with members and get paid for it. I was incredibly less worried about being drunk at work because I didn't have to try walking straight, put eye drops in, regularly use breath mints, or stumble around. All of these had been obstacles with on my feet all day jobs. So, my way of slowing down the drinking this time, take tramadol or muscle relaxers and only have one or two drinks. I drank less, felt incredible, and my inebriation was exponential because of the drugs. At home, I was so relaxed after sneaking a mini bottle of wine and taking a muscle relaxer. At work, I would drive over to the gas station at lunch, buy a 4 pack of mini wines, consume two, pop two tramadol, and go back to work. One thing my boss noticed was how my productivity and sales increased in the afternoons. When asked, I told him it was the use of caffeine and the fact I just wasn't a morning person. I couldn't tell him the truth. I hated my job and my sales went up when I was fucked up, which made my situation tolerable. During my last break of the afternoon, I would sprint to my car, music blasting in my ears, finish the last two mini bottles, and complete the day strong. This little operation lasted for months before I tried AA. Telling this story, I never thought the following possibility before, but understand it completely now. I drank to feel good, to feed an addiction to chemical happiness, and to wake up the Wrenn, who I thought was a better version of myself. I wasn't happy with my life, so I drank, plain and simple. If I wasn't happy today, I might still be drinking. Reason to stay sober. Staying sober reminds me I don't want to drink. Not wanting a drink reminds me all is well. Life is good. Alcoholic checkpoint, age 32. The depressed, sentimental, crying in public drunken Gary came out more often. My boss at County Line told me I was acting like a girl one night. After tramadol and wine lunches, and then drinking at County Line during the latter part of the day, I was so drunk most nights driving home I had to close one eye to see straight. I had to drink to be productive at work. At the restaurant, I drank 6 to 12 shots of whiskey a shift. My general manager sat me down and told me to shoot him straight. Was I drinking a lot at work? I said no. Lying was essential at this point in my drinking, as was hiding my problem. To also hide my drinking, I chewed dip more than usual to get a buzz to help sober me up. When I got home, I would pass out on the couch in the front room or in my car and tell my wife I was too tired to make it to bed. Poor me, working two jobs while she went to school full time. Almost weekly, Chelsea and I would get in huge fights when we were drunk together. She would twist the story so she was never at fault. I would believe her since I didn't remember most nights. Chelsea started looking over my bank statements to see how much I spent on booze, but it was untraceable. I spent my cash tips on my alcohol and nicotine and never used my cards. I could have won an Emmy for how cool I played off being drunk all the time. As you can tell from all this, I only drank alone. No one wanted to drink with me anyway since I was always depressed, complaining about marriage, or just acting weird. I still tried to convince myself I wasn't an alcoholic. I told myself I wasn't because I had a house, clothes, my own videography and editing business, a respectable job, a wife, two stepkids, a car, money in the bank, decent credit, a blog, and countless other reasons. This is the biggest lie you can tell yourself. It was time to seek help and admit I was an alcoholic. Number 87, Alcoholics Anonymous. Transcript from my first AA meeting, recorded with a voice recorder. Host: do we have anyone here tonight that has been sober 1 hour, 1 day, 1 week? Anyone new? I stand up shakily, if I remember correctly. Me. I'm Gary. Group. Hello, Gary. Me. And I guess I'm an alcoholic. Said with pauses. It was hard to announce the first time. Claps. Host: what will happen if you take that first drink? Me. I will drink nonstop until my body physically won't let me anymore. I will say things I don't remember, lie, and then continue slaving for that drunken version of myself. Host: what is the definition of insanity? Me. Doing the same thing and expecting a different result or something to that effect. Host: so isn't your drinking lifestyle insane? Me. I mean, I'm literally sick and tired all the time. Voice shakes as I sob a little. To be completely honest, the fact that the only constant in my life is drinking every day and not admitting that is the problem is real insanity. A beat. Me. My being out of control is the reason I don't get along with my wife, the reason I'm not successful at USAA, the reason I have health problems, and the reason I haven't published the book I started writing 10 years ago. I came up with so many other excuses except the most blatantly obvious thing in the world. Sob. Me. Sorry, it's been quite an emotional day, and it's only been 2 days since I've had a drink. Fuck. That's the longest I've gone without a drink in quite some time. Host: well, let me tell you something, Gary. Being here with us, with people just like yourself looking for help, that's a huge accomplishment. We are glad to have you. AA didn't work for me at first, I will admit it. My alcoholic journey continued after a few meetings, but I learned a valuable lesson that first night. I am definitely not alone. There are many, many people like me out there, and help is easy to find. Although the day had come when I realized I was indeed an alcoholic, I still wasn't ready to quit. I wasn't ready to give myself over to a higher power, talk about my feelings, do a moral inventory, or make amends. I simply didn't believe in AA at first, like many, many people before me. With each struggling thought I had at those meetings, however, a little cricket on my shoulder kept whispering realistic things in my ear. Me, I'm not an alcoholic. I just keep going on adventures every day that require alcohol. Cricket, most of your days are the exact same, drinking and drama and pain. Adventures should therefore be exciting on their own. Me, why must I go to AA meetings every day? I don't have time for that. Cricket, you take the time to drink every day. Me, why does a higher power have to be a part of my recovery? Cricket, if the only power in the universe is yourself, then it's impossible to recover, since you are powerless over alcohol. A higher power greater than yourself controls your reason for being and controls all the things in which you have zero control over. Monks and other enlightened souls, anyone with spiritual growth and understanding, know being at peace with whatever happens in your life is the secret to true happiness. In other words, you will be a lot happier when you realize you don't have the power to change most things in this universe. Me, why do I have to say sorry to people who hurt me as much as I hurt them? Cricket, making amends is like playing guitar. When you strum a note that is out of tune, it clashes with your ears, making you and everyone else cringe. When you get it in tune, it's satisfying and everyone can go back to enjoying the niceness of the sound. The sound is back to its rightful place in the universe. That is what making amends is about, getting everything back in tune. Me, why do I have to seek help? Other people in my life have problems too, and they aren't being forced to do these stupid meetings. Cricket, no one is forcing you to be here. Me, my wife could tie on all the pills she has in her medicine cabinet. Those are considered illegal without a prescription. Alcohol is legal. She has the problem. Cricket, you are angry. This is part of the process. Let it out. Me, I hate my wife having double standards. She gets drunk, belligerent, and violent sometimes. Why isn't she here with me? Cricket, those are called resentments, and they are alcoholism's number one enemy. Me, I'm afraid. Cricket, I know. It's okay. Spoiler alert, the cricket wasn't real. It was just my sanity fighting back. As of this writing, I'm still working the 12 steps. In fact, this book is my way of working step 4, made a searching and fearless moral inventory of ourselves. I have also done some of step 8 for this book, make a list of all persons we had harmed and become willing to make amends to them all. And I do plan on completing all the steps and giving more than I receive for the rest of my life. In the meantime, I can tell you, even if you don't go to AA right away or have a loved one who needs help, start with the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. That book alone can help, trust me. Reason to stay sober. Being sober is a huge accomplishment. By not drinking, I am achieving something to be proud of every single day. Number 88, Relapse Number One. Crown Royal is just a liquid, so why does it have such destructive properties? 750 milliliters of it nearly destroyed my marriage. Going on 7 months without a single drink, Chelsea thought all was well enough with me to keep her own bottle of liquor in the house, in plain sight, on top of the fridge, marked where the amount of alcohol should be at all times. Only she could remark the bottle. She didn't trust me, which was fair, since I didn't trust myself either quite yet. Although we had gotten along well over the 7 months I was dry, I resented Chelsea for keeping liquor in the house. Not only was it rude, it seemed like a test. Didn't she know the test within myself was hard enough? Looking back now, merely talking about the situation would have helped or even solved the issue. Still, one of the most important things to learn in recovery is how resentments feed alcoholic tendencies. So, I caved amid my underlying problem. Chelsea went to get a manicure and pedicure, which generally took a little more than an hour. The girls were already in bed. I took the bottle down and smelled the awful stuff. It actually brought back familiar fuzzy feelings in my tummy and loads of memories. I took one sip, just to remember. Fuck it, I thought. She won't miss one shot. I took one shot. It was official. I had relapsed. I looked at the bottle. The marked line was clearly higher than the amount of bourbon in the bottle. Ready to hear how quickly shit breaks down? How the first drink, as referred to in AA, is the most destructive one to an alcoholic? I finished the bottle, drove to the liquor store, bought a new bottle, returned home, and drank down the new bottle to the line on the original. This whole mission took less than 80 minutes. 25 shots of liquor, an amount which could kill some people in a body which had been cleaned from nicotine, drugs, and booze for over 200 days, and I thought I would be able to play it off that I was still sober. What's done is done. I planned to lay in bed when she got home and pretend to sleep. Then, the thought I couldn't enjoy my first drunk night in months made me angry. Why do I have to hide who I am? I suppressed my anger as best I could and got in the shower, where I stayed for probably an hour, enough time for my body to soak up the booze and be its drunkest. I fell out of the tub when I got out and landed on my hands and knees right at the feet of my wife, who was brushing her teeth. She knew immediately. We got in the worst fight in our entire relationship up to that point. Things were said which could never be taken back. Things were broken emotionally which would never be replaced. Worst of all, my confidence in myself to quit drinking was gone. The drinking got much worse after that night. Resentments got worse as well. I blamed Chelsea for the whole fight. Think what you will about her providing temptations in the house, whether it was wrong or not. It most definitely was more my fault than hers. I know this because with years of sobriety behind me now, I can be around alcohol all the time, even hold it in my hand and never want to drink. I don't blame her anymore. Resentments are gone. Anger is gone. The excuses to relapse are gone. The bottle of Crown Royal hadn't nearly destroyed my marriage. Drinking did. Alcohol is just a liquid. Reason to stay sober. No more relapses. Number 89. Rehab at Laurel Ridge. Why do I drink? It's a great question, but one I had never asked myself before rehab. USAA, my employer, let me take some time off to get better after admitting again I needed help. The company even paid me to take time off. I love corporate benefits. With this additional help and support from my mother and Chelsea, I checked into Laurel Ridge for a month and tried to make sense of why I always needed to hurt myself. They asked us to write down 5 things that bothered us constantly, things that boiled our blood. I wrote, getting nagged at by my wife daily, metrics at work, my wife not putting pictures of me up on the walls in my home and keeping photos of the girl's biological father instead, not having an office, a room, or any space for myself in my house, traffic. Now look at your list and ask yourself, do you drink because of these things? Absolutely. These things on your list, those are the real problems in your life. If you worked on these things, would you drink less? Maybe no, maybe yes. But either way, drinking is one symptom of having these problems. They were right. I wasn't happy with the house I owned, the side of town I lived on, the marriage I had jumped into rather quickly, or my job. Drinking made me deal with it. Alcohol was a band aid on a wound that needed stitches. Next, they asked us to write down other reasons we thought we drank. Not reasons like boredom, to feel good, or to last longer in bed. Real reasons. We were to dig deep and genuinely try to understand the things in our past which led us to self medicate. I wrote, I am scared of dying. Drinking pauses my thoughts about the inevitability of death. I got molested by my babysitter when I was in second grade, and it fucked me up somehow. Genetics. From the years I knew him, my father was a heavy drinker. Advertising. How can you compete with brainwashed feelings that alcohol is a social miracle and makes you a better and cooler person? My grandmother's Christmas Eve keg parties. Maybe seeing all the adults drink at a young age made me realize at a young age drinking was normal. Everything you wrote are all things that exist on their own. None of those things put a drink to your lips. They are merely excuses. Yep. Now that I'm sober, I am no longer scared of dying. I never think about my babysitter. I laugh at how ridiculous alcohol marketing is, and all the other excuses for drinking I ever had, even deep down ones, seem plain silly. Reason to stay sober. I don't have to make excuses for drinking. Number 90. Spurs win the NBA championship 2014. I wish toxic relationships were as easy to get out of as they are to get into. Let me start this story by reminding you every single year the Spurs won an NBA championship was one of the best years of my life. Every single night the Spurs won an NBA championship, however, something fucked up happened. 2014 was the team's 5th win. Remember the list of 5 best things that led me to drink? The one I wrote in rehab? Getting nagged at by my wife daily, metrics at work, my wife not putting pictures of me up on the walls in my home and keeping photos of the girl's real father, not having an office, a room, or any space for myself in my house, traffic. 5 reasons 2014 was one of the best years of my life. By the end of it, I got rid of all of those awful things. I got divorced, began the process of quitting the job I didn't like, didn't have to look at Chelsea's first husband's pictures ever again, had the whole world to myself again, and moved where traffic was no longer a problem. Before all that good stuff, however, the temperature has to rise before it reaches a boiling point. I was still sober from rehab and bartending during the night of the big game, which was Game 5 of the NBA Finals. The party room at County Line was set up to view the game, and quite a few friends came to watch it and pay me lots of tips. A double win. Wait a minute, Gary. How were you able to bartend or go to bars in general as a recovering alcoholic? First, I am a much more focused bartender when sober. I keep better count of my money, settle all paperwork at the end of the shift much quicker, multitask as an art form, can handle more guests, leading to more tips, keep an eye on overserving anyone, and get along with everyone better. Second, when it comes to drinking at a bar, drop a little grenadine in a wine glass, add water, and you got a fake glass of blush wine. Take Dr. Pepper in a shot glass, and it looks just like Jägermeister, or water substituted for vodka or rum. Or soda with lime in a highball glass, looks like a vodka drink. Or you know what? You don't have to do any of those things. Be proud of who you are. Just say no. Someone still wants to buy you a drink, let them. They won't offer again when you don't drink it. By the inevitability of a fifth ring for my favorite basketball team, I had gotten everyone in the bar pretty tipsy, and Nick and I were hugging and gushing, completely loving being able to see the Spurs win a championship together finally. It was a special moment between us, and Chelsea had to ruin it. Why don't you two just go fuck each other? She said to us, obnoxiously jealous at our manly affection towards each other. We laughed at her, still in a great mood from such a joyous occasion. She was serious, though, and the jealous, rage, drunken state only got worse. She left extremely pissed and went on her own drunken odyssey till sunrise. She got to do to me what I consistently did to her. I wanted to drink so bad at that point, but I let it slide. Plus, I wanted to be coherent when she came home or sobered up. I have always had a sneaking suspicion, as well as my friends and hers, she cheated on me that night. You know what, though? I didn't even care if she did. What does that say about the decline of a companionship? Once again, this book isn't about my failed marriage, and like all relationships which go sour, there were a lot of good things. Had the entire thing worked out differently if I hadn't been a drunk? If she hadn't been a bad drinker also? High probability, as evidenced by our getting along most of the time when we were both sober. But this Spurs win night was the first time I remembered only her being drunk. I took some metaphorical tough pills, and they were hard to swallow. Maybe we just weren't right for each other. The toxicity of some of my past relationships, the ones where we were both heavy drinkers, started to align closely with Chelsea and my fights, which were going to get even worse in the coming months. Let's break the toxicity down and compare it to past recurring events, shall we? I met my wife in a bar, one drunk meeting another drunk. I still pursued the relationship, knowing damn well how these circumstances have turned out before, several times before with the other drinkers. At first, there was laughter and endorphins, then the combining of lifestyles and houses. Then came the resentments, the jealousy, the anger, the fear, and the inability to communicate. Mix all that with alcohol, no bueno. Then came my love, beating the shit out of me, sometimes physically, sometimes emotionally, and always telling me it's my fault for her behavior. I believe it because I'm a terrible drunk and often don't remember how I act when intoxicated. I drink more then, alone, and the two of us are separated continuously, adding yet another awful and powerfully negative aspect to us. We simply wait at that point for the final event to occur, the boiling point. I was the toxic one in many past relationships. I won't deny it. But awful things went down, all blame aside. It doesn't matter who was more toxic towards each other. Just like when it comes to substance abuse, regrets, and bad relationships, we can't change the past, but we can choose how we move forward. Living in recovery, now I appreciate the good people in my life and avoid the bad. If they aren't good people, I can drop them from my life. No bullshit, no drama. No longer will I be manipulated, taken advantage of, or hurt for no reason. And definitely, I will never be the toxic one again. I am here to help anyone and everyone, where and when I can. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Serenity prayer. Reason to stay sober. No more toxic relationships. Number 91. Relapse Number Two. Rehab ultimately didn't work for me, just as AA hadn't at first. It still wasn't the right time to discard my addictions and demons, and believe me, you have to be 100% ready for recovery. A mere 3 months after rehab, I relapsed hard on a hot summer day. At work, there existed a beautiful thing called the Family and Medical Leave Act, which I received from my doctor. This meant I could call out of work 5 days a month for health reasons and be completely protected. Eventually, I decided to include mental health days in my FMLA claims in order to day drink and hide from adult responsibilities, and hide from my wife since drinking at home wasn't an option. I tried to fight the impending relapse. The idea had gone in my brain on Sunday evening, and I had remained sober Monday and Tuesday. By Wednesday, I had convinced myself a day drinking expedition was necessary. I was absolutely sure the relapse would be a one time thing. It would serve as a reminder as to why I liked being sober. Plus, no one would find out. No big deal. I went to SeaWorld alone and drank 4 mini bottles of wine in the car before I went in.
I walked around the park, listening to music, riding roller coasters, and watching shows. I drank a couple of tall beers and was pretty drunk by mid afternoon. Mission accomplished. So, what do you think happened next? A. I stopped drinking, enjoyed my day, sobered up enough to play it off in front of my wife, drove home, cooked my family dinner, did the dishes, helped the girls with homework, finished my honey-do list, and settled in with a peaceful evening abound with jazz music, massages, bubble baths, and fabulous candle smells. B. I got banned from the park for peeing in the bushes and getting caught. C. I felt guilty for lying, using my FMLA and not telling my wife, and went to work for a half day. D. I left the park because I didn't want to pay for any more expensive beer, bought two more 4 packs of wine, went to the duck pond park in my neighborhood, got shit faced until dark, then went home to face the wrath. Correct. D. Wow, you know me so well. When I got to the duck pond, I got a call from my wife asking how my day was. I said it was great, but I wanted to exercise and get some writing done, so I went to the park to do both and would be home later. Sometime later, I saw the three of them pull up to the curb near the bench I was sitting at. I had about 4 bottles of wine left, so I quickly ran to the nearest trash can and put them underneath a few layers of garbage. I waved at my family and acted as normal as possible. After a walk and some playtime, the three of them left and I stayed behind. I dug the bottles of wine out of the gross, sticky, wet garbage and consumed them anyway. Let's play another game. When I got home, my wife knew I had been drinking because of my demeanor at the park, the fact I wouldn't kiss her on the lips, my defensiveness in wanting to be alone for a little while, and she had found out, somehow, probably a friend from work, I didn't go to work and had lied to her. She was A. Disappointed in my relapse and crying, B. Empathetic towards me being a sick person who still needed help and committed to helping me still, C. Drinking wine and ready to get romantic, D. Without the kids, ready to attack me physically and emotionally. Correct, D again, 2 for 2. Yeah, it was a nightmare of a fight, from what I remember. In fact, the conflict even carried over into the next day. I went and stayed with my mother the night of my relapse, took off from USA the next day, but kept my bartending shift at County Line that night, where my wife showed up to enjoy herself at the free concert for our music series night. After ignoring me all night, the bar was jam packed, which made it easy to do so. She went on the band's bus and disappeared for a few hours. After my shift, I noticed her stumble towards her car and her friend attempting to take her keys. My wife pushed her on the ground, at which point I went out to intervene. She ended up spewing hate at me, tearing my work shirt, hitting me repeatedly in front of my coworkers, and storming off on foot. Was that how I acted when drunk? Either way, none of this would have happened if I hadn't relapsed the day prior, or so I told myself. This relapse started a consistent weekly routine: my drinking, us getting in a fight, my going to stay with my mother for a week where I drank even heavier, making up, my going home, repeat. My drinking got worse than ever, again, and with it came lies, lies, and more lies. One thing I hated most about being drunk all the time was having to hide my drinking from everyone: my wife, my kids, my mother, my coworkers, my bosses, guests at my restaurant, and myself. It wasn't just the lying about why I looked awful, felt sick, was sad, or other feelings, but I was always making up stories, exaggerating truths, or plain talking crazy about nonsense I claimed related to me somehow. Lies, lies, lies. No more, thank you very much. Reason to stay sober. No more lying. Behold the hurricane. The idea that somehow, someday, he will control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. The persistence of this illusion is astonishing. Many pursue it into the gates of insanity or death. Alcoholics Anonymous, the big book. Bloody Mary is fiction. Scary Gary is nonfiction, unfortunately. As my world was falling apart, I kept trying to quit, even after numerous relapses. With her permission, I took all Chelsea's liquor in the house and poured it down the drain to signify my sacrifice to sobriety. I made it 3 days before I drank again. I kept an unopened bottle of wine on the kitchen counter as a symbol of resistance. I drank it a week later. Chelsea kept sex from me if I drank. Bitch, please. I asked the doctor for pills, which would make me extremely sick if I drank. Found out 2 weeks later you can still drink with those pills in your system. Not only did none of this work, my behavior and drinking got worse each time. We are like men who have lost their legs. They never grow new ones. Neither does there appear to be any kind of treatment which will make alcoholics of our kind like other men. We have tried every imaginable remedy. In some instances, there has been brief recovery, followed always by a still worse relapse. Physicians who are familiar with alcoholism agree there is no such thing as making a normal drinker out of an alcoholic. Science may one day accomplish this, but it hasn't done so yet. Alcoholics Anonymous, the big book. Another thing I learned during this time, the wet brain, dementia, or drinking yourself to the point of madness, it's a real thing. At one point, I started burying bottles of liquor in the backyard. I would wait till everyone was asleep, get the shovel from the garage, walk to the corner of the yard, dig up my bottles for a couple of swigs, and put them back and cover them with dirt. I didn't find this behavior abnormal. I was literally burying bottles in the backyard, like a dog with its bone. See also, I had a whole bar in my trunk at all times, no matter the weather. A box of wine, a flask of liquor, a fifth of liquor as well, and a pint glass for chugging. It makes me gag remembering chugging hot drinks out of a hot trunk that had been sitting in the sun in over 100-degree weather all day. I went on walks by myself in order to drink. I hid bottles in the park under porta potties where no one would look. I timed how long it took Chelsea to shower and prepare for bed, and had a countdown on my phone with an alarm so I could drink in my car without worry during that time. Now, who is Scary Gary? At Laurel Ridge, we were taught about our different personas when under chemical altering substances. Do I think people are responsible for their actions when they are drunk? Yes. Do I think people are their true selves when they are drunk? Fuck no. I agree entirely with the idea of the persona. I knew that Wrenn was my fun drunk personality, and he was very different from Gary. I also heard my friends refer to my not so fun drunk character as Scary Gary. Other people in my class named theirs the Wine Witch, the Clarichon, Sauce Buddy, Drinking Devil. You get the picture. So, my inner demon was Scary Gary, and he wants to watch the world burn. He is destructive, mean, and loves to create drama. He is a golem like creature inside me who only needs one drop of alcohol to come alive and create chaos. He says he loves Gary, but doesn't even care if he dies. He jokes about things Gary tries to suppress. He makes people cry. They deserve it, after all, he says. He loves to rationalize with Gary. One more drink won't hurt you today. Health problems are way down the line. Of course, they looked at you with a stink eye. How and why would you have imagined that? Everyone is a piece of shit. I'm the only one you need. Why make all the money if you're just going to save it? What's the harm of partying to the fullest? You never get in trouble. Statistically, everything will be fine. You drive much better drunk. Bad decisions are subjective. Scary Gary got Gary divorced. This is how I remember the last day I saw Chelsea and the girls. Behold the hurricane. It was a Sunday morning. Gary had just moved back in the night before after staying with his mom for a week. Chelsea was in her room studying for an exam, and Edith and Agnes were across the street with Grandpa while Scary Gary was emerging. He had already secretly drunk 8 bottles of wine outside and wanted to get out of the house by taking the girls to the park. The girls crossed the street and came inside to get ready. Grandpa merely waved at Scary Gary from his front porch instead of talking with him. He didn't much care about him anymore, since the constant marriage fights had been hurting his grandchildren. Can't argue there, the fights were hurting everybody. I sat on the couch while Edith got ready. Agnes sat down next to me. Grandpa says he doesn't like you. His loss. Daddy, do you still love Mommy? Now, this would have and should have broken Gary's heart, but he was Scary Gary now and in mad resentful mode. The fact his relationship was so obviously deteriorating that his 8-year-old daughter was asking about it was the boiling point. I do, Agnes, but it's tough. What's tough? Chelsea asked, coming into the living room. Loving you. What the fuck's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Just go back to your room. I'm taking the girls to the park. Like hell you are. Come on, girls, let's go get some ice cream. Daddy's in a bad mood. They made their way into the garage, and I stormed behind Chelsea and took the keys out of her hand. From the adrenaline, I was more to my senses, but Scary Gary was still there. It was more of a dual personality situation. Chelsea, without hesitation, as if she wanted this, started hitting me and ripped my favorite shirt off, while Edith screamed, Guys, stop it! Stop it! I stormed into my room to get a few things, including my wallet, so I could leave the tense house. Agnes followed behind me and sat down against the wall in my room, crying hysterically. I kissed the top of her head and told her I loved her. I never saw her again. Chelsea was all up in my face as I walked through the living room and out the front door. Edith was on the front porch on the phone. I knew she was talking to her grandpa. I took the phone out of her hand and shattered it in the middle of the road. I was almost in my car when I heard Chelsea continue the call on her phone, stating I had gone crazy, had broken Edith's phone, and was trying to leave. Grandpa came storming out of his house. What did I tell you? I don't give two shits what happens between you two, but you hurt my granddaughters and I would kick your ass. We were face to face at the rear of my car, 2 feet from the main road. I don't care what you said. You're just going to die of cancer soon anyway. Oh, that's horseshit. He pushed me, but not incredibly hard. Don't push me. He pushed me again. Then the punches started. Scary Gary mostly hit the man in the back of his head and chest, and surprisingly controlled, if I remember correctly. Don't feel too bad. This guy was an ex-biker, tattooed, badass kind of guy. Truth be told, I thought he was going to wreck Scary Gary. Instead, punches continued while Edith jumped on Scary Gary's back and started to hit him as well. Don't hurt my grandpa! Neighbors came running towards the commotion. Remember, it was about noon on a Sunday. I scrambled into my car, more shook up than ever, and threw it in reverse. Grandpa kicked the side, but I put the car in drive and slammed on the gas. Get the fuck out of here and don't come back, he screamed. It's my house, idiot, was the last thing I said. I never saw any of them ever again. The divorce was smooth, and Grandpa paid for the lawyer. My aunt, who was friends with Chelsea, went to collect all my belongings. Scary Gary would become an even more constant threat to myself and others from then on. Number 92, a wilted flower. I moved onto Myrtle Street, and I was a wilted flower of a man. Once an optimistic, energetic, loving, kind man, alcohol had reduced me to a bitter, ugly, mean, lying, sick shadow of my former self. I quit USAA and went full-time at County Line, using the divorce and a few other excuses to feed myself as much alcohol as a person is supposed to drink water in a day. I drank Kentucky Deluxe, cheap tequila, cheap wine, beer, and definitely a combination of the four, daily. Daily, as in all day, from waking up to passing out drunk. I still wasn't an alcoholic, I reasoned. Alcoholics were homeless, went to AA meetings, were in hospitals or in jail. I had been married with kids and a mortgage. I had never gone unemployed, held a college degree, and had friends who loved me. I was no damn alcoholic, and I would fight you if you said it. I lived in the house the entire year of 2015 and the first 3 months of 2016 with a friend from work who enjoyed the same lifestyle as me. He was kind enough to let me have the master bedroom where I barricaded myself every night after work. Our house was walking distance to the St. Mary's Strip of downtown San Antonio, the city's answer to Austin's 6th Street, filled with bars, restaurants, hipsters, food trucks, rowdy college kids, clubs, and drugs, of course. The house was also walking distance to the Pearl District, one of the most beautiful sides of the greater San Antonio area. I should have explored more of the city. We were close to museums, the zoo, the Japanese tea garden, the Riverwalk, and a ton of things that keep my mind off of drinking myself to death. Instead, every day was drink all day at work, go home and drink more, go to the bars on foot, where I knew bartenders who blessed me with cheap tabs, get unhealthy but delicious tacos when the bar is closed, drink more at the house, repeat. Needless to say, it was at this point I can say I was indeed a very sick person, a full blown alcoholic, and a complete manic depressive type of alcoholic to boot. I was still myself in the occasional sober half day when I was so hungover my body wouldn't let me put anything in it. The mornings I shook with flu like symptoms and shit blood. I would either lay in bed in a coma for a day or two, promising I was finished for good, or go to work sick and hydrate myself until I could start the vicious cycle over again. It usually wouldn't take long to be able to choke down some booze, but after that first drink, it was all downhill, for a bender was imminent. I hate to say it, liquor, wine, and beer weren't fun, social luxuries anymore. They were a necessity. And the stabbing pain where my liver and kidneys were, the blood in my stool, and the terrible skin rashes were something else, and would heal themselves over time. Nick moved into the house towards the end of 2015, the last time we would be roommates. He started to get worried about me at this point, taking note of how many drinks he visibly saw me consume in a day. Most days, not including the hoarded bottles in my room, he counted upwards of 32 drinks in a day. He told me I was going to die of cirrhosis of the liver. He filmed me on his phone so I could see Scary Gary and all his melodramatic evil. I didn't recognize that piece of shit. It was like I was possessed. There were some very fun nights on Myrtle Street as well. It wasn't all bad. My good friends West and Hudson and many others from work would come over to party almost every day. Hudson hooked up with a girl who did some funny things to his butt during sex, so we nicknamed the couch the Butthole Couch. Many Tinder matches came and went in the house, pun definitely intended. Spurs games and NFL Sundays led to cooking parties. Mushrooms were consumed. Cocaine nights and bar crawls occurred at least weekly. One morning I woke up and there were 50 or so oranges all around the living room and kitchen. West had climbed the neighbor's tree and collected them all while drunk. But for every funny story or good night with beloved friends, bad things or nights outnumbered them. We all started being mean towards each other. Dishes wouldn't be done, everyone drank and finished others' liquor, and all three of us roommates started getting spiteful completely because we were all alcoholics and, I hate to say it, bad influences on each other. But if any of us told another to quit, it would have been pointless and led to a fight. One night, my roommate's dog got out, and I have no idea if I let it out on accident. It's a strong possibility, but it could have been bad for my roommate. That was his baby. I got tired of hearing fucked up stories from my friends, and then they would follow with, "Why are you laughing? I'm talking about you. You did that." For example, how was the party? I don't remember much, I would say. Well, anonymous friend would say, somebody put porn pics on everybody's phone screens, pissed in my friend's drink when he wasn't looking, and snorted a line of my grandmother's ashes. Holy shit, that was one person? What an asshole. I'm talking about you, Gary. Just leave me alone. Wow, I would think. I don't remember any of that. Also, where are my pants? All jokes aside, I cringed whenever I heard my friends start to mention Scary Gary. No good news would follow. That still didn't stop me from drinking, nor did the thought of losing friends, doing something violent or stupid to another person, or possibly getting killed. You almost got hit by a car last night walking down the strip. You looked like you were about to overdose. I couldn't wake you up. You almost said the wrong thing to those guys. If I hadn't been there, you might be lying in a gutter right now. There is a worse feeling than blacking out. It's waking up and feeling like you should have to crawl into a cave and hibernate to avoid the realities of what you did the night before. Having to get a damage report your drunken persona caused. Being afraid you lost some friends from your actions, will have property damage to deal with, or sincere apologies to prepare for. Reason to stay sober. No more mornings of dread where I don't know what I did the night before. Number 93. Uh-oh, almost killed by SpaghettiOs. Once upon a time, my dog tried to eat a light bulb. No shit. I thought, what a dumb animal. Cut to this story of myself, a grown ass man, the morning after a heavy night of drinking. Weren't they all at this point? I woke up with a dry mouth and my head stuck to my pillow, glued down with dried blood. There was blood on my pillow, on my blanket, on the floor, on the wall. Not enough to be scary, but enough to stain and question what the hell happened. I went to the mirror in the bathroom and saw a cut on my neck. I had a band-aid on as well, but it was next to the wound, missing it entirely. I looked at the rest of my body. I had 3 cuts on various parts of my chest, one on my forearm, and several on my fingers. I knocked on Nick's door. Bro, what happened to me last night? Tell me I want to fight with a wolf or something cool like that. No, he answered. You couldn't find a can opener. A moment of silence. Is that it? I asked. Yep. Well, fuck. I asked more questions, and Nick explained how I couldn't find a can opener and tried to open a can of SpaghettiOs with a butcher knife. I stabbed the can of pasta on the top repeatedly, sometimes missing and cutting myself, and then would put the knife in the small sliver and try to pry open the can. He said he heard me laughing and swearing from the other room and came in to find blood, pasta, and sweat all over the kitchen. He probably saved my life taking that knife away. I even had a cut on my tongue where I apparently tried to reach the pasta in one of the small holes I had made. I was really starting to scare Nick, apparently. He reminded me of another time I had been drunk at our old house. The pilot had gone out on our gas water heater, and I went into the 3x3 to fix the problem. It was dark, and I needed to read the instructions for lighting it. What did I almost use for light to read the instructions taped on the side? Not a flashlight, but a lighter. I obviously was killing brain cells when I drank. Reason to stay sober. No more waking up with unexplainable bruises or cuts, or accidentally blowing the house up. Number 94. Once upon a Tinder. I got much more out of the Tinder app than sex. I found myself. After my divorce, with Scary Gary on the loose, drinking and partying were the only important things in my personal life. Hygiene was low on the list, living was becoming a take it or leave it mentality, and dating seemed out of the equation. Talking with girls for the first time in my life was a challenge. I should have seen my drinking as a reason for it, but I didn't. When everyone around me was having success with the Tinder app, I decided to give it a go. In the mornings, I noticed I had several conversations on the app with many girls, and I didn't even recognize the person I was trying to be in most discussions. Some of the conversations I seemed desperate, some I was too upfront about hooking up, some I was incoherent, but none of them talked or wrote the way I usually did. I was an ugly drunk mess. Eventually, however, I found a good match. I matched with a nice girl, Trinity, and we talked for a few weeks, taking it slow. She was on this particular dating app because her soon-to-be ex-husband, Turd, was sleeping with another girl, Lacey. Trinity and Turd had a daughter and had been married for years, but Lacey was a homewrecker. Turns out I knew Lacey very well. We had not only been friends with benefits off and on for almost 10 years, but we were friends in general. After some unknown conversations between the three of them, Turd told Lacey about me and Trinity dating. I received a message from Lacey shortly after when all the pieces of the puzzle had been put together. The message I received out of the blue from Lacey. Are you trying to hook up with Trinity? What the actual fuck? Long story short, Lacey wasn't happy about the idea of me hooking up with her new man's, technically, wife. Out of all the swipes and profiles on Tinder, my first real attempt at dating was an It's a Small World scenario, an example of what you don't want to happen. A few hours later, I got a call from Trinity saying, You know Lacey? That bitch is ruining my daughter's life. Give me a break. I was about to be in the middle of some very unwanted drama. I quit all communication with both girls after Trinity next asked me to maniacally break Lacey and Turd up, but continue to date her afterward. Side note, a few months later, I got a friendly message from Lacey apologizing to me and saying our friendship meant a lot to her, and she just didn't want me to get hurt in the whole situation. She didn't want me to be a rebound for Trinity or for Trinity to be a rebound for me after the divorce. She had been looking after my best interests. After accepting her apology, I then asked where she had met Turd. She said he had come up and hit on her at the grocery store and never denied being married. They still decided to have an affair, and now they were together and having a baby. Yikes. One simple question, and I was being pulled back into the drama. Merely dipping my toe in the ocean was getting me caught in the current. Inside note. So, my Tinder experience hadn't been ideal, to say the least. The whole attempt at dating in general put me in a deep depression, one in which I used drinking to cope, as always. I started to feel very sorry for myself. Were women a reason for my drinking? An excuse? I liked the drama, and I liked drinking, so it wasn't very far fetched. Plus, alcohol had a play in many of the more recent breakups. I pulled out some of my breakup letters. If you haven't learned anything about me yet, I will tell you now. Besides my obsession with list making, scrapbooking, and video making, I kept many of my favorite school papers and various letters over the years. A few brief excerpts from past lovers. Is this the person that your mother raised, cheating, lying, drinking excessively, name calling? I know that you are better than all this, yet you choose not to be. Gary, do you even know how you get when you drink? You get mean, really mean. You don't get silly and happy like most people. No one likes you when you drink to excess, which is nightly, it seems. You are the reason mothers shouldn't drink when pregnant. Ouch. Those exact words from one letter, but the numerous others also said not so nice things. Then came my epiphany. I realized no matter what, where I lived, where I worked, how we had met, all my past relationships contained tenets of alcoholism: anger, fear of love, resentment, jealousy, and violence. With all the drama, what was the common denominator every time? Me and alcohol. Yes, Gary, continue that thought chain. I had been hurting myself with addiction for years. Go on. Because I hurt myself was proof I never loved myself. And how could I love others if I never loved myself? The Wrenn couldn't love anyone. He was too obsessed with himself and sometimes his own naked body. Scary Gary couldn't love anyone. He was too mean, self destructive, and antisocial. Gary couldn't love anyone because he usually turned his personality over to these other two assholes. With those two gone, Gary would be able to love. Next, as things come together over time as they are supposed to, I got Amber back in my life in this crucial stage of realizing such powerful things about myself. Amber and I had been best friends, coworkers, college roommates, and lovers over the years, and although we hadn't talked in over 6 years, we picked up right back where we left off, minus the big fight which had separated us, water now under the bridge. We have been together ever since and got married in Kauai in front of 6 humans, 50 chickens, and a peacock, and she has now known me for roughly half my life. One day she said something truly shocking to me. She said she never really saw Scary Gary, which brought about two more lessons. First, I have never been mean or disrespectful towards her because I am always happy with her and truly love her, so even my drunk alter ego wouldn't treat her any differently. Second, her saying this was an essential example of a fundamental truth, a truth you must realize if you ever want to help yourself or others. What people see on the outside doesn't necessarily reflect what's happening on the inside. Amber still saw me for who I was, a funny, optimistic, charming Leo, her words, not mine, because Scary Gary avoided her like the plague out of love for her. Inside, however, I was still a scared, chemically depressed, sick man, secretly screaming for help. Although Amber wasn't the final nail in my addiction coffin, she was a blessing and a huge step towards the right direction. Sobriety is something you have to find on your own. You can have all the help in the world, interventions, doctors, AA, but until you are fully ready to love yourself and others and give up your dreams on your own terms, you won't be successful. Now sober, I realize love is the answer to everything, and when stripped down is all we have. We come into this world out of love, most of us, leave this world out of love, and the most critical moments of our lives are filled with love. By being mean to my body and mean to others over the years, I wasn't giving love where it was due. I finally realized there was more to life than partying, getting fucked up, or self medicating, and now I get the rest of my life to love more. Since I can love more, Amber gets to reap the full benefits forever. Also, thanks, Tinder. Reason to stay sober. I am able to love more. Number 95. The Last Drink. March 31st, 2016. Age 34. One of the most important moments of my life. My final drink. I took a huge swig of cheap box Chardonnay and almost threw up. I instantly knew it was my last sip. Nick was there. He saw it on my face. I was done. I realized if I didn't fully quit, my life was going to end, and it was not going to end well. Nick told me when I gagged from the last swig, he saw something new in my eyes. Something had changed. In those short few seconds, it was like a lightning bolt of reality hit me. Call it an answered prayer, maybe an act of God, my life flashing before my eyes, or anything you want, but many things came crashing into my brain at that moment. All at once, I thought about how I had felt just 1 week earlier, when completely drunk and depressed, crying about my drinking being hopeless, how AA didn't work, how rehab hadn't worked. Poor me, poor me, poor me, pour me a drink. I thought about all my excuses. My drinking is normal. Everyone drinks like me. Everyone falls down a lot. Everyone has to close one eye when driving to see straight. Everyone misses their mouth when aiming a fork from time to time. Everyone's first thought in the morning is, do I have enough booze to make it to work and control the shakes? I thought about my doctor's orders to quit drinking. My liver enzymes were through the roof. I was overweight, had consistent high blood pressure, high cholesterol, low testosterone, borderline diabetic, low thyroid, alcohol abuse, lack of exercise and nutrition, added stress from depression, irregular sleep cycles. None of these things would help the blood work. It was get rid of Scary Gary or die. I thought about all the car wrecks which had involved drinking, the crash I had been in with Cast, the scary moment the airbag hit my face, my friends getting killed, the tears and family dynamics shattered from those alcohol related fatalities, the time I crashed into the neighborhood sign in front of Nick's house, and others. Luck would run out for me eventually. I thought about my friend who had killed herself after I had weakly tried to convince her not to. It shook me to my core. My last conversation with her was when I was nearly in a blackout state. Would it have all gone differently if I had been sober? Could I have inspired her to get help? I will achieve sobriety and help others for her sake. If I wasn't too far gone into addiction that I could quit, I could give hope to others as well. I thought about all the job hopping and city hopping, how I felt I could get away from my weakness, my addictions, but it had followed me everywhere. I thought about all the different ways I had quit before and how I hadn't been ready yet. I thought about the good things sobriety would bring. No more drinking and throwing up in the shower. No more shakes. No more being mean. No more chemically induced depression, dropping my phone in my piss and once my shit, losing loved ones' pets, hurting people, stealing things. I thought about the Wrenn. His best qualities were still in Gary. I just had to sort them out without booze. I thought about Scary Gary. He was only an evil entity I could push way down into my body, where one drop of alcohol would release him like an evil genie waiting for his lamp to be rubbed, and it never would. All of those thoughts occurred with that final swig in an instant. I'm so glad I had to witness to this phenomenon, and I'm happy it was Nick, who had been there for me, good times and bad, for 14 years. Since I was finally ready to embrace my inner strength, I quit cold turkey, although we know this isn't a fair thing to say, considering how many attempts it took beforehand. No more alcohol, drugs, or nicotine in any form, and it finally worked for me. First task, it was time to sit my drunken personalities down and say a final goodbye. One thing I learned in my experiences with AA, the treatment center I had attended, and personal research was to sit down the addiction demon inside of you and have a conversation. Here is how my conversation with the Wrenn and Scary Gary went. Gary: so I'm glad to see both you guys at the same time. I don't think this ever happened. Scary Gary: why would I be seen with your stupid ass friend, the Wrenn? He's a pussy and a failure. The Wrenn: right, Gary should hang around with you. All you want is for him to die. At least I gave him consistent good times and friends. Gary: sorry to interrupt you guys, but I need to say something important. I'm afraid we're all going our separate ways from here on out. We can't be friends anymore. It's that simple. The Wrenn: but when I'm around, you have the best life. This makes no sense. We have so much fun together. Gary: we had some fun, of course, but I want more out of life, and having you around drags me down. The Wrenn: well, fuck, dude. Gary: I wasted so much time with you. I'm now probably halfway through my life, and I have a lot to do still. You're just a distraction. The Wrenn: come on, man. You just have an addictive personality, and I am the best way to help you deal with it. Gary: true, I'm still an addict, but I now see I can have healthy addictions. Coffee, working out, traveling, saving money, writing, reading, photography, music. I don't need you to show me a good time. The Wrenn: think about all the memories I gave you. Gary: I appreciate the memories, but it's time to move on. You also gave me missed opportunities, a dried up bank account, mental and physical scars, and more people have seen me naked than I'm comfortable with. Did I miss anything? The Wrenn: What about all the girls I got you? Gary, you married a girl you met at a bar. See how that turned out? The Wren, you had lots of platonic friends because of me, too. Gary, I'll be fine on my own. The Wren, well, it sounds like you don't need my help anymore. Actually, you seem content and happy and likable and everything you liked about yourself before I showed up. You're sure you will be able to handle life's obstacles without me? Gary, things are what they are. I'll be able to handle things just fine. The Wren, have you ever drank Bailey's from a shoe? Gary, what? The Wren, what? Gary, with a sigh, goodbye, my old friend. The Wren dissipated. Scary Gary, now that that moron is gone, I can say I'm all you will ever need anyway. You can't live without me. Gary, oh, but I can. Every day we hung out, I seemed to recede further into memory. I was becoming a blur. If I kept drinking with you, then someday I wouldn't remember myself at all. That would be a shame because, as it turns out, I like myself, and no one, and I mean no one, likes you. Scary Gary, I just want to be your best friend. I want to protect you because, let's face it, you are kind of a pushover, and you bottle your feelings up. Pathetic. It feels good to let me express your real feelings, to end your relationships, to burn bridges. I am all you need. Now you ask for me to go away? No, no, no. You know what? You should just grab a bottle and kill yourself. Gary, see what I mean? I don't even have to respond to that. You are the weakest link. You have manipulated, abused, and controlled me for too long. You will not destroy me. I can't be friends with you anymore. Scary Gary, you won't make it a week. You've tried before. Gary, yes, but now I realize I like my health. I like being in control of my body and mind. I like not being sick and tired all the time. I like being able to afford the finer things in life. And I like creating friendships instead of destroying them. And with that, the Wren and Scary Gary were gone for good. I was on my own and ready to face the world. Reason to stay sober. I am no longer accountable for more than one personality. Chapter 8, Gary Awesome. Sobriety Checkpoint. Congratulations. You made it through my life's alcohol, drug, and nicotine addiction journey. Crazy I'm still alive, am I right? Well, let me tell you, I am more alive than I've ever been. Are you ready for the life affirming, optimistic stuff? You earned it. Number 96, Skydive. To fully appreciate your life, sometimes you have to stare death in the face. I'm not talking about drinking or driving on acid or using tobacco excessively even after it killed numerous people in your family or cheating on women or messing with exotic animals. I'm talking about adrenaline inducing adventure, breaking out of your comfort zone, testing your limits. For me, it was skydiving. I figured I had been killing myself for years with addiction abuse. Why not find out how God really felt about me in 3 mere minutes? 2 minutes with a parachute and 1 minute without. At the very least, I could come to terms with my existence, die, or come alive. I, it, I was calm on the peaceful drive from downtown San Antonio to Skydive San Marcos. I was amused at the large crashed plane marking the entrance to the place, an attempt at humor. I was energized when they took my money and taught me how the whole expedition would work. I was scared when I entered the plane and was told there was no turning back. I was faking my fear when the videographer put his camera in my face, asked, "Why are you doing this? Don't you realize you could die?" And I cleverly said, "This is the safest I've ever felt on a plane. I've got a parachute." I was petrified when the door opened at 14,000 feet and my tandem instructor held me out to peer down at my destiny. I was numb when the daredevil next to me gave a thumbs up, followed by a triple front flip out of the plane. I was about to throw up and noticeably pale when my instructor lifted me up and held me in front of him like a large Gary baby. I was every positive word in every language. The second, all my inhibitions and fears stayed behind on the plane. At the same time, a new Gary was being born, and gravity became my temporary best friend. Think about diving into a body of water. You feel alive and refreshed at the same time. I dove out of that airplane and felt the same way, yet exponentially more. In a split second, my brain realized fear is silly when there is no turning back. I realized life could still surprise me, and taking new risks could pay off big rewards. I realized I could get high on activities rather than chemical dependencies. By the time the parachute had opened, still high above the ground, I fully realized how much of my short time on Earth I was wasting by being drunk all the time. Skydiving was the single experience that started me thinking about truly going sober. Being sick all the time didn't do it. Divorce and heartache didn't do it. Losing friends, money, and jobs didn't do it. Rehab and AA didn't do it. Diving into sobriety did it. As sobriety finally became attainable in my life, I found many things that got me higher than any drug or alcohol experience. Things I find truly awesome. A short list of activities that produce endorphins and get me high. Playing with my daughter, any and all activities. Theme parks, bike riding, camping, the ball pit room at Universal Studios in the Curious George section of the park, roller coasters, water gun fights, concerts, the movie theater. Doing anything with my wife and best friend Amber. Talking with others about hope and sobriety when they ask. Music. I used to think I needed to take drugs to fully appreciate and understand Pink Floyd, The Doors, and the Beatles. Nope. In fact, I can listen to music all day, and it truly ignites all my favorite emotions. Movies. Making them, watching them, living them. Maybe I can now film and edit a much more focused sequel to Cookie Monster Musical with HD cameras, clothes underneath the costume, and a sober mind. Reading and taking in every detail. Podcasts, listening to them, recording them, discovering them. Exercise, trying new activities. Waking up from relapse dreams and realizing I hadn't had that first drink after all. Writing, obviously. I often thought my best writings and ideas were from when I was drunk. Wrong. Most of the time, I would read what I spent so much time on, laughing drunkenly by myself like a pirate covered in treasure. I was a genius, I would think, and then realize the next day all of it was incoherent and terrible gibberish. I quit drinking and bam! I had the mindset to finish projects and found out I really enjoy putting words on the page. It's highly addicting. Adventures. Reason to stay sober. Adventure is the best high of them all, and I enjoy and remember my adventures much more. Number 97, Gary Awesome. The moment I landed back on Earth, a new persona arrived, one I could proudly embrace. Gary Awesome had been born, and boy does Gary find things awesome. He effortlessly, and sometimes tirelessly, finds the good in everything. I fought hard to win myself back, and Gary Awesome was a valid reward. I had feared people would miss Scary Gary and the Wrenn, but that was not the case. Gary Awesome was more charming and fun than both of them combined. He stopped feeling tired and sick all the time, never had hangovers, had more energy than he could have dreamed, saved up money, chased his dreams, got his dream job, and remembered everything he said and did. Gary Awesome was here to stay, and life couldn't be sweeter. His coworkers and friends supported him, which made his personal relationships deeper and more fulfilling, and his job satisfaction grew since he was now in control, no longer powerless over alcohol. Things I thought could never be fun sober I found to be much more fun, relaxing, and memorable. Hot tubs, laser tag, jaws on the water, tubing, working, golf, dancing, shopping, hiking, hanging out with my family, watching sports, fiesta in San Antonio, traveling, all of them more awesome sober. This is the most honest, hopeful, and revealing thing I can tell you about myself now, and sobriety in general. I am grateful my depression, anxiety, and bipolar tendencies were chemical reactions and not a part of who I really am. Some people don't get the luxury of a simple fix as I did by quitting my bad habits. For everything I admitted in this book, and for everyone I have hurt in my life, I will pay it forward by helping others. For Gary Awesome to continue, he must give more than he receives and enjoy the two-way street it provides. To start, there are a few more tips I wish to share with you as you look for hope, as you admit to yourself you want a better life and cannot achieve it with addiction in your life, and as you try to find awesome as you define it. First, stay busy. Distract yourself with new things whenever you run dry of activities you already enjoy. I have found quite a few more hobbies this way. Who knew I loved to rollerblade, ice skate, play board games, complete puzzles, help cook, make videos with my daughter, write movie reviews, tweet, analyze dreams, since, another positive thing, I remember my dreams now, and talk, not text, on the phone. If you already enjoy something, perfect it. Just stay busy. Speaking of staying busy, for me, I now realize I'm an artist, not an alcoholic with no hope, and I have a lot to do and a lot of time to make up for. Besides the 7 books I have completed, I have 8 more to write, 3 movies to make, 2 albums to record, including learning guitar, a podcast to start, marketing tips to experiment with, a website to design, all on top of a full-time career in the aviation industry and a family to grow up with. Oof. Second, know your triggers and avoid them or find a way around them. One of mine is the beach, which triggers something in my subconscious about partying, feeling great, and other fond memories. I found myself on a layover in Fort Lauderdale, and suddenly my desire to have a drink hit me very hard. I least expected it to happen while on a trip while working, but the excitement and emotional connection to having a beer and a shot on the sand or at the bar was there nonetheless. I took a deep breath, made a phone call, wrote the trigger down on my short list of triggers, and walked the remaining temptation off, jamming out to music as I went. Third, make a conscious effort to remember the moments where you are truly happy, when you find yourself on a natural high. When you are aware your feelings of pure joy are real and focus on them, you are distracted from thinking about drinking and other things. Then, when bad things happen in your life, focus on those snapshot happy memories, and you will start to think more positively overall. I can't explain how this happens, but it does. Life is much better without self medicating. Yeah, I said it, and I'll say it again. Reason to stay sober. Dealing with life is easier sober. Number 98, The Pottery Factory. I'm not a yes man. I'm a hell yes man. Two events that tested my resolve to stay clean: my 10-day trip to Ireland and my 20-year high school reunion. After both festivities, I gained two valuable codes to live by, while also becoming a hell yes man. Code to live by number one: try new things and don't set expectations beforehand. When I went on a bus tour of Ireland in September of 2016, I wasn't even 6 months sober yet. If I ever had a chance to relapse, it would have been that trip. I didn't have to drive, I was surrounded by alcohol, and no one, and I mean no one, would have ever found out I had a drink. But I would have known. Not just that, I honestly didn't need or want a drink, especially after the Pottery Factory. One stop of the tour was the Ballic Pottery Porcelain Company in Ballic, County Fermanagh, Northern Ireland. How lame, my first thought. How badass, my final opinion. Seriously, what a blast. Who knew? Not only did I learn a ton about Ireland customs and got to see workers with true passion in their hearts, 5-year unpaid internships are required before employment. I learned not to take anything for granted. From then on, I would try any new experience that came my way and not set expectations beforehand. A great way to live, especially as a traveling man now. I think about my life 5 years down the road. How much will I see, learn, do, which I don't even know about yet? In the past 2 years, off the top of my head, I saw, learned about, or did the following in the spur of the moment: the American Banjo Museum in Oklahoma City. Hell yes. And Kermit the Frog was there, my favorite. The Public Museum in Milwaukee. Please and thank you, sir. I could have spent 2 whole days there. National World War II Museum in New Orleans. Awesome. It made me feel a whole range of emotions. The Kurt Vonnegut Museum and Library in Indianapolis. We rocked out to Kansas over the loudspeakers as I got a one-on-one tour with the manager. Hiked up to the Hollywood sign. Did it twice. It was so fun. 3 Broadway shows in 2 days in New York City. Guess I love show tunes. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland. Brought me to my knees in pleasure. Cat Cafe in Charleston. Cats aren't such assholes after all. The NAB show in Vegas. Made a whole bunch of new friends. Bourbon Street Blues and Boogie Bar in Nashville. I did boogie. Mark Twain House in Hartford. Great pictures. Went for a jog in Memphis. Running isn't as painful as I remember. Sooners college football game while on a layover. I can't believe I had never been to a college football game before. Whale watching in Maui. Couldn't ask for a better afternoon. Walking outside a club in Tampa. Who's playing? The Dead South? I've never heard of them. Let's check them out. Guess what? I'm listening to them now as I write this book. I think about how my life would have looked in 5 years if I continued to drink like I used to, assuming my habits didn't get worse and I wasn't dead. Know what I see? Physical sickness, emotional pain, no savings, and years blended together all the same. I'll take living one day at a time, sober and living in the moment. When you live in the moment sober, the things you discover will satisfy and delight. My life has so much added joy now, like it did when I was a kid. I have never been so enlightened. Code to live by number two. If I would regret not doing something, I do it. My 20-year high school reunion was here. Would I regret not going? Probably. So I went. So much had happened since 1999, and yet when I was finally together again with Kitty, Angel, and Hall, it was like nothing had changed. Memories came flooding back. Late nights talking on the phone, band practice, making out in front of lockers, kissing ass to teachers I loved, senior lunches, writing notes, working at the movie theater, sneaking out at night, partying in parks. Thoughts of extreme happiness, awful heartache, confusion, and love. My older sense of humor erupted out of me organically. General feelings of being truly home permeated my soul. It was such a joyous and blessed occasion. I didn't even think about getting fucked up, nor did anyone offer me a drink. I realized the group of friends I was with were the first people outside of my family that I truly loved. I still do. They continue to make me feel as happy as I did as a child when the world was a big, beautiful place. I'm glad I decided to go to my reunion, and I'm so happy I am now the person I wanted my younger self to become. Reason to stay sober. I give my younger self everything he ever dreamed of. Number 99, the best reason to stay sober. Number one reason to stay sober: health, wealth, and stealth. Health. My blood work is back to normal, and I have more energy, optimism, and strength than ever before. Wealth. I have much more money. Calculate how much you spend on a given day on alcohol, nicotine, or other vices, and multiply it by 365 days. Yep. Stealth. I can leave parties and uncomfortable situations whenever I want. I want to end this book with a couple of my recorded AA speeches and other insights into how I feel about life and being sober. Transcripts from AA meetings where I spoke. August 14th, 2017. My name is Gary and I'm an alcoholic. I've been sober for 500 days. I got tired of being sick. I got tired of being shaky. I got tired of being controlled by alcohol. It was always a race against time, you know? Alcohol only lasted so long, and I needed that unobtainable perfect amount of buzz to enjoy everything in my life. I couldn't do anything without being drunk. Yeah, let's head out. In a minute, after a few drinks. Gotta get to the store now. They stopped selling at midnight. I tried to convince myself it was normal to drink this way, but the real reason I quit drinking is I'm happy now. I thought happiness was some abstract idea, only found in Disney movies and children's stories. We're always a little happy, we're always a little sad. It's a balance. Or maybe happiness comes with age. As I got older, I thought, nope, that's a crock of shit. It all only gets harder and more depressing. But I am happy now. I'm just trying to say there's a correlation between being drunk and dramatic all the time, crying for no reason, thinking suicidal thoughts, starting fights with friends and family, being mean, depression, chemical imbalances in the brain, mental disorders. They are all very real and horrible things. But giving them to yourself, now that's just silly. And paying for it? Ridiculous. So for me, stopping with the drinking has directly contributed to my happiness. If I can do it, you can do it. December 20th, 2018. I was always worried about what people would think if I was sober. They wouldn't like me, I wouldn't be as funny, I would lose my impeccable taste for weird humor. But now I see I am exactly who I was before I started drinking, which was one of the best times of my life. I loved myself the most then, and I feel like I'm back to that mentality and health for that matter. Back then, I always looked forward to getting out of bed, focusing on my accomplishments, staying active with my friends, being creative. Now that I'm approaching 1,000 days sober, I can tell, although it was hard at first, I haven't regretted a single moment of sobriety. I hope this helps. Thanks for your time. April 1st, 2019. Hello, my name's Gary and I'm an alcoholic. I went sober on April 1st, 2016, 3 years today. I quit cold turkey. I was dipping about 2 cans a week, which was a habit I picked up to help me quit smoking. I was drinking heavily. I was partaking in drugs in moderation: cocaine, weed, pills, mushrooms mostly. So on April 1st, 2016, I quit it all: drugs, nicotine, and alcohol. When I tell people I went cold turkey, they get anxious about it. They think about their own struggles with drinking, or think I'm going to pitch religion on them or judge them, or will be forced to think about people they know or love who have addiction problems. One of my friends, the person who took me to my very first AA meeting, I tagged her today about being sober 3 years. She immediately deleted the post and texted me, "Hey, please don't tag me in any AA stuff. Friends and other parents in my daughter's life are on Facebook." That shook me. Why would someone shy away from this accomplishment? Because, for some reason, the sober person freaks people out, and of course, it shouldn't. Then I realized it's not about telling everyone you are dry, it's showing your sober life by living your life to the fullest and extending your faith and optimism to everyone. Live your best you. The rest will fall into place. My 10 favorite snippets of sober wisdom I gave in some form. Number 10. Recovery is like climbing steps, the top being complete sobriety. I kept thinking relapse meant total failure. I would climb the stairs and then relapse so hard I fell all the way down and broke my leg at the bottom of the staircase, not able to climb again. Now that I've reached the top, I realize that thinking was wrong. Each time I quit, I took 2 steps up, and each time I relapsed, I merely took 1 step down. I didn't fall all the way down. Relapse is not as big a deal as you think it is. It's just one step in the larger scheme of things. Number 9. How do I feel about the allergy argument? The argument that we are all allergic to alcohol and that is why we get intoxicated? Look, whether or not it's true, when I drank, I got red faced, I sneezed a lot, and I felt like I was dying. I get the same reactions from oak pollen. You don't see me paying to roll around in the grass during oak season in Texas. Number 8. My senses are back now. It's incredible. I can smell better. You can't stop and smell the roses if you can't smell the fucking roses. I can taste better. I don't have to put hot sauce in everything. I can see better. No more blurry vision or dry eyes from passing out with my eyes open. I can hear better. No more selective hearing. I can feel better. Massages, sex, hugs, it all feels better. Number 7. I've heard so many people say, don't trust the man who doesn't drink, which is funny because why would anyone trust the person who drives so drunk he sees better with one eye than two, instigates late night vending machine and plastic flamingo raids, snorts anything you hand him, enters bars naked, etc.? Number 6. When I quit drinking and drugging 3 years ago, I knew my path to recovery would take the rest of my life. I knew there would be challenges to being okay with the things I had done to myself and others. But today I can say and mean all the following things about my life: grateful, lucky, blessed, honest, optimistic, no longer scared of uncertainty, satisfied, and happy. Number 5. Selective perception is an interesting phenomenon. I like to think of sobriety as selective perception. I now perceive the world as a greater place than I did at my merriest drunk nights. I also used to look at a glass of wine and see medication. Now I see poison. I used to pretend I liked the smell of whiskey. Now I smell whiskey and it makes me gag. No matter what alcohol means to anyone else, I perceive it to be an unnecessary evil for myself. Number 4. You know what is nice? It's nice to not have any secrets. It's nice to make amends. I am not ashamed of my past. I take responsibility for my actions, the good and the bad. I will make up for it by helping others. Number 3. Will I ever drink again? I don't know, but I won't drink today, that I'm sure of. I feel great today. I'm in a great mood, have a positive feeling about the world, and I feel connected to everyone in my life. Why change any of that with the first drink? Number 2. This is an example of how alcohol can suck your life force out. When I was a depressed alcoholic, I thought about my past. I thought I used to be good at several sports. I wrote decent stories, I played music, made movies, became overly knowledgeable about all things Disney, and completed dozens of creative undertakings. Now I am none of those things. Plus, I could have stuck to any of them and became a highly paid professional. I quit everything to drink and party. I wasted my life drinking. I'm a loser. Pour me another drink. Sober, however, I had an epiphany. Music? I played alto sax for 6 years. I recorded a Christmas tape and gave it to numerous family members. I dabbled in piano. I was in the jazz band, the marching band. I won UIL competitions, and I can still play relatively well. I am a musician. Movies? I made a feature length documentary, several short films, and went to film school where I perfected the craft of linear editing. I am a filmmaker. Books? I've published 6 books, which have good reviews. I am a writer. Sports? I was in gymnastics for years, played outfield and shortstop in baseball for years, played point guard on a basketball team. I am an athlete. Disney? I worked at Epcot in 2003. I've got that corporate culture in me forever. I am Disney. Quite the opposite way of looking at things, no? Realizing this epiphany, I actually danced in joy. I've been everything I love my whole life. I felt bad it took so long to realize this about myself, but I'm glad I did. I'm happy I realized it without drugs or alcohol. I am proud of who I am. Do what you love and be creative whenever possible. Number 1. Person in the group. What was the pivotal moment you decided to quit drinking? Me. Well, it was a number of things. Shit, where do I start? Maybe I should write a book. The end. B. The Shitty Austin Poem. An ode to 2009 Austin as experienced by Gary Wrenn. Walks to dirty 6th Street. 6 of us would start a journey. Only 2 of us made it back last night. Hope no one is in a gurney. What happened last night and where are my pants? Someone slipped something in her drink during a dance. Crowds pouring out of shot bars leading to stumbles. Insane homeless, full of grumbles. College kids vomiting in overflowing trash cans. Fuckboys being tossed on the street by a large doorman. Bachelorettes with penis necklaces and smeared makeup. Business execs in suits looking to hook up. Fortune tellers out to make a quick buck. Bros out high-fiving looking to fuck. Club chicks in pumps and loud mini skirts, people blacked out, lying in dirt. Cops on horses giving drunk people heat for trying to drink in the middle of the street. Music blending, hip hop, techno, country, and metal. Drunk guys picking the 2 a.m. girl, needing to settle. Hot dog vendors and sauerkraut adding good smells. Preachers on street corners damning us to hell. Irish people making toast and raising their glasses. Men in drag doing magic for all of the masses. Guys with mangy dogs scalping tickets. Girls hearing the price and telling them to lick it. Lines of cocaine in bathroom stalls. Vomit from the just turned 21 decking the halls. Brides with ruined dresses from people spilling cranberry vodka making messes. Rooftop views at Maggie Mae's. Shots and test tubes lined up on a tray. Men in G strings trying to copy my movie. A live show at Anton's is a must see. Going to the Thirsty Nickel to play giant Jenga. Drunk kissing a girl who goes by the name Tanga. Getting yelled at by bartenders at Coyote Ugly. This is shitty. I thought I was at Chuggin' Monkey. What a pity. The library isn't a place to study, it's a place to watch games. Magnolia Cafe at 4 a.m. is never lame. Tons of bar jobs that need no drug test. In a town like this, that's for the best. These LGBT clubs are great. Our bar hopping should cease. Oh, look, there's a guy and his cat who he walks with a leash. Beer for breakfast, wine for lunch, whiskey for dinner. What a great town to live as a sinner. Chugging Dos Equis at Barton Springs Pool, taking some acid and listening to Tool. Lying in the sun trying to bake. Hike, bike, or canoe at Lady Bird Lake. Fight clubs at Metropolis, dripping blood in the sand. Drunk people in gutters, let's lend them a hand. People on Molly, acting all jolly. Seeing people black out at the UT tailgate, missing the big game. Chugging sweet tea vodka and getting alcohol poisoning, what a shame. Eating mushrooms in the woods and letting butterflies lead the way. Buying weed brownies at the 46th annual Eeyore's birthday. Taking pictures with flowers that recently bloomed, experiencing jazz at the Elephant Room. In line at Alamo Drafthouse, smoking some weed for the premiere of Pineapple Express, yes indeed. Emos and stubs, great places for punk, only buy weed with no stems and smells like a skunk. Going to Austin city limits and setting up camp, winning a beer pong tournament and being crowned a champ. See that girl dancing? That's somebody's daughter. There's nothing scarier than watching Jaws on the water. If you don't know how to dance, just do a shimmy. Torchy's Tacos, Pete Terry's, Kirby Lane, gimme gimme. That 13th shot is very hard to swallow, while staring at swinging genitalia from dudes at Hippie Hollow. Guero's Taco Bar, Rodriguez and Tarantino, now at Whole Foods listening to vendors talk about vino. A girl squatting and peeing, is that what I see? And on the I love you so much mural while taking a selfie? Free author readings at the book people store, trying to stay sober is such a chore. Bats flying beneath the bridge every night. Congress Avenue shops are quite a delight. Holy cow, what is this? There's more to explore. Go to HalleyCon and roast your own s'mores. The Owl building the Capitol and Bob Marley Fest. Andrew W.K. is playing a college co-op rec room. When will I rest? A city so strange and so full of heart, 'tis a shame that we had to eventually part.